Defining Duke, an Xbox podcast, is brought to you by, well, you. If you want to learn how to support the show, go to patreon.com/laststandmedia. Salutations, everybody. It is Maddie here today, and welcome to episode 226 of Defining Duke at Xbox Podcast. Today, I'm joined by the man who is struggling to survive the flurry that is known as April. Lord Cognito, how are you doing today, sir? How are you doing?
Treading water. Barely tread. Just trying to maintain, keep my head above. So much going on, as you know. Yeah. April is nuts. Crazy. A lot of games. And one particular game that is just engrossing me right now that we will get into.
I'll tease everyone, what you're playing section is golden. There are two games that I'm like so excited to get your thoughts on. I am beyond pumped. So yes, I cannot wait to get to that section.
Likewise. I can't wait to talk about it. I can't wait to. A lot of people hit me up like, yo, we want to know.
I'm telling y'all, the COG week-to-week play-by-play of Expedition 33 is going to be a legendary stretch of Duke, man. It's going to be so good. So I cannot wait to hear your thoughts.
Likewise, man. How you been, man? What's been going on with you?
Oh, dude, it has been a really busy time. We are wrapping up a build on our end because it's pitch season. We're going to PAX East. Got some meetings lined up. It's real, bro. And I am not trying to get bullish, but dude, I feel really good. Really, really good. I mean, we got some shit online right now, like feature wise, that I'm like, I was like, I came upstairs to show my wife, she works on the game with me, and I was like, you got to see this. And she's like, you look so happy right now. I was like, I guess it's real, man. Like, this is awesome. So we're getting into the fun parts, like the game design parts, and really creating the experience. But on a visual level, I want to shout out our Dukes. When I put up our signal flare for like artists for help with the website and stuff, a lot of people reached out. And I just want to encourage everyone, if you got game development experience, reach out to me. Again, my business email is on my YouTube channel, Mr. Matty Plays, so you can reach out that way. Would love to hear from you because I got a lot of great people who reached out and two fantastic artists that we're interested in working with. So I'm very excited about that. One is helping us out with the website right now, but feeling very grateful in the moment, man. Just like really excited about how things are coming together. And like I said, visually, I just look at it, I feel very proud. I'm like, I was always proud of it, but like, you know, we worked really hard to get to this moment where it's like, you know, I'm sure people who worked in games know, but it's like, you have these pockets where like, it's a game, like it's definitely a game. And you have these pockets where it's like work in progress. And you're like, it's just, you know, a couple more months or a year or whatever. And like, that'll be the thing. Like, you just can't wait to scrub that up soon enough. But now it feels like we've just kind of wiped a lot of that away. And it's like, oh, it's a game. Like, this is a game. So like presentation's there, gameplay's there. It's all there. I'm like feeling really excited. Just like I said, feeling very grateful to be able to even try to do this. So
absolutely.
Because of all that, though, it has been a very busy week. You know, deadline weeks is just always crazy. And so we're kind of all on our last sprints because we're just trying to jam this thing full of anything we can use to put it in front of people to give us money. That's kind of the reality of it. We're just like, how do we make this thing really sing? You know, we have a lot that I think speaks for itself, but like, what else can we fit in there? So I'm just really appreciative of my team and the effort they put in because they are really fucking talented. And so I can't wait to show everyone else, but it's been a busy week. So my what we're playing section is going to be kind of brief because I've been a total normie and just been like grinding work for the last, like, you know, since I didn't even get to play much Oblivion Remastered since, you know, over the week. Yeah. Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and some of Monday, we're all dedicated to lighting. So I was just lighting rooms and whatnot for like 4 days straight, but it was worth it. It looks really good. So I'm pumped.
The baby is being cultivated.
And I actually might be able to get you something like this weekend or next weekend. So I want to, we're at that point where like I had to get some of the fellow Dukes who reached out to sign some NDAs, put this in front of some people and get the raw reaction first, right? And the raw reaction's been pretty good. Nice. Obviously, I know they kind of reach out with the intent of wanting to work with us, so I know it's going to be a little more on the positive side, but so far I feel like the initial sniff test has been pretty good for a lot of people. So very excited.
Oh, that's just dope, man. I'm excited. Yeah. I'm excited. Just the journey of game development and the way you have your milestones and, your weeklies and all that stuff and to see you hands-on all the different departments and stuff like that. That's it's a lot of work. People don't realize it's a lot of work, man. Yeah. And it's that nervousness of, someone seeing your baby, then getting the honest feedback, see how that goes. And then you're about to display, you're about to show off at
privately, but
privately, to
a lot of NDAs getting signed right now. Yeah, yes. I'm in my official legal bag now. Like, you're not fucking ruining this shit for us. I do not need you slipping. Because like part of the fun is the surprise, right? Like I know I talk about it a lot, but the fun of it really is like to when we get to show it to everyone, I want them to have that wow moment and hopefully keep that as close to the release of the game as possible. The Todd Howard effect, if you will.
I feel you.
But just very pumped. So just between that, and I'll talk about another element that's making me feel pretty good. I'm doing great right now.
Nice.
Doing really good. So
good to hear.
Appreciate you asking. And ladies and gentlemen, if you want to be part of our show, patreon.com/laststandmedia to get early ad-free access to this show every Thursday. Otherwise, you'll find us on free feeds on Sunday. For the write-ins, though, we start off with our, as usual, Health is Wealth section. We start off with Steve Perry.
Oh, the homie.
Yes, Cog. This is one that I wanted to screenshot and send to you, but I thought the raw reaction would be pretty nice here. Okay. He writes, "Hello there, Dukes. I want to share a little mental health is wealth story with you all, and it's a story of gratitude. A few years back, I was starting to get bored with my job. I followed Maddie for a while and became a religious DD listener. That introduced me to Cog and led me to starting to follow ILP and LogNet. Fast forward a few months and LogNet had some openings for writers. I put my name in the hat and Cog and his team rolled the dice on me, letting a guy with no experience join the team. Later that year, I put out a piece as a letter to the CMA and it got a way bigger response than I could have imagined. It ended up being the last piece I wrote for LogNet because my wife and I, seeing the response to the piece, started to think and talk about me going to law school. I used the piece and a whole lot of other work to secure a spot at a top-tier law school and put in a great deal of work there. Last week, after a lot of applications and interviews, I got an offer for my dream job, genuinely my white whale. I accepted it, and my family and I are super excited for what the future holds. I'm super grateful for the opportunity to see the years of hard work pay off and grateful to both of you for your roles, setting the chain of events in motion. You guys are a big part of the story of how I got invited to one of the best groups of attorneys in the world, and I will always be grateful for that." How about that, dude? Look what you did. Look what you did. That's awesome.
That is awesome. Shout out to Steve, man. Lord Steve. I remember him very vividly because, he was such a contributor in that short time. And this was during the height of the ABK deal. And he was like, "Hey, man, I'm thinking about a piece." And we're like, "Yeah, let's go for it," And sometimes I think, shout out to Mark Mood, who's the editor-in-chief. He actually also comes up with, we call it the joust. So sometimes it's if a writer has a very strong opinion about something and another one has the opposite, we'll do a joust, why. So I think the conversation around that time was like, why the deal is good, for whatever and why it's bad. But in Steve's case, he wrote a very extensive piece on what's going on from a legal perspective. And it was awesome. I was like, this dude is super talented. So to see that transpire, set off, obviously even before that, him following you, right? Yeah, and being Maddie like, "Okay, best Maddie plays is one of my guys. Oh, they do a podcast. Okay, here's Cog. Okay." Yeah. That it shows you that, what is it, that 6 degrees of separation and how we affect people. And that to get your dream job off of it, like, bro, that's awesome. Super proud of you, man. He is talented, man. So go knock that out. Be the next Hoglaw. Or do whatever you're gonna do. Don't forget the little people that you make it. But now, all jokes aside, it's very humbling to give talented people a platform. And, all I ask is, like I said, just remember, when you started that and stuff like that, because we don't ask too much of any people, but I'm super
Be self-grounded. Yeah,
that's awesome.
Absolutely. But congrats, Steve. That is very awesome to hear. And we're happy to play a little role in your otherwise very large accomplishment. So congratulations to you. Stats is our next write-in here. "Hello, fellow Dukes. I'm writing in for some health is wealth. I started really noticing myself putting on some weight, especially in the face, and I find it hard to get myself motivated for some time to exercise as I work 10-hour days, and when I get home, I just want to relax. I know for me, the hardest part of this all is coming to the acceptance of losing out on some time of gaming after work in order to make this happen, or maybe losing out on some sleep if I want to do this in the morning before work. My question for the fellow Dukes is, what's some good / simple exercise and meal plans to do? I am someone who feels a little intimidated when I think about what to eat and how much time do I give for this. I'm writing this as part of my first steps towards admission with myself that I need to physically start taking care of myself. Hearing you guys has brought me as far as an acknowledgement that I need to be healthier. So thank you for all you do. And I look forward to you guys motivating me toward better health. If you don't mind, I want to take lead on this just because I made a pretty big change I talked about, but this gives me an opportunity to go into detail with my diet. I recently, I'm not advocating this for everybody, but I recently went to what ended up being a more whole foods diet. Like I went to that, not really with the full intent of it. I was basically just trying to, I saw my cholesterol was on the edge of like getting out of the normal range. And I said, you know what? I'm young enough where I should just kind of dial it in now and just kind of start bringing things into line and just make sure that doesn't get out of hand because I've been more sedentary, but I knew it wasn't just like the diet. Like I needed to get moving more. And so the main changes I made, it kind of happened at a perfect time. My wife told me about this interesting exercise routine at the same time as me doing this diet change. I'll start with the exercise routine because I relate to you. I work these really long days and I love my job, but I work really long days and it just feels like, especially when I was like doing the lighting all weekend as an example, there was just never, your head convinces yourself there's like never a good time to pull away. But I started to get a little, I would call it pudgier would be the word. Like I wasn't like big or anything, but like I could feel the thickness creeping in. I was pushing toward 200 and I just wanted to work it back like 15-ish, 20 pounds because I knew it was, I don't mind being up in that weight class if I'm lifting. I wasn't though. This was just me getting fatter, right? So,
this wasn't your bulk phase.
Yeah, this is not my bulk phase. I was bulking without the exercise. So yeah, like I said, I know I'm still a relatively thin guy. I think my height helps me out a lot, but I knew I had some work to do to get down to, I want to get down to like the 170s to start rebuilding in a healthier way. That was kind of my idea. But like you, I share this kind of problem where, oh man, like I'm working these long days. And when I get to the end of these long days, I do just want to pick up the controller or sit on the couch, watch a movie. Like I just want that leisure time is such a big part of like being able to accomplish those 10-hour days. Like I can't without the leisure time. So my wife told me about, she saw a reel and then I did some research on it. It was called the Japanese high intensity interval training exercise. And all you need is a treadmill.
Yep.
Because this is all about speeds.
Yes.
But it's a 30-minute walking exercise.
Oh, you're in my world now.
Yeah, it is a 30-minute walking exercise, and I do this to be truthful. I do this combined with a Peloton, or like today, I walked outside for like almost an hour, and when I'm done with the show, I'm going to do it for 30 minutes. But basically, the idea is that it makes an argument about 10,000 steps is always good, right? But this is a way to get your circulation, your heart going, that cardio in a good spot, promotes weight loss. It promotes all these health benefits without the commitment of like, I need to walk around my development for 2 hours to get my 10,000 steps or just actually be on my feet a lot. It is a good, what I would say, a first step to promoting consistent exercise. Because I think when you break it down to that, where it's like, it's a half hour, dude. I'm super busy. You're busy. You can do it. I added the extra, basically you do zone 1 cardio, then zone 2. So I added the Peloton for the extra half hour. So I'm doing an hour of cardio a day. That has been my moneymaker. That with the diet change, I've lost like 6-8 pounds now, like real pounds, not like, water weight or anything like that. I feel really good is the other important part. Like that was what I was saying, like part 1 was I feel good about a project, but part 2, I feel really good just because of the food I'm putting in my body and just like that exercise routine has been really doing it for me. I'm sweating every time. I'm feeling like really good afterwards, like that kind of post-exercise glow you get. So basically the walking exercise is, and the reason I recommend a treadmill, like mine was a very cheap under the desk treadmill I had in my studio space when I was at my office, as people might remember when they were watching Duke in some of the earlier episodes. The idea though is that's very cheap. You set it up. I have it in front of a TV in our garage. So I put on Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood. I watch usually 3 episodes a workout. Because each episode's about 20 minutes long. But I start off at like the 4 speed and you walk at a normal speed for 5 minutes to open up. Then you switch for 3 minutes to a very fast, like you're trying to get to a meeting really quick is how I described it. It's a perfect way of thinking about the speed you need to be walking at. So you're basically power walking for 3 minutes. Now I imagine for the first 10 minutes opening this up, you'll be like, come on. Like I'm just walking. But I promise you by the 30th minute, you'll be sweating. And I was so surprised. That's when I started to believe because I was surprised. I was like, like I feel Like I just got a really good workout in because you alternate between 3 and 3 from that point. You do 3 normal speed, 3 fast, 3 normal, 3 fast, and then you end with a 5-minute kind of cool down, just normal speed. And bro, I'm telling you, like that has been the play to just warm up my body. And then I hit the Peloton afterwards. Maybe my wife just does it for an hour. She just alternates for an hour and just watches a full episode of a show on HBO right now. It's been amazing for both of us. We both feel really good. So I just highly, highly recommend that. And then the food I'll recommend, because I, again, with time, struggle with this thing, is my go-to. My friends cook me up for this meal, but I don't give a shit, bro. I'm like,
what you doing?
It's called a Greek garbanzo bean salad. I found it on allrecipes.com. It does have feta cheese in it. I was trying to lower cholesterol, so I didn't bother with that. And I think it's amazing without it. So I can only imagine if you don't have that issue, what it tastes like with the feta cheese included. But it is, looking at the ingredients now, garbanzo beans, cucumbers, black olives, cherry tomatoes, red onion, some Italian style dressing. If sodium's not a problem, if it is, get low sodium option. Some lemon juice, some ground pepper. And you just mix this all up. I threw some chicken in there as well the other day, and that was great, just for a little extra protein. But here's the thing, man: low calorie, super filling, super like those chickpeas do a lot of the heavy lifting. And if you can make like the recipe for me, like I usually make it once or twice a week. And my wife's fasting right now. But normally she has it and it gets us both 2 servings. So if you're just making this for yourself, dude, you can basically at least get like your toughest meal of the day covered by this. I swear by this meal, man. I will never not have it anymore. It is that big of a game changer where even when I start to bring like a little more cheese back into my diet or more like a complex carbs, like I'm not trying to like completely beat myself over the head where I'm like developing an eating disorder. But like right now I'm just trying to be a little more strict myself, but this is a fucking game changer for me. Like that meal with that walking plan. And then again, the Peloton is like the optional thing. If you have a cardio alternative, but that I feel the same way. I'm like, I'm missing out on something, but now it's an excuse for me to catch up on anime, which was what Cog and I talked about a lot, was like watching shows while doing cardio kept us in that cardio mindset where it's like, now I want to do cardio because it's my TV time, basically. It's my way. I put my phone down, I disconnect, because especially on deadline weeks, it's endlessly buzzing. So it's just like a good hour just for me. So I think if you start to embrace it as a bit of a sanctuary with these pieces in mind, stats, I think you'll be able to get going and it won't feel as much like a sacrifice. And start with that 30-minute pocket, man. Like I jumped from the 30-minute and included the 30 minutes of the Peloton immediately. Like that's how I started, because I just felt like, oh, it's just walking, what can I add on top of it? But when you're like warmed up like that and the sweat is already broken, hopping into something else for cardio is like really good. So that's just been excellent for me. So Cog, anything else you want to throw in on top of that?
Yeah, you knocked out a lot of stuff I was going to kind of lean into, which was, as far as shout out to stats of him taking, agency with his health and seeing the differences, right? So that's the first step, that admission phase, right? So now, okay, what are we going to do? So for me, the first thing I remember when I was with the cardio part, when I went to a cardiologist and they started to do like heart monitoring and things and testing and stuff like that, part of it is HIIT, which is that high interval intensity training, which is they put you on that cardio and then on that treadmill. And the thing is, what he was telling me is, like, for example, you keep it at the regular walking speed was like 3 incline and then 3 on speed on the 3.0 on the treadmill. But then he would say, keep it at 14 incline. So it's like one of the highest, because that's when you're actually getting more to burn, and then kind of ramp that up, like you said, like almost like that power walk where you got to get there. So for me, it's like 4.0. So I'm like at 14 incline, 4.0 on the actual speed. Bro, 2 to 3 minutes of that, you all like, because I was like, is it 2 minutes yet? He's looking at me like, keep going. Because they got me, when they do it, they got you strapped up, they got you connected to stuff. Oh, you feel like the bionic man, you know what I'm saying? So he's like, no.
I've done that once.
Bro, I'm sitting, I'm like, 2 minutes ain't up yet. So then obviously you go from 14 to 4, and then I went back to 3.0 and 3. You do that for about a minute or two, and then the cycle continues. And for me, it was about 20 minutes, and I was like, wow, I'm really out of shape. Like, it's just killing me. Like,
it can be a good wake up call too, right? Because everyone thinks walking is the lowest level, and so when you walk and you sweat and you're out of breath, you're like, it's a good check yourself moment.
Bro, I was humbled. I was like, yo, I am really not in that great a shape. And that's how, so basically what I would say is, if you can't do it, because it's okay. Like you're gonna be, your body is gonna be tested. You're putting it in shock and what, but you kind of build yourself. So I would say it's probably for me, I had to start with a 20-minute baseline at first, and then kind of get my endurance up, because my endurance was trash. So that's what it was for me. But yeah, that's fantastic. Hit is amazing. And then as far as the food, I don't have too much there because I'm pretty boring. Obviously, with my conditions, as far as having diverticulitis and stomach issues, I got to be very careful about what I put in my stomach and what will upset me. So the go-tos always, sadly, this is going to be like a really dude bro bodybuilder kind of thing, which is kind of chicken, grilled chicken, brown rice, sweet potato. Like I fall in that stupid pocket all the time.
Makes sense, dude. I meal prepped and I had 11 frozen meals, and it was literally chicken, potatoes, broccoli. That's it. Yeah, that's it. I love it, but like I also I get made fun of all the time. I'm a very plain eater. I used to not put seasoning on my eggs. Like, I know people killed me for that, bro. Like, I sent my friend group, I was like, yo, why do these eggs look mad good? I sent a picture. They're like, bro, I don't see pepper on that. I don't even think I used to salt on that. I was like, wait, you guys season your eggs for real?
Yes. That's big for us.
Yeah. So I know I'm a very boring eater. So like, me, when I find this garbanzo bean salad, I'm like, this is amazing. I'm just like, yeah, this is probably going to.
I feel you. Yeah, bro. No, I get you on that. You know who's like you is Rand. Rand is like you. And then I was talking to him, and like I said, once I got what it is because now that I got the Ninja air fryer, right? Mm-hmm. Bro, it tastes so good. That plain Jane grilled chicken, brown rice.
Crispy, gives it a little life to it, bro. Yeah, it's
succulent. Yeah. Shout out to, I love my air fryer. So, bro, outside of that, it's just that chicken is
love, bro. I don't think you love the human quite like that.
Bro, I look forward to it, man. The most exotic I got, I'm like, we're going to do shrimp now tonight. I am simple Simon, bro. I know I am, but it is what it is. The same thing. The most, to get over the like the still hungry feeling, I'll have like a salad, or usually like a house salad or something like that.
Yeah. That was the tough one for me. I really just had to like cross out snacking for a while. Like because what I decided to do was just put myself in a bit of a survival state of like, I'm going to not have snacks in the cabinet and just start from there. Because
speaking of snacks in the cabinet, Towerborne, y'all evil.
No.
Towerborne, bro.
No. They sent him a whole chest. Hey, I'll be talking about that game later.
Towerborne, y'all are evil.
Oh, chocolate crunch, no,
bro. And then they got my favorite with the popcorn, the assorted with the caramel.
Oh no,
Towerborne. No. Shout out to them, man.
Airmail just providing the diet test for real, bro. Yeah, I'm glad they didn't send that to me. I've been so good, but like, what did I? The other day, what happened? There was my wife ordered Chinese food.
Yeah.
She's like, do you want anything? I was like, why'd you ask me that, man? I was like, they got sushi available. Bro, I was like, I feel like that's the next best option for me.
Yeah, you got to be safe. Yeah. So for me, it's like lo mein and stuff like that. But by the way, shout out to Stoic, shout out to Xbox who said that. But I didn't know what I was expecting. I was like, this is
Did
bad.
They warn you that was coming?
I had no idea. I had no idea. I was like, what is this box? So I usually, whenever there's a huge package, I have it sent to like UPS pickup delivery kind of thing. Mm-hmm. So I was like, what? I didn't order anything this week or whatever. And I'm like, I didn't order no new shirts. So I was like, what's going on? I see this huge damn treasure box in this tower. I'm like, yo.
Did it come like that? Or
bro, it was just like that. And they got the umbras, the blanket shaped out of the umbras from the characters in the game.
Yeah.
I was like, this is super dope. So I put it up on Twitter and just shouted them out because I was there helping them from the alpha like early. I was always giving them feedback. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm excited to talk about that one later. That is one game I did squeeze in because how I felt about it. Yeah. I bet the game preview, I was like, all right, fine, I'll do it. And no regrets on that. It was well worth it. We'll talk about. But hey, speaking of food recommendations here, I kind of line these up intentionally because it's Shane Bailey has a little bit of a food suggestion. So stats, provided you're still listening, got you covered here. Good day, macro measuring Maddie and calorie conscious Cog. I thoroughly enjoyed last week's episode of Dieting Duke and Xbox podcast and the delectable discussion during the Health is Wealth segment, inspiring us all to eat, train, and live healthier. In all seriousness, We can all play our part, even outside the walls of the gaming industry, to support and encourage healthier lifestyles amongst the people we surround ourselves with. So thank you for the weekly reminder to strive to be a little bit better so we can all enjoy the beauty of video games for as long as possible. I'll jump on the bandwagon and share a favorite healthy recipe of my own, which is basically a homemade version of the popular dish from an Australian restaurant chain called Fish Bowl. You mix a bunch of chopped kale, cabbage slaw, diced cucumber, and red onions together. Hey, this sounds a little familiar. And add a half smashed avocado, some pickled ginger, seaweed salad, and fried shallots found at your local Asian grocer. Top it off with your favorite protein. I prefer chicken or baked salmon, and drizzle some roasted sesame sauce as a flavorful finisher. It's an easy and seriously delicious go-to recipe of mine for either lunch or dinner. Wishing the entire LSM community a healthy week, no matter where you are. Have a bleed green, eat clean kind of thing. Oh, I like that.
I like that. That's hard.
Much love from Down Under Shane. This is a great recipe idea. I'm going to try this out.
Yeah, that sounds
anything with chicken in it, dude. I'm sold.
Yeah, I mean,
that's me.
That's same with me.
Triple Simon, that's me.
That's us. Yeah, that sounds good. Shane Bailey, that sounds really good. I actually like the little slaw. I'm a slaw guy in there, so you got a little slaw. Yeah,
avocado for me, bro. I love avocados.
That became an acquired taste for me. I remember I used to hate it, and as I got older and I realized all the healthier product, I had to slowly. Yeah, I would throw a little guac in my chipotle once in a while just to get the flavor. I'm like, oh, this is not that bad. I was like, nah, now I have to have it. It's so good for you.
That's me with olives. One of the ingredients, like I said, in that garbanzo bean salad recipe was olives. And I've talked about it a million times because I still can't believe it. It's like, I love olives so much that I forgot to put olives in it when I made it for Layla and I like last week. And she's like, why is this missing? It feels like it's missing something. And she's like, oh, the olives. I'm like, oh my God, I knew this tasted kind of mid. Like, it needs the olives. It was such a game changer for me. So yeah, like I don't know where that came from. I feel like our tongues just evolve with our age.
It does.
To some extent. Because yeah, like I feel like kid me would have hated avocados. It's this plain thing that just it's just a smooth, soft texture. But nowadays, if I can slather avocado on some shit, bro, I'm lapping that up.
It's going down. I feel you, baby. We definitely younger cock. Like I remember how rebellious my taste buds were, and I just refused to even, try stuff. Or sometimes the visual of something as a kid throws you off, and you're like, I don't want it. And then I was like, try it. Just try it. You get just just try it. I
think I got lucky growing up with the color green being my favorite because I just naturally took the vegetables because I thought they looked cool.
Okay. Yeah, that was a struggle for me. Green took a while.
Except for the Xbox, right? You were cool with that green, right?
Oh, we definitely let that green.
All right. I want to flip it over to Scott Holdsworth, who had a really powerful story to share. He writes, "Good day, my beautiful Dukes. I have a health as wealth that I would like to share with your permission, of course, Maddie. And as you can see, permission granted. This may be long, raw, and thus I apologize. I have wanted to write this for over a year, but I need to be proud of myself before I could write in and feel truly worthy to be an amazing health as wealth segment. My life has been hard. I lost my only sibling in 2011. My brother lost a fight after he couldn't deal with sexual abuse that he and I suffered from a neighbor. This led to a downward spiral of alcohol abuse for myself and my mother. And unfortunately, my mother passed away a year ago, last week, from an aggressive cancer. Months after, mom passed my dog, Lando, of 13 years, and a purchase I made to help deal with my brother's passing also declined quickly, and I had to put him down. Currently, my dad is experiencing early onset dementia. I have had to watch helplessly as he deteriorates in front of my eyes, which I've been there. Just a side note, I've been there before. It is the worst feeling in the world.
Yeah, I just seen Saul went through this.
Yeah, it's tough. On a positive note, however, 8 years ago, I married the best person I know, and we share two amazing boys. As I write this, I'm about to finish, a confronting 10-week group therapy course, have continued regular consultations with a psychiatrist, reduced my alcohol intake, got back on medication, and got back to the gym for a 4-month stretch after a 5-year layoff cog. I used to be called the weapon.
Okay.
The one consistent in my life has been video games. Being known as Henry of Skalitz, the Dovahkiin, or even simply Agent 47 kept my head above water, as well as the amazing positivity the two of you exude. So to cut it off before I weep too much, you guys are really making a difference, and I appreciate the platform to give me the courage to tell my story and my accomplishments. Also, a special thank you to all of you who share their vulnerable moments in the realm of the Dukes. It gave me strength to confront all of my demons and make the changes to make sure my boys have as much time with their old man as possible. Thanks, Scott the weapon holds for it. That's beautiful, man. That is beautiful. Awesome. That is a lot to overcome, man. You should be proud of yourself, and it's good you're thinking of your kids. Really important, man.
No, beautiful. And shout out to him. I love the raw honesty. I love it. Again, with men, we're just taught, with this the machismo and the masculinity that you're not supposed to encounter any problems or not have going through any really tough situations. And what really impressed me is how many issues compound, serious issues back to back that were on top of each other that a lot of people, and understandably so, would completely fold under that pressure and use the excuse to just dive deeper into alcoholism or all these these different vices. And to see him kind of rebound and use this moment, our platform, to actually talk about it and show where he's at right now. And I just want to make a better example for for his kids, for his two boys. That's awesome, man. Salute to you, Scott. That took a lot to write, and I wanted to honor you by with your transparency and your honesty there. Man. Salute.
And shout out to the other Dukes. So you get to see how the health is wealth is we joke about the people don't listen to segment, but like it's a very real thing, man. It's very real because it's really not even about us. It's about the people who chose to be vulnerable and open, and in some cases they don't have like their full username attached. Like we don't mandate any of that. Like if you want to put your name out there, it's your choice. But the ability to kind of be that open promotes openness in others. I think that compassion is very real. What's not real is my camera, which just decided to go out. So we'll fix that with the next timestamp. But for now, I don't know. Oh, God, man, Dustin's got a bad picture of me last time, so I'm gonna put another note down here. My camera went out, so have fun with this. Anyway.
Don't worry. I happened to be on ILP during our stream. I was like, okay, it's just don't want to work now. All right, cool.
Yeah, like, I don't know why it keeps doing this. It just like it's fine. Like I was on the FPS podcast. I was lucky enough to be invited to that last week, and like that was fine. Like I was there for like 2 hours. It was fine. Most times on Duke, it's fine. But like I guess just sometimes it just gives out. With I don't know if it's Zencaster or what, but it's really weird.
Do you have OBS open?
No. Okay. Because if it was open, it would just like straight up nuke itself. So gotcha. I don't know. Anyway, we got one more from the Mass Martyr. He writes, "What's up, marvelous Maddie and charismatic Cog? I just wanted to follow up on something from episode 224. Cog mentioned the benefits of various VR workout apps, and I couldn't agree more. One game I'd like to recommend to you, though, not a workout app, is Thrill of the Fight 1, not 2. It's a standard boxing game with sliders corresponding to difficulty, round length, number of rounds, etc. If you max out some of the sliders, you will be in for a pretty intense workout, fighting for your life in 90-second increments for 15 rounds against an opponent that refuses to stay down. If you want even more of a challenge, throw on some wrist weights. It definitely makes a difference." It's a good idea. Never thought about that. Another note, I finished Avowed just in time for the Oblivion Shadow Drop. Perfect timing. Cog, as a fellow ROG ally enjoyer. By the way, they came, at the FPS podcast, I think it was Lucy, has a great nickname for the ROG guy. She calls it Roger.
Roger.
I kind of liked it. I was like, that's really good. So I kind of might bum that one off for her, but a Roger enjoyer. Have you tried playing the Oblivion Remaster on it yet? The performance has been absolutely atrocious for me in the open world, 720p, 10 to 20 FPS, long load times. Are you experiencing the same, and how are you holding up? We'll talk about this in our news section after the canceled Titanfall extraction shooter news. Have a broke 30 lock picks on a chest that only had 5 gold kind of day.
Oh, that's that KCD nonsense. Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, man, shout out to you. Let me check out, because I usually have a site that go for Roger that I usually go to, and because I'm gonna be honest with you, a lot of times this is the thing about PC Master Race. Y'all gotta come to the front of the congregation, because this is the problem I have with y'all. They're so experienced, right? And they're so technical, and they're just like, yeah, man, all you got to do is, have this and tweak that and make sure you have DLSS here and FSR here, and then all these specific things to get a run. But the problem is, when you first launch a game for the first time that you're excited to play, and you launch it and it runs like dog water, it is the most demoralizing experience, right? It's like, so put yourself in a casual perspective where they go, I'm not playing this. It's unplayable. Now, obviously, on PC, you gotta mess with settings and stuff. But to get that balance is really tough sometimes. So yeah, I believe it's called like ROG Life, I believe is the site. And usually I put like, I put the name of the game, I Google search the name of the game, and then I'll put in, ROG Ally settings. And then there's usually always 2 sites that come up all the time. And they go through every single option in the menu of the game as far as what you should put here, take isotopic filtering on here and that kind of stuff. And then once you do that, then you get to a point of, satisfaction, and it runs pretty decent. But unfortunately, I've not tested Oblivion yet. And that's actually something I was going to do, but there's this other game that's been taking a lot of my time, which we will discuss. But
yeah, I mean, I've tried that game on Steam Deck, and it worked really well. So I imagine on Roger, it'd be pretty damn good.
Yeah, probably so. But yeah, I will take a look at it. But if you haven't messed with or done any tweaking to your settings, I would definitely check out those ROG Ally lives in those settings and see if any of that helps you there. Because but in defense of you though, we have heard that Oblivion has some issues from a performance standpoint.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. So I don't want to poo-poo that and just
Apparently, Bethesda was taking feedback on a broader level for the Oblivion remaster. Like they posted in a Discord server, and they were just like, "Hey," like their official one. They're like, "Hey, like what do you want in Oblivion remaster?" So I think. I submitted an official question to them. I reached out to our rep and I was like, hey, I said, I don't know if this would be a good interview opportunity, but I'm just saying, like, I got questions, and one of them was like, are you guys going to be doing more for Oblivion Remaster? Because like the deluxe edition added new quests, so I'm like, are they going to add more of that? Right. I think it's going to go beyond performance fixes. I do think they might support this one more. Yeah, I'm getting that vibe. By the way, they have not said anything. I am like, when I connected those dots, I'm like, this is such a good opportunity for them to like just. What's more exciting than Oblivion is back is Oblivion gets more. That's insane to think about. So
be lit. Wow.
Yeah. So I think they might go for it. All right. Health is wealth. Done. Time to get into the video games. Number 1. We got a lot of stats to share with you all this week. We have a lot of release dates, but the first one, the top of the list, Oblivion Remaster, has reached 4 million players. No sales yet. 4 million players. It's about the potential of a shadow drop. What could it do? What kind of noise could it make? What kind of momentum could it create without any real official marketing? And I'd imagine this is a very good sign, because I had a buddy who was telling me, he's like, you probably want to shadow drop something like this because you have no marketing budget now for it. It's just the game. It's just the development of it. So they're probably making hand over fist money on this thing. But what do you make of this milestone, Cog?
Wow. Again, we talked about it a little bit last Duke with you and E, and I just was reminded. I was reminded of that Elder Scrolls moniker, the power of it, and this is amazing. This is a masterclass, performance, and I'll be the first to admit I did not see this in this fashion, but a lot of it is a testament to the great work Virtuos and Bethesda have done. I don't know if you saw Virtuos put a tweet out just recently, very kind of emotional and really thanking, Bethesda and everyone enjoying the experience. And I did some digging this morning, and I look as of today. So I'm looking at as far as on most played, it's up there, man. On Xbox, it is number 5, and this is behind Fortnite. The reason why I'm not using the official site, the site's bugging right now. The regular most played on the Microsoft site, something's going on with the site because neither Oblivion or Expedition is on anything. And I know I was like, that's weird. Wrong. Yeah, so it's like something happened that is not accurate. But I went on the actual console itself. So so Fortnite number 1, Call of Duty 2, Minecraft 3. Then we got what's called Roblox 4. And then Oblivion, number 5.
Pretty good sign, especially Minecraft and the movie and everything.
Yes.
How popular that was. So.
And above GTA, which was added to the service, right? You know how GTA do. And then guess what's number 1 on most top paid game? Now, mind you, this is on Game Pass on Xbox, but the top game that people bought on Xbox. Oblivion, number 1, Deluxe Edition. Number 2, Oblivion, the second one, which was there's one that's $60. So I guess there's a middle edition one, standard, right? No, excuse me. The first one is Deluxe Premium, right? And then the second one is Deluxe, and then the third one,
upgrade.
Yeah, it's just so that's the upgrade, right? Yeah. And then the third one is the actual base game. So in the top 3 spots on Xbox as of right now, paid games, Oblivion, all 3 versions. Then it's FIFA, and then check this out, shout out to Phantasmophobia.
Oh, really?
Bro, number 5.
Phantasmophobia in a top 5? Well,
Yeah,
they just announced that they passed like I think 3 million sales or something like that. So
yeah, bro.
on consoles, I believe it was.
Yeah, it's killing right now.
Yeah.
Again, got the evidence right there. So then Cog ain't lying.
Yeah, look at that.
And then so me and the Lords, we streamed that game. That game was crazy. It's like doing ghosts and stuff. And then guess what? And this shows you the effect of the movie Minecraft Legends.
No,
Bro, Minecraft Legends is outside, bro.
Wow.
Look at that.
Wow.
Crazy.
Wow. I'm very surprised.
So
it's not base Minecraft. Like that's not, I mean, I guess everyone already owns Minecraft.
Yeah. So people, I know base Minecraft is right underneath it. So that would be number 7 and then 2K and whatever. So base Minecraft is there. Bro, this is crazy data. I'm impressed. And it goes to show you also the power of that movie, right? For the community. It almost had that Fallout effect.
Yeah.
So yeah, this is crazy. But yeah, shout out to Oblivion, man. Wow.
And there was a rumor, I think it was from Xstasis, that Minecraft Legends 2 might happen or something like that. So that's a crazy name, by the way. Just the idea that even one happened. But Minecraft Legends 2, bro. I mean, that is if that happens, seems like a great time to announce it, I would say.
Yeah. They got a shot in the arm right now. And again, it goes to show you when you follow the lore, you pay attention to what the community wants, and then you put it in a movie. I know a lot of people have mixed reviews about the movie, but from my understanding, the hardcore Minecraft community, they love it. Like they're going crazy. Now, clearly, the sales of this movie is crazy. So I know they did a Phil interview, I think with Variety. He was talking about how well it's done. But yeah, shout out to Oblivion, man. I didn't see this coming, and I'm super excited for the future. And then hopefully, like I said, we get our patches, please. Let's address. Yeah, so I watched Mr. Daddy's video, and you got some things you got to address. You know what I'm saying? But I think it's fair. And then also, we'll see if there's a long tail to it.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Well, I think to really continue the conversation about Oblivion, we need to talk about its dance partner for the week, Expedition 33. A lot of concerns. One of our lead write-ins last week with Ibantis was about the potential performance of Expedition 33 on store shelves, digitally and physically. How well will it do? Did Xbox kind of perform a squash on this game? And I think there's a fair argument to be had of like, if Expedition wasn't outlandishly good, that there may have been a problem here. Luckily for them, it was, but this is also a sign of why developers need to swing their absolute hardest with every single game they drop, because I think while a 7 out of 10 game is fine and sometimes the most interesting stuff you can play, the casual consumer is like going to be more drawn to like what's going to be worth their time in such a highly saturated market. I say all of this because Expedition 33 in 3 days sold 1 million copies. Now, this does not include their Game Pass numbers, they said. So they left that out. So the player count's likely much higher for them. This is just people who bought the game. And I imagine this is relatively close to where Oblivion might be even floating around at as a day one Game Pass title, which is a really good sign. But this is a Barbenheimer moment, really, is what I've been kind of, they refer to it as, I think the Expedition account referred to it themselves as that, but it really is that. Like there's room for both to succeed. These are both $50 video games, again, excluding the deluxe edition for Oblivion Remaster. These are $50 video games that put the player first. In the case of Bethesda, I thought I described in a video, it's like just the case of them giving you what you want. Like Bethesda has just dodged the remaster calling for like a decade, and them finally doing it. I mean, they're getting rightfully rewarded because they did a above and beyond job with it between launching it and the surprising quality of it. And just what, the visuals, the animations, like they've added so much to it. So they're getting rightfully rewarded to a point where, as someone who's covered Bethesda since Skyrim, I've gone through 3 launch cycles now where it's been pretty fucking negative, right? I've gone through Fallout 4. I've gone through 76. That speaks for itself, which almost killed the community. And then Starfield, which was not positive either. And then you want to throw Shattered Space in there. So to see them in this conversation where people are very happy with them, it's kind of like BioWare with Legendary Edition, where it's like, it's nice to see like they're like, these companies need to understand that we do love you. You just need to give people what they want. Right. So there's that victory there. The other victory in Expedition 33 is really a slap in the face, I think, to a lot of what this industry has been parading around for years. Like, no, these games need to go up in value. We need to push, $80, yada, yada, yada. And I don't think every business needs to run their way. They are a European-based company, so the labor's cheaper, of course. But we're talking about a game that sold 1 million copies in 3 days that is a fidelity-based turn-based game. And granted, it's more in the AA pocket, but it doesn't compromise on its motion capture, doesn't compromise on its presentation. It doesn't compromise on its voice. Its selection of actors and actresses. You got Andy Serkis and Charlie fucking Cox in the game.
Bro,
so they didn't compromise anywhere. But you're telling me they can generate like $50 million of revenue in 3 days and like that's not enough?
Yeah.
That's what I hate to use the term, but it is a level of exposure because they're a 33-person team on their website. Right. Likely a little bit more, probably in the coming weeks, but they're a 33-person team. 34 if you include their dog. They have a happiness and we see what they made. They made a game that is a 30-ish hour story. The side content leans more into the gameplay, so it's a lot of optional end game fights. I'll talk about that a little bit later, but there's another at least 15-20 hours of content waiting for you. So it's a big game. They did all that it just goes against everything we've been told. And yes, there are talent levels, but last week is a great sign of what the industry can be. Yes. It can give you what you want. There's, no real feeling of compromise, and it can, I think, treat your wallet a little bit more fairly. Like these amazing games can come out at $50. And like when I was reviewing Expedition, I thought it was a $70 game until I looked it up before writing my script, or not my script because I didn't do a script, but before I looked it up just to check, and I saw it was 50. And I was like, wow. What?
Wow.
So I was like, what? And in fact, it was like 45 on Steam. And I'm like, normally when you see that, I cover a lot of these AA games. When you see that, you feel a compromise somewhere. That is like usually step one. You feel a visual compromise, a gameplay, an animation. Like there's a jank level somewhere, somehow. And you kind of get it. You're like, all right, you get what you pay for. But like this game was such an anomaly where I was just like, how did you do this? When everyone's telling me the opposite, how did you do this? It's just an impressive project. So to see them get the success level of 1 million copies in 3 days and likely much more now is so well deserved. It's so good for the turn-based genre, especially just to see so many people enjoying it, cracking it open with like the strategy it offers, the agency it offers, the character building it offers, while getting those action elements in to get people to understand like the beauty of turn-based. Because again, like Expedition 33, it does borrow from Sekiro, but like in a lot of ways it's Paper Mario. And Paper Mario has been around since I think the 64. I'm trying to remember, like that's when they had like the jump button to like do extra damage or the jump button to dodge attacks. Like it's been around forever. So I think a lot of people are just realizing how great turn-based is. And that's a sign of just how much our industry is going. So I'm very happy to see both these games killing it. Really good sign for our industry. And I hope this isn't just a flash in the pan week. It doesn't have to be this doom and gloom constantly. Like we can have these companies giving us what we want while respecting the artist's integrity and the desires of what they want to create, what they want to spend their time on. And we get the business results at the end. Like we can all, it's the beauty of video games. It's an industry. We can all win. It's just, I think you see where corporate greed steps in and where it doesn't is how I read the situation. What do you think about these sales numbers combined, with Oblivion's excellent player count? How are we feeling about the industry as a whole, Cog?
Yeah, I'm feeling good, man. Especially Sandfall Interactive, bro. Standing ovation because again, they need to be studied. This is a master class from development, from resources, how to make a game. And I'm not going to be hyperbolic, but it is putting the industry on notice, in terms of a 30. They are literally Expedition 33 themselves because of the size of their team and what the impossible thing that they are accomplishing right now. Again, in the light of Oblivion, still doing 1 million in 2 days. Obviously, it's not counting the Game Pass engagement. I looked, they're in the top 15 in Xbox most played right now. And I thought that was very impressive considering the fact that, obviously it's on Game Pass, stuff like that. And it's all other games coming out. But this is really mind-blowing because, again, the punching above the weight, the quality of the product, and we're going to get into all the different things about it. But I'm literally floored that they were able to charge 50, right? Because you could have told me this is a $70 product. And I'm like, look, I get it. You know what I'm saying? Now, obviously there's certain little things here and there with a discerning eye. You're like, okay, that part right there, I could see. You know what I'm saying? Kind of thing. But look, and then also on Steam right now, number 2, Oblivion's number 1 top seller. Expedition 33 is number 2 top seller on Steam. So they are doing well, man.
100K plus players concurrent.
Yeah,
that's amazing for a turn-based game.
absolutely amazing. And you're getting so many new people, like you said, who are giving the genre a chance. And I'm seeing my timeline blow up like, yo, this I could get down with, you know what I mean? Kind of thing. So they've got that formula. And I am just so proud of them. I'll get into all stuff that I've experienced with them. But as a studio, and then I just love their energy. They're very congratulatory on Twitter. You know, they're feeling the love. And the fact that they are, you know, such hardcore, you know, JRPG lovers themselves, they pull from the best. You could tell, like, you know,
I think more of that, man. That's the thing. I've learned in some of my interactions with game developers, man. Like I get it, because it's just evolved so dramatically since it all first began. But I think when you get really absorbed by that craft, you're playing less. And I think when you're playing less, you forget. It's why I always said, like, rule one, like, keep playing. You know, that's like what our team does. I'm like, keep playing, because when you disconnect from a player, it's not just like, oh, we need to know what like these genres are doing so that we can better make our game and keep in line with the competition and try to exceed it. It's about understanding what it's like to be a player, to be a consumer. And I feel like the thing Expedition gets is what it's like to be a fan of these games. And the reality is that you can just tell nowadays when some games are made because, like, hey, this is what, say, leadership has decided these will get them the best sales for us. And then it trickles down and the team's like, this is my job, versus this game, which is a clear love letter to games like Lost Odyssey, or Final Fantasy or Sekiro, or these games that Persona that have formulated the creative director. You know, you look at their website, it's a really great layout that tells you about their team. It tells you their position and their favorite games. And you can see a lot of their games are in there. Whether it be classes of these characters or just the world itself. You know, and so I just think that is one of the biggest difference makers. I'm not out here just arguing pure like, oh, passion got us here. Yeah. Obviously, like, there's like, there's a business sense to it all that has to be present there. But when this game first got announced, right? Mm-hmm. I don't know if you remember during the Xbox showcase.
Oh yeah, I was
like, we first saw it, we kind of moaned a little bit like, oh, this looks like a generic Unreal Engine game. But then it went turn-based. People were like, hey, yeah. And then when their website was up and people were looking at the directors and the designers and they saw like their favorite games,
their like favorite games,
Fantasy 8, Persona 3, people were like, yo, wait, like
Boss Odyssey.
Yeah, and like that was a level of connection the fans had. Like, it was great business sense because that gave the game a leg up. It already looked amazing, but it gave the game a leg up of like, these are gamers too.
Yes.
You know, he had a talk with, I'm forgetting the gentleman's name, that someone who deals with Final Fantasy. But Guillaume, the game's creative director, was just talking about like his favorite JRPGs, and he was going down a list. Like, the energy of the company, you're right. I was showing it to you earlier, but IGN posted an article that flagged it down for me. My very overlooked 100-line Last Defense Academy here, right? They're scraping by. We're trying to keep Kodaka out of retirement. You know, we're trying to make sure he doesn't get wheeled into the retirement home early. And Guillaume is doing his part too. He tweeted Kodaka's tweet, and Kodaka was like, hey, after you're done with Expedition, you can enroll yourself into the Last Defense Academy. And Guillaume's like, yo, yeah, like, check it out. It's another great turn-based RPG. There's so many coming out right now, I know, but check it out. I was like,
that's dope.
I love that. Brothers helping brothers. Like, that is what this is about, man.
What it's about, man. Shout out to Sanford, man. I just love everything that's going on and the continued success, man. This is really good to see. And hopefully the industry, because what it also showed me too is, again, of course, there's a lot of other tons of passionate developers.
Sure.
But it's just from a pure efficiency standpoint, how they were able to pull this off as a studio. And again, shout out to Xbox for, again, seeing this, right? And then getting them a bag and them being able to negotiate that. Because I know that's another talking point right now. And I'm just like, look, that gave them the spotlight to be able to secure. Because don't tell any developer will tell you, hey, you looking at our product and you think that we have so much potential and this is what our sales projection is, that you're willing to give us a bag for that and give us marketing for that. Like, that is huge. So everything they were able to pull off, and then obviously a multi-platform release, it wasn't locked down as an exclusive, right? So you got that aspect to it. It's really masterclass. Like, they need to be studied right now. Industry needs, it's in terms of also bloat, because sometimes we have these huge teams.
Yeah.
And we're like, okay, what's going on, right? Why did this fail when you got so much, almost a gluttony of resources, but you still are not able to put a product out that could compare like almost to these guys? And it needs to be studied.
I think it's just down to like good project direction. That was my read of the situation. I talked about it in a video. I was just like, my assumption is that they knew what they wanted to be pretty immediately. Like, this is our visual style. This is our gameplay. Like, we're not budging on any of this. Like, these are the things you can and can't do. These are the rules of the game. And from there, it's just kind of marching forward if you have really strong direction. And so when you timeline things, it's like, okay, like the first set of names I think for the gameplay animators I saw in the credits were people from Korea. And when I saw that, I was like, well, you look at their website, their core team is not those individuals. So I was like, okay, so that's outsourcing, right? And it was like a team of like 6 or something animators. And I'm like, yeah, like this is how you do it. You set the skeleton of the game up, and then you go wide, and you're like, okay, we're pulling in the extra help to like push this game over the top. That is the thing that probably, in my opinion, should be studied most, is the project management.
Yeah.
Because it's very clearly a well-managed project.
Yes.
Like, one of the best management decisions they made was, instead of going in on, they had a unique combat system, right? So instead of going in on stories to the side, they just tell you a main story, and then all of the side content that you deal with is just fights, really. That's all it is. It's just fights with new attack patterns, new enemies, or refighting old bosses, whatever it may be. But that was a smart decision, because the combat's fucking electric in this game. So you want more of it. And it knows what it wants to be. So it's like, well, now we don't need to pour resources into more motion capture, voice acting. We're going to pour more resources into gameplay animation. And so maybe here comes this team from Korea. So I think that's the thing that needs to be studied most, is just how Expedition 33 and the team at Sandfall understood their mission.
Yes.
Ironically enough, they understood the mission, the expedition they were going
on.
They are
literally of the metaphor for Expedition 33. They are literally their team.
It's art, man. It's beautiful.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right. Well, we'll talk about Expedition later. For now, I want to just update people. You may remember we talked about People Can Fly, developers of Gears of War Judgment, and how they were working on Project Maverick, which was defined as like this Xbox exclusive. However, Reddit Gaming Leaks and Rumors posted that Project Maverick has been revealed as Gears of War E-Day. And then in investors note, on the People Can Fly website, they say the PCF Group SA is currently working on 7 projects. Gemini, a new AAA game developed in partnership with global publisher Square Enix. Maverick, Gears of War E-Day, in collaboration with Microsoft. And then they list off a bunch of other games. So yeah, Project Maverick is Gears of War E-Day. So that it is not like a separate project like we originally speculated or anything like that. This is them joining in which we already knew they were involved, by the way, but this is now putting a name to the project and what exactly it is, which previous rumors for their job listings and stuff, they were talking about experience with the shooter genre, experience in creating PvP maps, so multiplayer, experience in level design, both practice and theory, so choke points, routes, lines of sight, engagement distances, UE5 knowledge, and Unreal Engine editor full working proficiency. So yeah, just again, it's Gears of War. So just wanted to make that a known fact to our audience so that people didn't think there were 2 projects coming. So this is totally separate. So Cog, any thoughts on now knowing that this is what Project Maverick is? It's the game that we already knew about.
Right. We already knew about.
Closed out the summer showcase last year.
Yeah. Like I said, so look, People Can Fly. I got love for them. And obviously E-Day looked amazing. It should be hopefully amazing. I'm not too worried about it. I admit I was a little disappointed, because there's a part of me that was like, oh man, I was hoping that
I was hoping too. Yeah.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Kind of thing. So, not that E-Day is going to be whack or anything like that, because I know how they do. But I will say this though, they're saying, what is it? Project Gemini, a new AAA game developed in partnership with Square Enix.
Well, we know what that's got to be, right?
Right.
You know what that's got to be.
Right? Okay, that's so I'm excited again. So that's what I was like, okay, y'all playing that game, new AAA with Square Enix, when we already had Square Enix with other AAA with y'all, which we love as our beloved, me, you, and Colin. Love our beloved Outriders. So I want Outriders to come back. I think 100%. It was a tremendous foundation. It was a wake-up call in the looter genre. I am the looter guy, and I am the build crafting guy. If you knock these things out, I'm a huge fan. And I thought for their first effort, that was the first time I was like, since probably, there was a couple of challenges to Destiny. Obviously, Destiny reigned a long time. But I'll shout out to Warframe. Warframe's still doing his thing. But what I was gonna say, like the moments where I remember, like, ooh, Bungie, you better pay attention to this. This is a contender. They're doing something. It was Division 1. And I remember seeing gear sets for the first time and boom, boom. But then when I saw Outriders, I was like, wait a minute, I could extract the property off of something and put it into something else and break. Oh, okay. And then you got the with a full skill tree that I could just reset at any time and go down this path. Yeah. I was like, oh,
yeah.
Watch out. This is a young whippersnapper that got some potential here. He's a future champ. Pay attention. That's how I look at the looted genre. Like, who's the, you know what I mean? Man.
That is one that I hope they are bringing back, because I thought Outriders was excellent. I still don't think I can't think off the top of my head a third-person shooter I've played where I'm just like getting that feeling Outriders gave me of that, like that movement. That just think you're a bulldozer and like a fucking rubbish yard, just like slamming through enemies. Just the movement, the shooting, the powers, all really good. And if they, I think, market it better, and I say market it not in the terms of awareness, but they market it better. Like, this is what Outriders is, because people thought it was live service, and it's like, no,
it is not.
It's more like Borderlands.
Yes.
And that was the biggest misconception of the game until, thank God they did the Game Pass deal. People got to play and be like, oh. But then even that game had server issues. So there was couple of some couple of marks on the report card there that weren't as positive as we'd like. But if they get it right the second go around, which I think they should, this could be awesome. So I imagine they do it this year. They go like September with Borderlands.
They can't.
2026 energy, I'm hoping.
2026, please.
I don't know, bro. I think, here's the thing, man. Came out in 2021.
It is time. At least it's time for an announcement.
Yeah.
At least time for an announcement. Yeah. I think Outriders deserves it big time, man. Yeah. Oh, I would go crazy for a new one. What?
Sam.
What? Yeah. All you got to do is just no bugs where I lose my loot and I'm in the start screen in my boxes, my character's in his boxes. Bro, I was a feature story for the bug that they had that didn't get fixed for over like 3 months. Where I'm sorry, Square Enix. I mean, y'all got mad at me, but I was just like, bro, what am I supposed to do? Like, I'm like, no one's responding to me. I wasn't even nasty. Like, one of the community managers will follow me. I'm like, bro. So I said, all right. So I said, here's what I launched the game, what I'm experiencing for months, that I can't play this game. So, but you know who Paul Tassi had featured me with my character image in his main feature story. But I went viral for that thing, but they did fix it eventually, but they just had to do a better job of their communication. I think it was a lesson learned, but it goes to show you how much I love that game, because I was willing to deal not playing with it for a month or two until they fixed the issue. So I was so thirsty to get back in. That's how much I loved Outriders.
Absolutely, dude. So there's good news and bad news, if you will. A little bittersweet, but Gears of War E-Day sounds like what Xbox fans have wanted, Gears fans have wanted, so should deliver in that department. And then the potential of a collaboration with Square Enix, a little Outriders 2 would be brilliant. All right, next up here. Unfortunately, we're recording this right now as it's happening. There is a Borderlands 4 State of Play that I would love to have kind of wrapped into the show. However, one bit of Borderlands 4 news we did get ahead of this State of Play was a new release date, September 12th, 2025. They've moved up a couple of weeks. Randy Pitchford did step out after all of the speculation came out, like, oh, GTA 6, it's happening in October. And he said, nope, has nothing to do with any supposed release dates. It has everything to do with the fact that based off our play tests and our bug fixes, that we were able to move up 2 weeks. Now, I'm going to call bullshit. All right. I'm going to call bullshit on this because it's a win. If you're Take Two, this is great for Randy to go out and say, right? It builds confidence in the product, right? You're saying this right before a big showcase, which I hope looks good. I love Borderlands, so I'm excited to check it out after the show. But Randy steps out. He's like, no, like, our game's just in that greatest shape, and you're going to see it for yourself. And it shows out. So here come the pre-orders. At the same time, it keeps the ambiguity of GTA. Everyone wins. But you're trying to tell me GTA 6 can't bully you out of your spot? You're telling me big, bad GTA can't? I don't know about that, man. So GTA can bully anybody. Even Call of Duty, I think. It can bully anybody.
Anybody. That's a fact. Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you. Randy, shout out to you, but yeah, I don't believe you either. I don't. I just don't. My thing is, you know, in the realm of game development, think about it. How rare is it for things to move up? Right? It's not something that frequently happens. You usually get the opposite, where it's like, okay, hey guys, we need a little bit more polish, whatever. And look, I get it in terms of, I think the reason why he probably jumped out in front is maybe to make people not worry about the quality of the game or something to that effect.
Sure.
And, and I get that. And I know the talk is GTA, but let's be honest. You guys are under the same umbrella.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Everyone kind of has an idea of when they're going to drop, right? Kind of thing. So under that, that 2K brand. So to me, and Take-Two, like, you have an inkling, you know what I'm saying, of what's happening. And the way this comes off to me is y'all watching that video right now. I'm literally watching it, talking to it right
now. Yeah. I was going to say, I'm watching now. I'm like, this looks really good.
It looks good. It looks good as hell. I ain't gonna hold you. Y'all doing y'all thing.
It literally is going to come down to the writing. Like, that's all it's going to come down to. Borderlands 3 was fun as shit. It was just...
Bro, that slide with the... this joint's crazy. I ain't gonna hold you. It looks sick. And again,
it looks like they redesigned the characters. They actually have armor on, and they actually don't look whack as fuck. That was my biggest complaint.
Yes. Oh, who that? The person looked like a hunter from, and then they got to do with the two sword style. Oh, yeah. This look fine.
These characters look okay.
Yeah, card designs look dope. Okay. I ain't gonna front.
Yeah. No, they look way. At least from this quick glance here, they look way better. That was my biggest thing, man. Remember when did we see this for the first time? And I was like ranting and raving with you. I was like, dude, these character designs compared to Borderlands 1, 2, 3, pre-sequel even, I'm like, what happened? So this looks way better at a quick glance, man.
Yeah, I love the way it's looking at a quick glance. And I will say, I will give him this. One thing I think it's not running from, it's Marathon. I don't think it's necessarily running from that, that kind of thing. But look, you want this to be in the best position to win. And now that we're seeing more of it and how good it's looking, right? Give it more of a buffer, because the thought process is big GTA is coming, whether it comes in the middle of October or towards the end. You want to keep that distance to let the zeitgeist of these games breathe. You have to, if you are caught in that vortex of proximity next to GTA, you are in dire trouble. That's why I was looking at what Ghost of Yotai did, what I thought was interesting. You see, they grab, what was it, October 2nd, like the very first day, like, so if it's a 2-week window, at least they got their 2 weeks of zeitgeist, and you know what I'm saying? Like, that's what I think everyone's doing. People know it's coming, and that's why you're moving. I'm with you. I think this is corporate speak from Randy. I love you, but nah, bro, you move for a reason. There ain't no way you moving up that. Like,
this gameplay is looking pretty fucking good too. This chick's like summoning a spirit of herself with a Reaper scythe. This guy's got like a whole digital thing in front of his face that lets him like, this looks good.
I'm liking the environments, man.
Yeah, the environments look really. These kind of Borderlands 2 energy to me.
Yeah,
like a mixture of green and blue. I'm seeing a lot of that, like a lot of snow, a lot of grasslands.
Yeah, I'm feeling this. I got to shout out my man Slow Mo back. Like, he loves Borderlands. He goes hard. This is the OG coming back, and in a way, like I said, I'm so happy that it's moving away from other things to let this thing shine. And also shout out to them. Switch 2 launch.
Oh, really?
I mean, not at launch for the Switch. I mean, but the fact that it's going to be on Switch 2.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? We don't have a date just yet, but that's a huge deal. Like, they are really trying to do their comeback story, and I'm pulling for them. I mean, if you're going to continue to look, the game's going to play and look like this, the keys, like you said, it's going to be the humor. It's going to be that narrative, because the gameplay looks like it's solid as hell right now.
Yeah.
So
I agree.
I'm excited.
No. Yeah, we'll be keeping our eyes on this one, talking about it a lot. Maybe we'll dive into State of Play more intimately when we actually have time to consume the whole thing and hear what they have to say. Next up here, this is a day one Game Pass game, I believe. Let me double check this here. Hang on, but
Wuchang
Full and Feathers. That is
definitely.
Yeah. That is coming out July 24th. So basically, So remember when we were saying July was going to be our safe month? I'm about to kind of ruin that with these next 2 bits of news here, because July is filling up now. So this is one I absolutely want to play. I thought it looked brilliant. The combat, the animations. I am so surprised how it is not like, I'm looking at this new pre-order trailer. They put up 60K views on IGN. Another $50 game as well, might I add.
Oh,
But
wow.
60K views. I'm just like, dude, why are people not talking about this? This has like beautiful animations, deflections, boss fights, movement tech. This might be a late bloomer. That's the vibe I'm getting. Like people will catch on to it late, but very, very cool looking game. Day one Game Pass. Again, July 24th this year. Keep an eye on it.
Look at the animations, bro.
I know, right?
God, this is cap is crazy. Yeah, this is sick. Again, Souls fans, y'all eating. This is I get jealous of y'all. Y'all get so much of what y'all want.
Yeah,
like this looks stylish. I love the antagonist. She's giving me Naraka Blade Point vibes, the antagonist.
Yeah, a little bit the character model.
The character model. Looks I loved it. It looks rich. Yeah, this looks really good. I can't hold you. Obviously, not so good, but this looks really good. Yeah. And I remember seeing it. Oh, she got a little Shaolin staff. Okay, all right. I'm looking at the latest trailer. I missed the latest one, the pre-order joint. Yeah, it's sick. So again, July comes. This should be. I think what's happening right now is the zeitgeist of everything with Expedition and Oblivion. It's so much noise right now that it's getting lost. But I think as we get closer, provided they can continue to drop, do marketing towards it, they should be okay. Because that's a month for the most part. I don't know if anything else. This is probably they got the month, right? Who else is July? Because I'm trying to think.
I got one for you right here.
Who we got?
Next up, Robocop Rogue City Unfinished Business launches a week before Wuchang Fallen Feathers, July 17th, 2025. So if anyone liked Robocop, that was the first-person shooter that came out, got really, for a lot of people, surprisingly good reviews. I had not played that yet because I have to admit, of all the movies I have caught up on, Robocop is not one of them yet.
Oh, bro.
So I felt like I couldn't appreciate it till I played it.
Smart.
But here's the thing, Cog. In July, you also get
what else we got?
Tony Hawk.
Ooh,
July 11th. For the PlayStation and Switch bros out there, Patapon is coming back. Donkey Kong Bonanza's in July.
Oh, that's huge. That's huge. That's everybody gotta
So normally July is that sleeper month,
bro.
And honestly, for me, bro, this is I haven't played the sequel yet, but No Sleep for Kaname Date. This is the third entry in the Eye of the Somnium Files series, and that's July 25th. I'm just looking at it like, well,
bro, wait a minute. When is my Altars? I think is it Altars like June?
Altars is June.
Oh, June. Okay.
Yeah, Altars is June. June's crazy, bro. I'm looking at June right now. June's got Bravely Default, HD Remaster, Cyberpunk on Switch 2, Civ on Switch 2, Remake Integrate on Switch 2, Mario Kart World, of course, Welcome Tour, Rune Factory on Switch 2.
Yeah.
All these like ports, Dune Awakening, which got some pretty interesting previews. Like apparently it's a great game, but very buggy. That's June 10th. Mind's Eye is June 10th. Altars is June 13th.
Gotcha.
And that transitions us actually really nicely into what's on June 17th.
What's on
June 17th is FBC Firebreak. June 17th, 2025. This is the kind of spin-off title. It'll be day one Game Pass. It's the spin-off title in the Remedy-verse. I think, with Control and everything that's going on there. Alan Wake. It's all in that universe as well. It's that 3-player co-op style game that they're pushing for. They've kind of pushed back against the live service stuff. I am just going into this one blind because I'm so behind on the Remedyverse that I feel like it would be a disrespect for me to dive and be like, yeah, I'm gonna play Firebreak. That's the one I'm gonna dive into. Maybe it's lit. I don't know. I'll check it out. But I still got to do Alan Wake 2. I still got to do Control. Yeah. Also in June, just to add on to this mess here, Rematch, which looks really great, and that I covered a couple of weeks ago. Day one Game Pass is June 19th. June 26th, Death Stranding 2 on the beach. Like, dude. It's Rido Remastered. This is a SMT game that's getting remastered on June 19th. Tamagotchi Plaza, like this very obscure release from Nintendo, June 2017. Like, dude, so many of these games I want to play.
Yeah, and literally there's usually 1 to 2 major AAA games per month. Is getting to that point, sprinkled with all these great double A's and indie here and there sprinkled in. It's every month you can't avoid something. It's getting to that point. I'm looking at FBC right now. Actually, it's my first time really looking at it. They've got some really interesting. This almost feels like an amazing tech demo for like particle effects. Also, the way the guns and the things are shooting. You can see it?
Can you send it to me? Where is it?
Yeah, I got you right now. It is I'm looking at the gameplay trailer right now. I got you right now. Check this out. It's a tech, bro. It was on the Future Game Show. And if you scroll, probably like till they like, let's say, yeah, here we go. Right from the 22-second mark on, it is crazy. Like, you look at the papers and all these effects going on. Look at that Tommy gun at a 30-second mark and everything that's happening with that. Like, this is amazing tech. Like, all the amount of, like, and the money's on the ground and the things and the papers, all these papers sticky. Like, it's like Post-its.
Grenades, yeah.
Yeah. It almost reminds me on a level, like an action level of like when Bethesda was showing off, all the, remember in Starfield, like all the sandwiches and stuff. But this is like way higher level. Like I would say higher level, but it's a different type of game. But what I'm trying to say is it's really a showcase of what this engine is doing, and it's pretty impressive. But yeah, I didn't know about this, man. This is again yet another amazing thing to look out for and see. It's crazy, bro. It's crazy.
Yeah, this game, I'm looking at it now. I'm interested, but here's the problem I'm having is as someone who played oh my god, Crossfire X. I've been down the Remedy first-person shooting rabbit hole before. It did not end well for me. Not that this game looks like it, but I do get these kind of flashbacks.
Little scar. You gotta wait and see. You gotta see that review first.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like basically if you like horde mode games, that's kind of where this game's vibing. 3-player horde mode stuff.
Horde mode, like against the just enemy. These bosses though. What the hell is that? At the very end. Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, I will give you that. Because this is not their normal space, right? We got to see. But I am impressed with the tech, though. I am very impressed with. So let's see. Let's see if they nail it. But good call out there. I forgot about that.
Absolutely. So add that to the list. And then if you're me and you're really interested in Bethesda Game Studio style games, very few people shoot for this crown, They very rarely do, but today we're talking a bit about Tainted Grail Fall of Avalon. It's leaving early access on May 23rd. Full transparency, I did do a sponsored video for this game, but like one of the easiest sponsored videos I've ever done, because number one, like I only do these things when I just like lay down the guidelines. I'm like, I'm not saying what you want me to say. Like, it's just like you're buying a slot on my channel, and if you're cool with that, then I'll make a video on it. And number two is that, I mean, this game literally it markets itself as indie Skyrim. It's from a Polish team, I believe. Nice. But they literally wear it like a badge of honor. They're like, yeah, we're a independent Bethesda Game Studio style game. So it's got, if you like Skyrim or you like Oblivion, like it's got a lot of the hallmarks, the first person exploration and interaction, and even the very familiar jank of those games. If you've ever wondered what a BGS game is like with Eurojank instead, that is literally what Tainted Grail Fall of Avalon is. But it's also a very beautiful game from everything I did play of it. I did not think it would be leaving early access so soon. So I was just talking to Brad yesterday because Lost Soul Aside got delayed to August, and I was like, cool. I said, because now all that's really there for me is Doom as well as Night Rain, and that's plenty. A month with 2 games is me saying like that's a slow month is saying something about 2025, right? Especially after everything else we just ran down. Yeah. So then I see this and I'm like, great. So now it's 3 because I want to check this out.
Looks good.
Yeah, I recommend people can do it. Tainted Grail, Fall of Avalon. There's a friend I made at the Veilguard event I went to. His name is Wolfheart FPS, and he does.
Oh, that's my man. I met him for the first time.
He's awesome,
this year.
Bro.
He's awesome. I met him at the KCD 2 event. He's
really nice
awesome.
Guy.
Really nice guy. The black hair, long hair guy. I know what you're talking about. Yep.
Yeah.
Super cool dude.
Really good dude. And he does a lot of updates on this game pretty readily. And they actually added, they said they weren't going to do it, but then they added in, I saw it in his video, a third person mode. So there's like, they originally just did first person only. And they're like, no, we're not doing third person for the game. And then they're getting it in before the game actually ships.
Wow.
So yeah, it checks a pretty important box there.
Horse armor joke at the they definitely coming for the Oblivion. I mean the Elder Scrolls crowd at the very end of the trailer.
Yep.
The release date trailer. You could tell that was a little horse armor. It looks beautiful and it's very, very lordly, very like that time period. Yeah,
lots of content too. So I mean, I know everyone's full of things to play, but if you like BGS stuff and you went from like Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 to Oblivion Remaster and you want more of that, Tainted Grail Fall of Avalon is right here for you.
Oh, you're eating.
All right. Well, let's shift away from the release dates of things for a brief moment here, because I want to talk about what Baldur's Gate 3 director Sven Binky said about AI. I thought it was really interesting perspective because, Larian Studios has been very much championed as a pro gamer studio. They made one of the best RPGs of all time. So I think their opinion carries a lot of weight, especially his. So his thoughts on AI were one I was keen to get. And if you listen to Defining Duke, it may sound a little familiar, although I do think the article we're looking at here, PC Guide, because I went back and listened to, I didn't get a chance to hear the full thing because it was right before the show, because I think this just broke a few hours ago. But I think this article paints it a lot more negatively, where I'll get a little bit into some of Sven's thoughts that I think are leaning more positively on AI. But anyway, I'll read this part of the article and then the quote. It says, in a recent interview with GameSpot, Sven Vink, founder and CEO of Larian Studios, the team behind Baldur's Gate 3, was asked whether using AI might help shorten development timelines, to which he replied, it is a naive thing to think that AI will shorten development cycles. Sven went on to explain that the reason he doesn't believe AI will shorten development timelines is because while it might make certain tasks faster, it will also expand what developers are capable of doing. In other words, instead of reducing workload, AI will likely encourage teams to aim higher and do more. He also says that using AI will inspire new ideas and creative possibilities that we haven't even thought of yet. It will also help automate parts of the job that people, quote, don't want to work on, end quote. The quote directly from GameSpot is, quote, I think that it's an age-old truth. If you give a developer 2 years, they'll take 3. So the same thing will be the case here with what you're going to give them in the terms of abilities to do stuff. If they have the ability to do things faster, they'll just do more, which is what you actually want. Also, that's why I think it will improve the state of the art in terms of games that we're going to see. You're going to see more and more things, but they'll be used in creative ways that we haven't even imagined yet, end quote. So this is an important thing to point out here. And the reason I thought it kind of echoed some of my own thoughts was because of more so the front half of what he said about a lot of people are believers in AI because they're like, well, this is going to narrow down development timelines. Like, this is going to make things quicker. We're going to go back to like how it was during the 360, maybe even the PS2 days, like a few years. But I argued that it's just going to embolden developers to experiment more, to learn more, to, if you can get to that boring part quicker, now you're going to just push that same development window into like, well, now all the crap that used to eat up like years of work is now just spent creating and iterating and that sort of thing. And so these games might even get longer was the part that I think Sven doesn't say here, but that I say is I think the timelines are going to get longer in some instances because they're going to be given more time to create than ever before. And like, that is a very intoxicating thing because like artists don't know when to abandon is how I look at things. So I just thought that was a very interesting standpoint, just that, he doesn't think it's going to generally shorten development timelines, kind of that intimate familiarity with developers. You give them 2 years, they'll take 3. At the same time, though, I thought his stance on like machine learning was very interesting because it seems very applicable to 3D games. So he's like, you build an animation for one character, but if like you want to use that same animation for a different model, he's like, basically machine learning has helped them there. He used that as an example, and I was like, yeah, that makes sense. Like, that is where I think AI is good because now your animation pool is bigger and more applicable to different enemy types, and it creates the illusion for the player in a stronger way, and it requires again less man hours to do those sorts of things. But I just thought his comments again were very interesting. This is I was a little bit pissed because I asked to interview Sven. And I was told he's not doing any until after they announce something. And then here he is on GameSpot talking about the future. And that's exactly what I said. I said, hey, here's this Todd Howard interview. Let's come on board. Like, let's do this. Like, let's talk about the future. No, we're going to wait. I'm like, yeah, Larian's, that makes sense to me. And I see him on fucking GameSpot. I'm like, yeah, You bastard. I'll get you one day, Swine.
I've been there before, brother.
Yeah.
I know how it is to get, what we consider the white whales of the industry. Mm-hmm. And, you usually get marketing or, some teams are, they're trying to tell you what's happening. You're like, all right, okay, cool. I can be patient. That makes sense. And then you see him at some other big platform, like, this time that he really did have available. Look, it's the game.
Yes, he did have
it.
things to say, huh?
Yeah, exactly. It's the game, and I get it. It's one thing me and Attic always have a discussion. It's unfortunately, it does come down to that.
They were very nice and said that they would do it, so I only tease. But it was definitely one of those moments where I was like, damn it.
Yeah. Oh, for sure. No, bro, you're preaching to me because I've had these exact moments, and it's just like, and you see it, and again, it's not like I'm hating on any other platform, but it's what the excuse of what was told to us, right? Right. So you go, okay, I see it is. And again, no bitterness. Shout out to Splinter and the team and whatever. Or shout out to all the execs and stuff like that. We understand. Listen, I personally believe it is not, the Phil Spencer saying, no, I don't want to come on this show. Or
the bodyguards in front.
It's they've got the protecting your bodyguards. They got the shield around them, and they are making decisions that they feel are best for their company. Yeah. And sometimes a lot of that tends to drive to a specific engagement. But we get it. It's the game. But it's all good. I had to get that off. I'm glad you said that. But now to the Sven's comments about the AI stuff. I think it's very powerful what he said. I think that there's some truth to it. I'm the first to listen to differing views than my own. Obviously, I wouldn't say I'm bullish on AI. I'm just one of those people that, I guess I'm pro tech in a way, in a sense of, seeing how things could assist development. I'm always intrigued by that. But he makes a good point. And I have to take that into consideration in terms of the developer mindset, right? And the developer mindset is, hey, now we got the menial stuff out the way. Now I can do way more creative stuff. And that is fair. I think that is a very fair assessment. And I think it comes back to what we were saying earlier, which is in terms of good project management and good project management and corporations that won't necessarily try to abuse the scope. Well, it's like, well, now we have AI in that, so you guys could do so much more, and kind of thing. And that's going to be the push-pull versus for the creatives and pushing them farther and making still game development as long as it is because of what's going on. But there is still, I look at it as a net positive, which is like, at the end of the day, the sentence to me that resonates the most, he was like, I think that's why, he says, I think this is why it would improve the state of the art in terms of games that what we're going to see. You're going to see more and more things, but they will be used in creative ways that we haven't even imagined yet. The geek and tech in me loves that statement because at the end of the day, I'm always pushing the culture forward. I want to see, things that we haven't seen before. I remember when I saw the Nemesis system for the first time, I'm like, yo, you know what I'm saying? Like, this is, I want more breakthroughs because we're at that point of diminishing returns where it's just like, yeah, all right, shiny coat of paint. Okay, cool. But what did you do to change gameplay? What happened that we go, oh, that's innovative. We're not really seeing this before, kind of thing. And I think that's the part that I guess maybe I'm naively hopeful for, that, we'll see some breakthroughs. But to your point, I think it's fair to say the developer mindset is, yo, use the tool. Let's get rid of all the medial stuff that we hate, all the automated stuff that we would spend hours doing on our own, crafting on our own. That's a positive to not have to do that no more. But now you're putting all your resources to like do all this super extra creative stuff that still keep a development cycle the same length, if not longer. So I think that's a fair call out that you put out here. And I love getting, examples of both sides and just to see where it is.
Yeah. Like his is, I think, a more well-measured take.
Yes.
From a more trusted voice that sounds like, they be using it right. Like the way that's ideal. Like you eliminate the boring stuff, you let your team create.
Yeah.
So, and I love that he called out the naivety of it, because I think that's spot on.
Yeah.
Spot on.
And his voice holds extreme weight.
Yes.
Based on the quality of Baldur's Gate 3 and the love and care of that development cycle. They, again, when we're getting into that, I don't want to put, Larian is here, no doubt. But it's like when you look at the Sandfalls and like there's certain studios now that we like, yo, they're showing the industry how to do things.
Yeah, listen.
And they fall in that category.
Yep. I agree completely. All right, Cog, it's time to shift to our turtles. Yeah, you got to get your bars off on this one because TMNT Splintered Fate is coming to Xbox and PlayStation. It arrives digitally on PlayStation 5 and 4. This is a strange one. May 20th, while Xbox Series and One owners will have to wait until June 24th. So add that to the June list I was talking about earlier. If you're willing to hold out a bit longer, August 26th is the date you can get yourself a physical edition of Splintered Fate for your collection. They're also doing a collector's edition that I will probably be buying. I couldn't find the website for it to look closely at the products there, but when I do, I probably will be picking it up because I think this is like the best TMNT game. But Cog, we were just having an interesting conversation a day ago. Why don't you fill the audience in so they don't feel too left out?
Bro, I am so livid right now. My man Maddie comes on Defining Duke. He's like, bro, what was it, like a year ago? We're talking about you doing what's playing, and you're like, there's a Turtles game you don't even know about, fam. I'm like, word, all right. He's like, look, it's Switch exclusive. I think it's on PC though. It's kind of like, which was like you described, like almost like Hades kind of energy.
Again, what is going on this episode? Dustin's gonna have a fun time.
It's all good. We're gonna rock. But yeah, bro, I remember you telling me this thing, and I'm just like, all right, it sounds dope. Let me hold out a little bit because what's the joke at the time? What's the college says? Was it Stinky Switch? Right? So I'm like, all right, I want it. My backlog's crazy, but it's such a unique take on terms of the way you was waxing poetic about the gameplay and the loop, and I'm like, yo, I'm gonna do it. So I get around to it, and then it comes down now to the decision process because now I'm looking at. Remember, your boy got one of them Switch 2 pre-orders. It was a hellified fight, but I did it. I was able to do it. Shout out to Target. Shout out to Wario64 for putting everybody onto the Target app, and I was able to get my accessories there. And
you got yours at Target?
So no, I got my accessories at Target. But get this. Remember you had to go to your physical GameStop location. My local GameStop that I was going to do because I need to get one that had a midnight launch because I'm flying out to Summer Games Fest the very day that the Switch drops. So I need a store that has a midnight launch so that I can get my Switch at midnight and I'll jump on the plane in the morning and I'm good to go with the Switch. I want to be on the plane with the Switch too. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I'm like, all right,
I'm basically doing the same thing. Yep.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's right. You're in the same pocket.
Yeah.
So I'm like, all right, I need a midnight launch. So my regular joint that I go to that's really local, bro. While I drive out front, and the awning is ripped off, and the whole store GameStop is shut down. I'm like, no. And the only other locations are in a mall that don't ever do midnight launches. So I'm like, no, I'm not gonna have my Switch for LA. I'm tight. So I'm like, all right. But then I did some research and I found out like some remote in the middle of nowhere, rural New Jersey, got a GameStop. And I'm like, ooh, it's in like a little strip mall. Nobody. I'm like, oh, this is perfect. Got there. They had like 50 I looked at the store because shout out to my boy Forte, who works at GameStop. He's the one that's been holding down Saul for us during the time that Saul's been out with his family stuff. And Gamer Forte was like, bro, every GameStop by their mandate has to have the sign out in front. And it's supposed to tell you the allocation, how many standard switches they have and how many Mario Kart bundle switches they have. Bro, why I go to this store, Maddie, that number said 50, 2 Mario joints, 21 standards. I get there, there's a line. As soon as I'm counting the amount of people on the line. I'm like, all right, there's at least 52 people here, so I should get at least one switch. But your boy is good. I put the picture up on Twitter. I said, I'm out here, I'm working. It was old school energy, you know what I'm saying? I'm making friends. Bro, I haven't done like a launch pre-order in years. Like,
that's awesome.
So it was cool. I know why you love it. I was like, Maddie would love this. I'm out here making friends and stuff like that. So I get there. I was able to reserve. So now let's get back to the Ninja Turtle part. So my thing is I held out all this time. I said, you know what? I'm going to use my Switch 2 purchase differently. I'm going to use it to test a lot of games that's already came out on Switch 1 that I never got a chance to play. And I'm like, you know what? Switch 2 will probably have a little bit of the, the natural performance boost because it's a more powerful, version of the Switch. So I was like, let me do it on Switch. But before I did it, right, I'm hitting you up. Like, what's the name of that joint? Is it Splintered Fate? Because I'm looking on the Switch store and I'm like, there's a DLC. It's like $35. I'm bro. And before I purchased it, Maddie, I said, wait, God, there's a strong chance. You never know. Maybe they're about to announce that it's coming soon and you missed out. Google search if PlayStation and Xbox is getting it. Just one last time. Bro, I'm scoured the internet. Couldn't find anything. Everything's like Switch and Apple Store, a PC. And I'm like, all right, let me take the plunge. All right, Switch 2, download. Switch 1, I downloaded my Switch 1 so that when Switch 2 comes, I'll do the transfer. And then you come with this nonsense today. I was so angry, bro. I was like, yo, I just bought this game. I would have totally bought it on Xbox. So I'm a little livid.
Understandably
yes. I probably will have to double dip. But, I'm definitely playing on the Switch for the play, just to test Switch 2. But, yeah, I wanted to play it on the box, bro. I know. Man, I'm so frustrated with them that they just announced this the day after
it's just unbelievable timing that you finally committed. You're like, yeah, I bought it for my Switch 2. It's just like, it's going everywhere now.
Like, y'all could announce this any other time. Like, really?
Like just like a 24-hour difference would have made all. So you probably ideally be playing on Xbox then. Yeah, it sucks, but I mean, you won't regret it either way, because the thing that since the Switch 2 is more powerful, the only thing that the Splinter Fate had an issue with was just like when you finished a round, there was like a little hiccup as it was like loading in like your rewards for the round and everything like that. So you kind of get to do away with all of that because apparently it's really good on PC. You're going to get that probably nice, smooth 60 FPS. So you're going to be rocking and rolling still. Yeah. But
and Switch 2 at least has the Express cards, which you can only use an exclusive version of that new SD card, which is also their NVMe equivalent. So finally Switch 2 with the load times and stuff like that. We're going to have all this brutal stuff. So I think I picked up MLB The Show, the Splintered Fate, for it, and it was one. And of course, I'll be testing my Astral Chain. I'll be testing my Marvel Ultimate Alliance 3. All the exclusives to hopefully see a natural performance boost on Switch 2. But for Xbox, I'm still have to cop that for the crib, man. I still gotta have it, since it came to the platform.
Yeah. So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. This is my personal favorite TMNT game. Please check it out. There's a Tactical Takedown coming out in May as well. I'll be giving that a look.
I have not taken a look at that.
Yeah, it looks all right. About that. It looks all right. I think for TMNT turn-based, it could be a lot better. I think it kind of sells itself when you hear TMNT turn-based. You're like, oh, I'd like all 4 turtles, something like that. And then when you look at this, it's almost like a figure that has like poses that knocks people off like the map. It's very different. I'm still gonna play it, but it's I don't know how good it'll actually be.
Yeah, it kind of, I don't want to say. Yeah, not
low budget energy.
Yeah, low budget. Yeah, you said it. You literally said it was
ramen noodles weak energy.
Definitely lower budget here.
Yeah,
just a little bit. I'll be playing yours first. Splintered Fate will be priority.
Yeah, especially because I think this is PC only. So
gotcha.
This has taught you just to be just wait it out for however long it takes.
Facts.
All right. Next up, sticking with the Turtles, Kevin Eastman talked about the TMNT Last Ronin video game. Quote, video game was something that has been initially developed early. Tom and I were brought in to look at some of the concepts, look at some of the development issues and the things that were potentially happening there. There was a resting period, I think, or restructuring period with the major developer, but I understand that the last I heard from Nickelodeon, it's back on track. So we all hope we all hope to share news in the future. We've got nothing definitive. We got to share news on the progress of the video game in the future, though. End quote. So, I mean, it's got a pulse. We remember Black Forest Games was announced as the developer behind TMNT Last Ronin. This was really when I was in my feel sorry for me bag because I just recently went through KOTOR Remake, having a developer swap and an existential crisis. And then here comes along Last Ronin. Industry's going through layoffs. Half the team gets wiped out. Yeah. And I'm like, why? With like the one Ninja Turtle game that would put them on like this AAA level, are we messing around like this? So I'm glad to hear, according to Nickelodeon at least, they think it's back on track. I will believe it when I see it, but there is a pulse here. Cog, any thoughts on the Last Ronin video game? Because you and I are going to be getting some Last Ronin in our DNA come July. The second book, hardcover, drops July 8th. So the Book of the Dukes will be promoted once more here on the show. Keep an eye out for that. We'll be talking about it. I cannot wait. But what do you make of what's going on here with the game, sir?
Yeah, I mean, look, like you said, the patient is still showing signs of life, right? Mm-hmm. Which is what we want. We definitely, wax poetic. I think shout out to you for putting me onto one of the greatest Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle stories of all time.
Hell yeah.
I just, bro, I always love when series are bold enough to reinvent themselves in a cool and creative way. And that was such a powerful story and dark. And you know me, I love that stuff. We get into what I'm playing. Like, I have an appreciation for those kind of timelines because I feel like I was on Constellation. I feel like storylines where it kind of can mimic what I consider a reality that someone could live in, and it's like, yo, your brothers got murdered. You know what I'm saying? Like, man, Splinter. Like it's real. There's one turtle left. Like it takes the Rosie Cowabunga stuff, and now really hardens it, levels it out. And say, okay, this is a reality after that world, and this is what's going on now. what you gonna do? And I think it's so dope. But to the game, part, I think it's a perfect marriage to put that storyline into game form. So for us, it's like we're pulling for them, man. We just don't want to hear about no closures and no shutdowns, especially in the world right now where, was it EA? I don't know if that was a story.
That's a number one story for this week.
Oh, bro. Sorry. Yeah. So again, we got that. But man, it's you just hope that they're able to get this off, and because it should sell us up. I do think it is a positive side that Nickelodeon is saying that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? As far as he said, the last he's heard from them, provided they ain't got nothing going on that they withholding, as far as layoffs or whatever. But, because, that's at the time they said it's on track, but we'll see, But I like the fact that at least his last correspondence was that it was on track. So we'll see. We're pulling for them, and we hope they're able to tell a dope story on one of the dopest storylines that is out in the Ninja Turtle universe.
Agreed. All right, next up here, briefly, we'll talk about Resident Evil 9. Capcom posted a thank you letter for, I think it was 10 million players with Resident Evil 4 Remake. It pans out, there's a sign that forms the Roman numerals of a 9. If you rotate it, there was a change to said sign based on what it originally was in game. So people have been dissecting that this is a pretty clear tease for RE9 coming sometime soon. And this has been rumored for a long time. It feels like it's so overdue. So we'll see whenever it gets revealed, but they're starting to at least poke the bear a little bit, let you know that something's on the way. So what's one more game in 2025? Am I right?
It's just another game. That's all.
It's probably gonna be a January.
We got nothing to play.
Nothing at all. I'm very bored right now.
Absolutely, man. Feeling about the shout out to Capcom, bro. I think this is probably time, right? It's probably time. For Rez. Man, I just feel, whose timeline I'm going to be paying attention to is Gene Park. Yeah, like when I had him on RP, and I actually just did a stelly with him, and I always forget how like Resident Evil is his favorite game, like of all time.
I didn't know that about him. Interesting.
Resident Evil is like his number one game. He goes through how it changed his life, all the different iterations. Obviously, he loves the classics. He loves 4. He likes the horror aspect, and I need to get the way I go to you with Bethesda. I can't get I got to get the cosign from Gene.
Yeah.
If it is time and whatever they do decide to show or whatever, what does Gene Park feel? Because that's the Resident Evil guy as far as I'm concerned. No one Resident Evil's more than Gene Park. I'm telling you, like that's his joint. Yeah. So once the OG gives his approval, man, you know what I'm saying? And I'm gonna know, all right, Capcom's on the right track. He feeling it.
I have zero concerns about Capcom being on any track other than the right one right now. Yeah, I think they'll be just fine, especially with Resident Evil. And the way they set up Resident Evil 8 story, I don't know. I think a lot of people oversold 8, in my opinion. If you played 4, you played 8. Like, that is how I truly feel about that game. It was just a really familiar romp, and especially with the remake that came right around the corner, I was just like, yeah, this didn't really need to be made this way. Like, so you have like the castle segment, you have the island segment, just very familiar in that regard. But I do think the story gets fucking crazy by the end of 8, and I'm very curious to know how they carry it into 9. Did 8 get any type of expansion DLC continuing the story? So I don't think it did. I think that was an expectation, but who they're setting up in 9, very interested. It's probably the most interested I've been in a serious way with the Resident Evil narrative in a while. Because, there's times you're interested in on like an ironic level, like Resident Evil 5 or 6, where you're like, this is just a fucking car crash. Let's just see where this goes.
Fair enough.
All right. Next up, Cog, wanted to put this in here for you. Speaking of, there is a pulse. Splinter Cell, your baby. Blacklist, randomly getting some Steam achievements. I remember as a Knights of the Old Republic fan, how excited I was when KOTOR 2 got Steam achievements, got 1440p support out of nowhere. It was a beautiful day to be me. So Splinter Cell Blacklist, Ubisoft just randomly decides to give it some love. Hey, here's some achievements. So any thoughts or feelings on this? Would you maybe download this on the ROG Ally Steam Deck and give it a go again, or are we just stand our ground until that damn remake shows up?
I ain't believe nothing Ubisoft said in terms of Splinter Cell, man. I'm sorry. I'm completely apathetic. I'm like, no, bro. You've hurt me too many times. The disrespect of Sam Fisher. And I grant it. People are like, yo, this could be a positive sign. They may be doing something. How many times I've heard this from Ubisoft? The disdain they have, I should say disdain, the way they feel about Splinter Cell to me is like internally the way EA feels about Titanfall. The disrespect of Sam Fisher. Like me and Rand go through therapy sessions, bro. Like we're like, yo, we saw him. Oh, mobile game. Yeah, they'll throw Sam Fisher in some garbage, and I'm like, bro, like this is so disrespectful to an iconic. Like, man, you don't understand. Like, put it this way: the way I go hard for Splinter Cell is kind of like how you go hard for Danganronpa.
Yeah,
where you know you got Danganronpa, you're like, this is the joy. Like, you know how you go against Ace Attorney a bit, and you like Danganronpa's the wave, right? That's how I am with Kojima. I'm like, man, this is real stealth right here. You know what I'm saying? Like Sam Fisher, the double splits, like, oh man, the three guys. Like, that's what I want to know. Disrespect the Metal Gear, but I don't consider you really stealth like that. You flirting. You know what I'm saying? Like, but you're more of an action, and you're telling this amazing story. And granted, yes, other iterations of Metal Gear have incorporated stealth, but I know Snake Eater. I get it. But when you're talking about that pure infiltration, when you're talking about shooting the light, this was the first game I ever seen, Matty, where you shoot the lights out, and it had a darkness meter as far as your concealment.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying, bro? This was revolutionary. This was an Xbox exclusive. Bro, jumping up the side of the walls, doing the leg splits above the enemy so they don't see you, going through the vents, putting the camera underneath the door. Remember the snake camera?
Oh, yeah.
Bro, like this is
awesome.
The way I feel about, like, this is the modern ninja. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's where I want that pure, not this me 1 versus 35 people, Rambo shooting up the place, super agent energy. Nah, we got to get into the realism. That's what Splinter Cell, and the disrespect for this franchise and the flirting and not wanting to bring it back. And I'm just like, bro, what is going on, Ubisoft? So yeah, this is one of the ones that either I need to see the full announcement that it's coming, because they teased the remake and then we haven't heard from it since, right? Remember?
Yeah.
And it's just so fun. I feel you as a KOTOR fan. It's how I'm like, bro, this is so frustrating.
Yeah.
Rant over. Sorry, I had to get that.
No, dude, I appreciate you getting it off your chest. It's nice to hear someone else suffering a little bit like I was.
You suffer in silence. I get it.
All right. Well, there is some sort of life with Splinter Cell, but there's definitely a lot more happening in From Software, where Elden Ring passes 30 million shipments and digital sales, combining for, again, surpassing the 30 million sale mark. Very impressive number. I think the last figure we got was like 20 million. So this game continues to be a behemoth, and it's exactly why you are seeing From Software just continue to push more and more of these weird experiments. Like, let's do Night Rain. Fuck it. Like, let's do Duskbloods. Fuck it. Like, let's just do these random games, because they got the ability to do it a little bit more now. I think they already did, but like now with a true viral success like that, it just really has opened them up to try whatever they want for a couple of games. But this is tremendous to see, because again, we saw, I think the immediate sales for Shadow of the Erdtree was like 5 million or something like that. So that's incredible for DLC alone. So yeah, just Elden Ring continues to be an absolute behemoth, rightfully so. Amazing game. And Kong, any thoughts on its performance on the market?
Look, man, it's a monster. I'm not really surprised on any level with how huge, Elden Ring does. And 30 million shipments, it just goes to show you how much of a, it's funny to me how From didn't realize like how explosive this game would be for them, and just to see it continue, it was a phenomenon. I have to admit, as seeing a Souls in that form with that open world formula, I think was the perfect marriage of, okay, you know what? I'm not having to be locked down this very linear path where I'm forced to deal with things. All right, you know what? I'm going to go over here and then I'll do what you know what I mean? Like that kind of energy. And yeah, I gave it a shot. Obviously, I had my issues with certain things with Elden Ring, but, as far as co-op and certain, certain things, but and narrative. But look, I can't deny the effect and the impact. And 30 million. Wow, bro. Yeah. That is a monster.
Pretty crazy.
Yeah. I remember streamers just like taking off by trying Elden Ring for the first time. Yeah. And yeah, I don't want to disrespect it. It is a massive behemoth in the industry.
Absolutely. So last bit of financial stuff for the show. Yeah, Microsoft Q3 results. Breaking. Throw it in the show, right? Yeah. Tom Warren posts that Microsoft CEO Satya Nadella talked about Xbox Q3 2025 performance. He says, quote, ended the Q as the top publisher by pre-orders and pre-installs on both Xbox and PlayStation Store, end quote. PC Game Pass revenue is up 45% year over year, and cloud gaming has set a new record, surpassing 150 million hours played for the first time this quarter. So pretty good stats, bro. Looking nice. Obviously, we don't have hard numbers here, so I'm done overreacting to Microsoft statistics. Until I get those hard numbers, but seeing Game Pass, these are key growth targets for them, and to see them up in all these areas is a good sign for where they're heading as at least a company. PC Game Pass is someplace they need to grow, and boom, 45% up year over year. Cloud gaming records. I can attest that I've been doing cloud gaming more. One of the games I will be talking about with our Game Pass pick of the week, a lot of cloud gaming, man. A lot of cloud gaming with that. Just nice. I've been really loving Xbox Play Anywhere. Huge game changer for my. In fact, it's like why I wanted to see if. Unfortunately, it doesn't work right now, but I wanted Oblivion to have the Play Anywhere where I could take my Steam save and put it on my Xbox. That would be really nice. But Xbox already kind of changing the way I'm playing games. I gotta be honest, right? I was fighting a little bit, but my physical bros out there, I'm still fighting that war with you. But Xbox is definitely making my life a little more convenient in how I play games and allowing me to find more hours, even in my busiest of days, to play some video games. So, Cog, what do you make of these quick Q3 results we got here for Xbox?
Yeah, this is breaking news, so forgive me, we're just parsing it live, of the reaction. So, what I really was surprised by, PC Game Pass being up 45% is a huge deal, because that was one of the targets that they were going. We all knew hardware, right? Because I think hardware still is down, like maybe 5%, 6%. So hardware down is 6%, right? But they did mention PC Game Pass and cloud. Now, I'll be honest, PC, I didn't think they would have 45% growth on PC. That's huge. Then you talk about overall, like I said, services up. And the fact that cloud, I'm actually surprised at cloud growth in this, surpassing 150 million hours played for the first time, is getting the record there. And then, the OEM devices, gaming revenue up and content. So to me, I always look at Xbox content and services. That's up. So yeah, this is pretty impressive stuff. Didn't see that one coming, specifically with cloud and specifically with PC Game Pass. I think overall stakeholders would like that, and they like services up. And yeah, this is a big deal. This is a big deal. So I'm just reading the article. I was hoping to get the Game Pass numbers. I said, Game Pass numbers. Yeah. I want to know, because I'm curious. In 2024, what they said, Tom said they were at 34 million. I want to know where they are, because the rumors are, if they could get to 50 this year, and I'm very curious if they could do that. Oof. I mean,
very ambitious goal.
Very ambitious. Obviously these are data analyst people saying that based on their predictions are based on the fact that they are assuming, I don't know how true this rumor is, that there will be a free ad tier of Game Pass. So in that world where a free ad Game Pass tier exists, and specifically also in regions where, and that it would really benefit these regions to at least try and get into the service, that they'd get a jump there. So we will see. But I think overall what this tells me is that on a small scale, the strategy is working. We will see if it continues. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, I mean, especially if revenue is going to continue to go up, and I want to know if this quarter includes. I mean, this is comparative to last quarter, but well, I'm dying to know the part that includes this April. Remember, like the big launches of the AAA stuff on PlayStation, like the Forza and stuff. Because here's the deal, bro. I'm looking right now on the PlayStation Store. Look at the top 10 games. Guess what's the number one? What's the number one game, most played game on PlayStation? What you think?
Right now?
Right now.
I don't know. Fortnite goes to my brain.
Number two. So okay. number two is Fortnite, right? The number one play game on PlayStation is Oblivion Remaster. So you got that number one. I'm gonna send you this link right here so you can read along with me. But I like to see, like, again, just the data. How's this working for them?
Yeah.
Look at number 3.
Oh.
Look at number 5.
Oh.
And then check out number 7 if you scroll across.
Yeah.
And then rounding out 9 and 10 is what?
Minecraft. Yeah. So for those who can't see,
yes,
top 10 games in our country. You got Oblivion at 1. 3 is Forza Horizon 5. 5 is Call of Duty. You got at 7, I believe here. Yeah, Expedition 33. Number 10 is Minecraft. So
yeah. So literally, the biggest games on Xbox are dominating the PlayStation. They're leading the PlayStation Store.
I also think this new games tab right below is really interesting to look at because it's Oblivion, Forza, and Indiana Jones. Which sadly, I'm not seeing Indiana Jones in any of these top conversations. Which I'm just like, I get it, man. Like that's the game that did get buried in this whole conversation. Like it was, it wasn't.
Look what's
number. Expedition. It was Indiana Jones.
Look what number 5 is on pre-orders for PlayStation.
Oh yeah, I was just about to say that. Yeah, Doom: The Dark Ages. Well, Doom: The Dark Ages ran like a PlayStation exclusive trailer of some kind. And I was like, all right, this is like bag getting territory. Like I don't know what's happening here, but I'm sure Pete Hines is smiling somewhere.
Yeah, go ahead to the email. I think Pete liked that initiative.
Yeah. If he's like, treat us evenly. If Activision gets to do this, so do we.
Fair enough. But yeah, I think, like I said, the early signs of this strategy seem to be working. And again, with services, PC growth, those are their main focuses right now. And yeah, it so far continues. If they continue in this trajectory, I think stakeholders will be happy.
Absolutely. So all right, it's the time that you've all been waiting for, the moment, rather, you've all been waiting for. What games we have been playing. And I want to start with you, Cog. It's time to begin what I think will be a legendary week-to-week stretch on what's going on with your journey in Expedition 33. You also got another one here that I'm very keen to get your thoughts on. Let's open up with a little bit of a write-in here. Adam writes in, hello, Duke Gentleman. I'm curious if Cog has tried Expedition 33 yet, and if he has, I'm dying to know his thoughts. I finished the main story this weekend, and like Maddie, I was floored by the game. It's the classic yet modernized Final Fantasy I've been dreaming of for over 2 decades, and it took a new team of almost completely new talent to pull it off. I also completely agree with Jez Corden's recent article about how Expedition 33 put Square Enix on notice for increasingly abandoning classic turn-based combat in mainline numbered Final Fantasy games. Expedition 33 proves you can respect the old while embracing the new. Thank you, gentlemen, and have a Final Fantasy needs Call of Duty and GTA influences kind of day. So, Cog, your journey has begun. You've launched your first expedition. How are we doing?
Man, where do I begin with this? I know when we talked last week, you and E, and I just see the enthusiasm in your eyes. I see the passion. And I'm like, all right, my boys are loving this. But, you're always skeptical of how something is going to affect, you personally, right? So I'm sitting there and launch this thing up. And right off the gate is probably the most foreboding, grim, desolate world that I've encountered in a game. And they're talking about the grammage and everything that's going on. These people are suffering, bro. And the whole idea of the Patris and, in a sense, every year she shows up and you're getting Thanos snapped. And it's so ingrained in the culture of the narrative, right? And the first thing off the bat, like this is like I said, this is a French ass game. like I've never been to France. Like, man, I feel it. This thing oozes it. You see the backgrounds and the Eiffel Tower and all this stuff, and the artistry of France is really well described, even down to the language and the culture. But I want to shout out what set the tone perfectly for me is, I wax poetic about music, and the tone is so somber, and a lot of it has to do with the music. Yo, I go front. What's my man name? I got to shout him out right now. Lorien Testard. Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Bro, the track from the very beginning, Lumiere, the city. Bro, I'm like, I'm feeling something, man. I'm like, they even got a version where she's spitting the bars of the name of the song, clear obscure. I'm like, what is happening?
Yeah.
What is happening? Why is this so orchestral? Why is this so amazing? Like, this is a high level production. And once I found out, my man, shout out to Fred now, between him and Olivier, I got to see both of y'all nominations. Like, this is that impactful. I'm like, wow. Even the silly music when you fight the little mimes and the little, it's like little clown music. I'm like, bro, epic scores already. I'm like, amazing. So let's hit the ground running. We get the bad out the way. There's 2 little nitpicks I do have up there. I got to get them out early. What? I got 2 nitpicks that I don't like. All right. One of them is just a nitpick because of, I can tell, again, I'm coming from an Xbox console perspective, right? Remember, I'm assuming you did your review on PC.
I did, yeah.
So for us, the console plebs, the faces, you could tell the little AA energy with the little shimmering on the faces and the hair. It's a little rough. You can see that's where the AA is at, right? Now, skyboxes, E is right. You are right. Oh my God. Everything else about the game, beautiful. And for whatever reason, I don't know if it's my HDR settings or something like that, the darks are really dark, and I may have to adjust my setting. Like sometimes I feel like when they said a dark area, I'm like legit. Like when I'm in the camp area, and you know how you go to see a man with the weapon, I'm like, I legit can't see in this cave. So like I'm like, okay, I got to fix my setting. So maybe that's a me issue. And then the second thing, again, now this is probably my real pet peeve. Some people, it's definitely a design decision on their part, but like it is bothering me that there is no mini map of any level.
That was one of my, that's fair.
It's because what's happening to me, Manny, is I'm going through these dungeons. And like when you play a metaphor, think about you go, all right, you land with the air runner, you get to the thing, at least you have that little mini map showing you the structures you've been walking around. Bro, you know how many times in Expedition 33 I've backtracked and gone back to the beginning of a place I've already retraced my steps? And they have like branching paths and little secrets. Like this is a game that makes me want to search everything because you get a little picto, you get some, you'll get stuff for being curious. And I'm like, okay.
Sometimes you'll accidentally progress the story thinking you're going the optional route. Yeah, I agree. That was like the one thing I said in my review. I was like, yeah, a map would definitely help.
Like, I understand like you want people to search, but just pressing wide, all I see is a compass is, come on, Expedition. Like I would have loved that. That's my only bad.
Okay.
All right. Now let's get to it.
Let's get to it. Come on now. Come on.
The story hits the ground running. Obviously, we talked about that. I'm not going to spoil too much, but it was so powerful that when one character is talking to another character about how broken they are with this world, and they had a moment, like I knew the game had, I'm like, why am I tearing up this early in the game? Like, bro, I should not be feeling grown man tears in the first hour. Like the first hour, I'm like, no, not like this. Not like this. Bro,
it's Last of Us energy, bro. Last of Us did that. It's so well acted. You're like, yeah, that first hour kills me every time. And I watched a friend play this last night, and I started to well up again. My friend was bawling. He was like, "Oh my god, bro,
bro!" And like, first of all, this is their way of life on one end, but then the moments to me is when, you know, shout out to Gustav and other people, like there's break moments where they break, and when I knew the game was real, when a certain character said to another character, "Fam, we made an oath. The mission was to do F the mission then." Did the mission say we was going? I was like, hey, yo, like the person was going to throw out all their morals and also maybe delete. So I was like, you know what I'm saying? I was like, bro, this is so real because I'm so tired of the tried and true tropes of, you know, every game. We're the heroes and we're the brave guys and we're going to go through. We're going to save the day. No, every person that came before you died. Every expedition that happened before, the story of expedition, there was 100. We are down to 33. Everyone that has attempted this is a legit suicide mission. That's the beauty of it. And I'm like, wow, we need more of this. But the voice acting between the actors, when you sit there and you get the engagement and you're like, this is so well done. And they're talking over each other, they interrupt. It's a master class on really getting evoking emotion in this very real dystopian kind of desolate world where there's a lack of hope. Let's just call it what it is. And I thought
sorry, I'm interrupting. Just two questions. One, how far are you? How far?
So I thought I was past Act 1. Apparently, I'm still at the end of Act 1. So I got I got a travel buddy. I will say I got an extra party member, and I got a big travel buddy who's hilarious. Who's absolutely and the French. Like again, this is a French.
His voice actor is amazing.
Hilarious. And then the way I had to get that was funny because he's like, "Yeah, handle something down the block." And I'm like, this right here? And then when I went to head to that.
Francois.
Yes. Yo, Fred, you already know the Francois. So I'm like, yo, this is wild. Now let's get to this game. Now, the game on a core gameplay level, I think, Maddie, you were not high. This wasn't hyperbole. I thought a little bit you was prison in a moment. I was like,
I get it.
You know what I'm saying? Like, it's hard for me to believe. Every week we do Define and Do. And you like, yo, Persona 5, bro. Like, that is the creme de la creme from a pure gameplay, from a pure turn-based, the evolution of where the genre should go forward. Weaknesses, you know, the whole just one, you know, like everything, one more. Like, you know what Persona does, right? Yeah. So so to hear y'all say something has surpassed the champ, I'm like, okay, but I gotta see, because this still feels hyperbolic to me, right?
Yeah. And you just played Metaphor, so
you know how I feel about where they got the championship right now is, okay, the key is what E said, because the problem for turn-based will always be, in order for it to get to the mass market, there's always that period of, yes, we're going to strategize, we're going to engage, right? But the fact that the next portion of the game is just sitting and then reacting to what the enemy does, where Expedition is taken to the next level, is they've made every aspect of the game have agency. So even you almost have to learn your moves, almost like a fighting game, with the timing of the QTAs to even first execute your move so that you can get maximum efficacy, right? So if I do Gustav's, overcharge, right? There's a specific timing to how it's done. In order to get, every move has a window. So that has a little bit of fighting game sensibilities, right? But then what's super dope is like defense. Defense is where it destroys everyone else, because there is no longer, you just go sit there and wait and, oh, you may miss, oh, you may not, right? No, you do that parry. Now that window is
very tight.
And these dudes regular enemies will lash the hell out of you. Every fight has agency. Even the small, and bro, dudes be on their feint game, dudes be on their wind up game. Dude, you thinking it's gonna be the sitting? No, bro, you gonna have to This is where the agency and the engagement on every fight keeps you on the edge of your seat, right? Then what happened with me was like, damn, my parrying is trash. Like, all right, you know what, Cog? Do your parries first. Get up, because the window's a little more forgiving, right? You still get hit, but it's a little bit more forgiving. And then, bro, let me tell you the proudest moment I had. This is early. I'm going on, I finally get to the world map. I'm going to go see certain people. And then the game was like, go check out over there. There's stuff over there. You go see what's going on. Oh, word, I could go off the beaten path. Okay, cool. As soon as I entered the cave, that joint said, danger.
Oh, I know which cave you're talking about.
So I said, why? All right. So I'm looking there and there's a bunch of little sheep and things. I'm like, who this little cute little thing? All right. Yo, Maddie, this thing commenced to run down on me and was hitting me with one hitter quitters on every one hit death. I'm like, yo, your boy was like, all right. Yeah. Then I get back in the mix. Bro, I'm not even doing any kind of crazy DPS to this thing at all. The patterns are crazy. So I'm like, all right, I lick my wounds. I was like, I'm going to come back for you. I'm going to come back for you. Clearly, I ain't ready. But when I did come back, I was only like maybe level 7 or 8. The thing that was crazy, man, my proudest moment, the game in that fight, you had to, and again, it's optional boss, but you have to be perfect. You have to be, and it taught me parrying the precision. Yeah. Bro, I was so proud. When I beat this thing, I went up like 8 levels just beating this one.
Felt so good, right? Because that's the beauty of the game, is because the defense is still stat based. Like, you get hit, you're gonna feel it.
Yeah.
But it's action based enough where if you're good, which you are, you were able to kind of go above the game's rules and be like, I'm gonna do it this way, actually.
Yeah. And see, that's where they get the Souls guy, because there's a very Souls-like enemy. When you hit the rest point, enemies can respawn. You could rest, but if you do that, enemies respawn. But here's where the game takes it to the next level, and this is where we get past the personas and the thing. The thing with me, Maddie, where you're gonna get me is build. The way they do the pictos, amazing. So now it's like, okay,
real quick,
go ahead, go for it.
That's Lost Odyssey. Just to be clear, that's Lost Odyssey. If anyone likes that system, bro, that's Lost Odyssey to a T.
So you got the pictos, where it's like specific things. You fight 4 times, then you could use that, and then you could take that, make it a passive for the rest of the crew. Now, the rest of the crew won't have the other stat bonuses on top of it if it was quick. Because remember, the pictos have might give you 100 defense and 5% critical rate and the actual ability, right? Yep. But if you give the passive, they won't get the other stat boost, but they'll get the ability, right? So you're like, okay, that's dope. Then you've got a skill tree, right? And then you're like, okay, how am I gonna? Because shout out to my homegirl, you know what? I like her, Lune, and
Lune's shit.
Lune's fire, but I will have to shout out. It's not spoiled because I've seen the game. I put out with an M, Mael. Both of them, I'm in love with these characters. So first of all,
Mael, I will just say, is like one of my favorite characters like ever.
Bro, she's now yes.
Because everyone knows Jennifer English for Shadowheart. I'm like, I hope this character, I love Shadowheart, but I hope Mael replaces it as her peak performance.
Bro, I just ordered my Mael shirt. Like, it's coming. Like, she's
a Mael shirt.
They got to go to Expedition for some reason has an exclusive, their team shop. When you're on their website, go to expedition33.com, I think. They're affiliated with the IGN store, so you're literally buying it from IGN, and they point you to the IGN store. So I got the merch is fire. I'm gonna be dripped out for the next 3 weeks. Dripped out.
Yeah, hold up. Keep going. Oh,
yeah. Look, bro. Look at the 33 with the rose petals and with the hoodie and the joint, and they got the t-shirts. I bought the 33. I just spent my whole check. I blew my whole budget.
Yeah, the pedals hoodie might be a play.
The pedals hoodie with the golden 33. Ooh, better get it now, because before these guys catch on and realize this game is the game of the year.
Yeah, pedal hoodie's looking like a play.
Yeah. I did the Mael solo while she got the sword to the joint. Yep. Yeah, because here's the thing. The reason why, let me tell you why
I love Lune shirts more.
The Lune is fine. Yeah. No, trust me, I was going to buy both of them. But I was like, Cog, you got to stop. You buy like 6 shirts. Like, you got to stop. One session,
you bought merch for the game.
Don't judge me, man. That was out of control. I was very emotional. I got to have it.
Well, this actually in-store kind of cooks. I bought my limited, you can kind of see it, my Sonic Adventure, my mic arm's in the way.
Oh, yes, I see it.
I bought that from there, as they had it on sale, for really good sale.
Bro.
I'm not dove deep here, but they have a lot of stuff here. They have the Skyrim vinyl.
Yeah, bro, fire. So yeah, like I said, the Pictos, the skill tree, like, just so with Luna, I've got her in my healing bag and a revive bag, and then also like specific magics with earth and stuff like that. And that's where you got the weaknesses and the enemy stuff like that. Also, like you said, the free shot shooting weaknesses and doing that's important too, especially enemies that fly around. You got to use that gun for a lot. So I like that aspect. But here's where, again, what is it? Mayel. Okay, here's the thing with Mayel. Why she's one of my favorites. Not only she's a dope character narratively, but what's dope about her to me is, shout out to my Soul Calibur fans. Y'all gonna appreciate any fighting game aficionado will love that character because she's stance based. And see, the thing about it is you go from defensive stance to give you, you know what I'm saying, you dodge, you get more AP, and you take less damage. You got offensive, but if you get into that virtuose and that 200 plus. So my build with her is very high risk, high reward. I pick those that'll be like, yo, she could do 50% or 200% damage on any hit. I do pick those where her first strike does extra thing. I got a card that says roulette that I'm building her into the ultimate, like, she's a little bit of a glass cannon in my build, but she destroys extremely hard. And the fact that everything flows from stance is a love letter to games like Soul Calibur, Mitsurugi, Raphael, Siegfried. These, you could tell, like, the influences this team has is truly outstanding. And again, it's nothing like it. Then you have obviously the weapon leveling up and stuff like that. Now, one little nitpick, I don't think you can sell weapons, right? At least it doesn't feel like
they're all. Yeah, you can't sell them. They're all just upgradable. There actually be loot you'll get that sometimes will be just a higher version of that same weapon.
Got it.
So it'll just upgrade that same one and keep your inventory.
Yeah,
I appreciate that they do that because you start to realize as you play the game, all these weapons can play into different builds. Like at first I thought it was just stat crunching. I was just like, okay, whatever's the highest one, passive effects, whatever. But then there's another party member you haven't met yet. Her weapon made her.
Oh, I got that party.
Oh, you? Oh, okay.
I got that. I got that.
So
that's the I call her. That's my gambit.
That's my gambit. I love her. I love her, and she gets a weapon that just made her charges like, dude. Remember when we talked about Stroll in Metaphor, and I went so long without putting Stroll in my party. So my 3 in Expedition was, I would say the 2 party members was always
Gustav,
Mayel, and Lune.
Yes, me too. That's my 3.
That's who I was rolling with. I was like, I'm a mage. I like the stance, bro. When I got to the end game, which is what I've been doing. I started to fight these bosses, and I can't lie, Mayel's not holding up late game. Like she's just not, like, Lune hits like a bus. Yeah, right? Main character, of course, you're hitting like a bus.
Tell me that
Mayel wasn't holding up, so I pulled her from the roster. I put in your Gambit.
Yes,
dude, she might be the highest damage dealer on the team. She's got a move that is like 9 hits, and if you do the Twilight with this weapon I got, it's like 30k. You just fucking wallop these enemies. It's awesome. So yeah, the team comp, the building, but that's why I like the weapons that they include, because it just, for me at least, showed the potential of that character that I otherwise was ignoring.
Yeah, bro, and that's the thing. See, for the people who don't understand why I love a game like Destiny so much, Destiny's addiction to me is build crafting. Take it and see where Expedition takes it to the next level is like Lune will have the stains, right? And then you'll do something. And what I like is they'll have other qualifiers. If she has 2 fire stains on someone, then you'll do this extra more powerful, or you get more AP back. So now I can really dive into and then the weapons, like you said, play into the builds. There's joints that I got with Mayel that's like, yo, off this, she get if she does this, she gets virtuous stance off top, or you play into the fire builds. It's a whole synergistic dance between ability, skill check. Fun. Oh, bro, I know I'm in love with the game because every time I get a Picto, every time I get an upgrade, I'm stopping, I'm going to camp, I'm doing this, I'm changing the passives in the background, I'm putting luminous on this and that. I'm so in my build craft bag. And you know when I knew it was real? When you know those certain encounters where they be like the person, they like, which one you want to pick? You're going to do a solo with a person?
Mm.
And I'm out here soloing based on build potential with certain things and certain flow. And I'm like, oh, it's so satisfying. So yeah, look, game again, I'm still, I think I'm towards the end of Act 1. I think I put about 12 to 15 hours in.
No, you're there. You'll
know.
You will know when Act 1 is over.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, like that.
There's some fighting and story stuff that happens. Yeah. You will know.
So right now I would consider I'm in I would say a slight whimsical part because there's a certain race of characters that are absolutely hilarious.
Oh, the Gestrels?
Oh, bro.
They're so good.
They are hilarious. Everything is about, yo, what's up with these dudes that one-on-one, though? One-on-one me, bro. What's up? Hey, how you got a one-on-one the shopkeeper to see what he got? I mean, he'll show you, but he's like, yo, I got dope. Oh, boy, dope stuff. You do this one-on-one.
Yeah, I love it. I love the idea behind that. I mean, everything leads to fighting in this game. Everything. Yes,
everything. It's
beautiful.
So, yeah. I just want to see where the journey goes. And again, it's a love letter. Right now, it's kind of a love letter of, like I said, Lost Odyssey, Souls, some emphasis on Persona and stuff like that. Because I feel like the world is like Final Fantasy Remake when you're running around in it, the big graphical set piece and stuff like that.
100%. Yeah.
Super dope. And then they have little items and stuff that you find, just like Final Fantasy VII. But like then it's just the evolution of turn-based combat. And it is truly satisfying beating challenging enemies or getting into flows. And I'm loving it, man. And overall, I just want to see where the story goes because it's so powerful. And I think they have something special. I just got to see if they land and play according to you guys. They did.
Oh, and that was the one thing that by hour 24, I was 5, I was like, hey, as long as they landed, this is one of the best things I've ever played. And when they did it so spectacularly. I was like overjoyed.
Wow.
I couldn't believe it.
Yeah, so that's Expedition right now. You'll be getting the week to week, as I put it in. But
we got a write in here. I want to throw your way because I'm curious as to your thoughts on this so far. Mm-hmm. Jose writes, greetings, Dukes. First off, Maddie, I want to assure you I come in peace. I've watched your review of Claire Obscure Expedition 33 and followed your commentary across the internet. And while I appreciate your perspective, I'd like to offer a bit of gentle pushback against the near universal praise the game has received. I've genuinely enjoyed my time with Claire Obscure Expedition 33. But I think the main reason it's being heralded as such a monumental release is from its FromSoft-inspired mechanics rather than its turn-based roots. Aside from you, most of the enthusiasm seems to come from players who don't typically gravitate toward turn-based RPGs or JRPGs in general. For context, I've been playing in expert mode, and as someone who always seeks out the hardest difficulty in JRPGs, I find the challenge here doesn't really stem from deep turn-based strategy. Instead, it's all about the dodge, parry, jump mechanics. That's the real core of the combat system. If you can master parrying, the game becomes either trivial or brutally punishing, regardless of your parry composition or build choices. While the game is turn-based, success relies far more on action game reflexes than on traditional strategic planning. To be clear, I think the game and its narrative are fantastic. This isn't meant to be a takedown. But if Claire Obscure Expedition 33 is the new gold standard for the genre, sitting at a 92 on Metacritic and being touted as a landmark for turn-based RPGs, I find that a little disheartening. Metaphor is right there. My personal favorite, Octopath Traveler, has been there. Games where you have been allowed the flexibility to customize parties and develop deep synergies between your party members. I'd love for you to prove me wrong because I've been hyped for this game since its announcement. But after 25 hours, this is where I'm at. Have half my playtime is seeing the expedition failed screen because I will never be good at parrying kind of deck. I know some of this is directed toward me, but what do you feel early on right now? Like, how are you feeling about Expedition 33? And now you've experienced what people are enthusiastic about. How do you feel the combat is where I know you like it a lot? You're talking about being a new goat, but is it because of the action mechanics or do you still appreciate the turn-based core of it all?
It's funny. I'm the perfect person to ask this question because as a person who, let's be honest, I don't like Souls games like that because I don't necessarily want to be mad. This is introducing some Souls mechanics. And I understand Jose's point with, the combat being a focus, the action aspect of the combat being a focus, thus attracting casual people. And, I look at it, Ibantis is actually my test subject, right? As a person who would not play turn-based, but he's a Souls guy that loves this, right? But see where I got to push back at Jose. I'm not buying this. It's not build crafting and synergies like the other games. That part is not true. Like, again, going back to the Picto system and going back to look at the properties that things will end in or allow you to do. And all of it goes together. So it is about putting together the perfect builds. And it's actually way more in depth. Listen, I'm Metaphor to the T, and I love the archetype system, right? But the archetype system, if you want to be real, is just like, okay, you could be anything you want, right? For the most part. And yeah, there's some synergies between characters, but I don't feel like, again, look at, we got the weaknesses thing, right? So you got your lightning, your earth, your light, your dark, all this stuff in Expedition, right? And you have abilities that, to me, set up and lead other ability. Even the marking system. I'll have Gustav mark someone. Then I'll have someone that gets rewarded for marking by putting a picto or getting help. Or if you're playing a counter style, hey, I get rewarded for parrying. Or if you're playing a dodge style. Now, where I understand Jose's frustration, I don't want to come back because I understand he's making valid points. A lot of stuff here because I think he's struggling like I did with the parry system. And I was getting destroyed in this streets in the beginning. It was a very humbling experience, but I do feel that you can build toward, you have more options and functionality to build towards your playstyle in Expedition more than I feel a Metaphor, or I don't want to disrespect Octopath, but I could just talk about Metaphor, which is my goal prior to this.
Sure.
And I don't feel because what was it? Metaphor was like the royal archetypes and stuff like that. And to me, it was more about the weakness game.
Oh, yeah.
I played the weak, but I don't feel like, I was synergizing characters together. It was a matter of it was like, hey, H guy, put on this suit and you'll be able to do this for the situation, as opposed to truly interlinking things with each party member. I feel it's way more. That's just my opinion. It's a personal preference, but I feel it's more superior. But what do you think?
Yeah, so I get where Jose's coming from here. I think what is not really being realized here is that the difference between Expedition 33 and a lot of other RPGs is that in combat, your defense is as important as your offense. And that's still the case with like your examples, Octopath or Metaphor. The difference is that a lot of those games are pre-preparing, and that's where I find a lot of the pleasure in those games. Like, it's my equipment, it's my class, it's nullifying weaknesses, it's enhancing my strengths, and kind of just exploiting everything I've got to overcome this challenge. The difference is in something like Expedition, instead of preparing before a fight, it's like, what equipment do I put on? The only thing you equip in Expedition is your weapon. Of course, there's the Pictos, but you're only equipping your weapon.
Right.
That's all that matters. So it's about your maximizing your offense, but then when you're on defense, it's really about DPS checks. Like, it's, for example, parrying. There are fights that are very parry based. Like, you can hammer away as much as you want, but the only way you're going to do real damage to them is by parrying. So that's the difference, and why it's being celebrated as landmark is because you have a lot of games that are offensively driven, and Expedition kind of brings the defense up into the gameplay.
That's the key.
At a consistent rate. And that is exactly what it is. And I just will say I personally disagree with it's the action combat that is what makes it celebrated, and it's not the turn-based routes, when I think turn-based as a whole is going to really thrive because of this game, because the doors have been open. Because the reality is that for as good as the defense is, most of your time playing is still that offensive strategizing, and all the people who are like, oh, it's weird, they're just standing there looking at each other. Here's a fidelity-based game. Those are real people standing there. You could leave the controller for an hour, like maybe people complain about, like, oh, bro, it's not what's happening now. It's fun. People are just realizing it's fun, but the reality is the core of this game's combat system is still very Persona. Like, that's how I read it, at least. Like, it's still got the gun. It's still got the weakness exploiting. It doesn't have like the one more system, but the synergy with your Pictos, especially characters like Lune and later game spells you get with her stain system, and the status effects are a huge part of this game as well. I think this game doesn't get enough credit for how like laying burn on someone, bro. There have been
Bro.
that like, bro, I stacked my burn to 30.
Burn builds are crazy.
And yeah, it's like you just keep like you could do it like what I did with my L when I was feeling the weakness late game against some end game bosses. What I did was I actually just had her be a burn stacker. I just kept
that's what I do.
adding burn. And it was really good because while the other two were like recharging their AP or getting ready for like big hits, I was like, okay, I got to play a little defensively. I got to like get the heals up while still doing damage. And if you combine that with your defense, it's just a game that opens up more options for you in a turn-based setting. Bro, so
I'm with you. I got builds literally based off that. And what'll happen off mark, off burn. Also, with Mael, I had her whenever any enemy is burning, I got to move to get her automatically into virtual stance, which is a more powerful thing. As far as Niel, what I have for her, I got the burn stuff, I have lightning stuff, but I also have ice stuff. But the cool thing is, again, the synergy between all these different abilities. And here's the key thing everyone's forgetting. Pure individuality mechanics per character. So Gustav, the charge system that he has, right? If he does these moves, certain moves, he gains charges. He gets that 10 overcharge. That's a unique move to him, right?
Yeah.
Then Niall, stains. What you call it? Stances. Our girl, Maya. So every character has their own individual, you know what I'm saying, sets that only they do and mechanics that only they do, in conjunction with all the rest of the moves that everybody else can mess around with. So I think it's a level of depth. And again, it may be personal preference, but I think it's a level of depth that is really, I haven't seen a lot, especially in build crafting in turn-based. But the final thing is what you just said. We have to admit, defense in turn-based games has not evolved. It just hasn't. It's, you sit there, and you, oh man, you know, I got hit or this is missing or whatever. That part, there's no agency. And I think this is where every other turn-based game can learn from, because whether you put the dodge in the parrying system, that adds a whole nother, now the game is complete on both sides of the ball.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Kind of thing. And I think that to me is, no one's really addressed that yet. And I think that's what Expedition does really well.
I think the beauty of it is that I don't feel I think it would be kind of boring if every game tried now to do what Expedition is doing.
Fair.
I think this game stands out for it because it executes so well, because there are like, it's like the animations, you talk about the feints, like there are companies that will try to do this and will fuck up because that sort of stuff is just down to a science in Expedition 33, but that others, you know, kind of like imitating that FromSoft approach. Some companies get it, some don't. So I think there's that. I think some people just forget like Paper Mario exists. And that was really the origins of this sort of combat system.
Always reminds me. He always reminds me Nintendo was doing this back in the day.
Yeah, so that's why I think a lot of it does come down to the turn-based stuff, because a lot of this Expedition 33 executes all of it brilliantly, but all of its ideas, it's a blender game, as you've heard me say it a million times, so I apologize. But it is that game that you see everything in it. You've seen everything Expedition's done before, but you've never seen it all pulled together like this before.
Bro, that again, I have to belabor. That's why I fell in love. One of my favorite things in fighting games, man, is stance-based. That's why I fell in love with Harang. He does a move, he's in flamingo stance. He does a move, he's in right foot forward, left foot forward, right? It's a level of, and then you have moves that you can only do in that stance. And there's benefits and negatives. That is fighting game. Bro, I've never seen a turn-based game have a character like that. Such a unique thing. And again, I don't want to come at my man because I understand where he's coming from, but I just truly think it is exceptional in the space. But yeah, that's pretty much where I'll give you more weekly stuff as we go on and see what happens.
Good.
Yeah, been doing the Expedition. Then obviously my one more, unless you got more. Yeah, Expedition.
No, that's all I got. I've just been doing the end game, been playing it, and just God, dude, just like it's a whole game after the game, only because like it's all fights and like I'll just say patterns change, damage output definitely changes. There's stuff I'm still underleveled for that I'm doing. You know, I hopped in for a night and played for like 4 hours, and I was just so engrossed because I'm like, this is just a very fun game to play. That is the thing. Like other JRPGs, like things that they do better in Expedition 33 to me are those side stories, that ability to explore the world further. I do wish Expedition 33 had those side stories because they do narrative so well. But I understand that's the trade-off that exists in this pocket, is like maybe in another game they do, there will be those side stories. But again, I just really embrace what it's doing, and it's just so fun to play. So that's, I don't have much to add other than it's excellent. It's fun. The end game is just as fun as the core game. And I can't wait to hear more people's thoughts about it as they write in. So hit me with it, Cog. What else are you playing?
So there's another thing I've been playing. It is Marathon. Finally got into the closed alpha and didn't know what to expect. Again, I've never played an extraction shooter. I've never played Tarkov. I didn't know anything about that. So look, let's just get right off the bat. I love the art style, right? The art style is kind of Mirror's Edge meets Cyberpunk. Also, there's a lot of color palette is very cool and it's very minimalistic type energy. And you kind of get into where first you pick your runner, and there's like 4 different types. There was the Joker one. I mean, the Void one that's kind of like uses like cloak and stealth and stuff. Yeah. And then there's like this one glitch, and she's kind of like very movement based. And then they had the other one who's kind of like a tanky because of shield. The one I went for was called Blackbird. So that one pretty much is all about getting intel on the map. And basically what it is his super. So you have your super ability, you have and also like a primary ability. And the super ability was kind of like, okay, if I'm in an area, I'm going to send out this mass ping and try to see for that short duration where people are on the map, if they're in my proximity, right? And then his first ability is kind of like this, throws like, I don't say like a turret, but this thing that kind of follows and chases you, and it can do some damage towards you. So I was messing with that. So the first thing off the bat, when you go along to the world, they kind of hand holding you with an onboarding. First get into the mission. They want you to use your ability, learn how to extract and all this other stuff. So you kind of get warmed up. Now I will say the engine, now granted, full disclosure, they say, hey, assets are not there. This is a closed alpha. This is not the final. There's so many things that's not, including graphics, including stuff. But I was surprised at how not visually impressive the game looked. I thought the engine would look better. And I was just like, oh, okay. Now, granted, you're saying, textures and more stuff. Okay, fine. But I thought at a base level, I've seen other, alphas. I'm like, hey, it looks like a really, good game. Sure. So that was the first thing. The second thing, which will be a controversial thing, is that they are not, I want you holding the sprint button all day and running around the map. That is not what they're talking. As soon as you do that, you will see a meter build. And it's like this exhaust, almost like this heat builder. And then that will then stunt you from running. You will have to go back to a tactical walking state until that comes back down a little bit, and then you can go back. So they want you to be judicious with that part. The other thing I would say is off top, control feels very tight. Classic Bungie, classic weight, classic feel. The shoot, the reload, guns feel good. I'm like, okay, now I will say, Manny, I dropped into this world. I love the interiors. When you're in the interior of a building, you're looting, you're going through air shafts and stuff like that. Super dope. So you're getting stuff out the backpack and all that stuff at that point. Because basically when you drop into this world, you better come in with a gun, and you better come in with, you don't have to, but come in with extra bullets, a med pack, and a shield pack. Because those are your essentials, right? So as you're searching laboratories, searching things, you're picking up you're not picking up weapons per se and stuff like that, but you pick up a lot of mods and things that'll make abilities better and stuff like that. So now I get to my first encounter. I'm like, oh, this some AI. Like, bro, the AI is on some Terminator joint. Oh, it's not a game. They will run down on you. They got different enemy variant types. It is very difficult in the sense of you could get murked by the AI if you're not paying attention, or you too cocky, you want to stay in the mix. Now, granted, you kill them, you get them out of there, and this is where the tension of Marathon starts to me. The tension is you kill, stuff drops. While you're doing there, you just can't be like, all right, loot, yay. No, you got to go through the bag, and then you start to search. So during this period, use a sitting duck. Like, you better have your man got your back, or you better, grab stuff, and you got to make decisions. And then your backpack is like, because you can't carry everything. Now, there's things to upgrade the backpack, stuff like that. So that's the tension. The tension is getting kills, and then also the exfil. The minute, Maddie, you hit that exfil, and that signal flare go up. Like it's almost like the Gears of War, or what is it? The Hammer of Dawn, whatever it is. The whole map sees it. So they like, yo, Maddie and them boys over there. Yep. So that's the touch. And then also the AI, they send down some of the strongest bosses. So it's a fight or flight. It's like I kill, get all this stuff. Oh, I see you. Damn, Maddie looking shiesty. That guy named Miss G27 status looks shiesty. Yo, it's 5 seconds. And the exfil will be quick sometimes. So it's like, yo, 5 seconds. We could fight it out, but we may just be able to just grab what we can and just get out together. So these are where the unholy that's the fun of the game, right? The problem I have right now is, okay, there's going to be times you're going to get your head pinched, and it happened to me, right? Mm-hmm. So how are they going to offset? How are they going to offset when you lose your loot to go back into this game and feel good about yourself? So what their option is say, okay, you have your vault. So let's say you loot, you get stuff. What I would highly advise, if you get a weapon type that you like, but with you get a second one, put that in the backup. So if you have a bad run, you got stuff in your vault for the next time. So you can, you know what I'm saying? And I won't go all the way decked. I'll go a half of my dope loot. So this way I don't feel too punished if I would lose. Now, if you do go through and you get punished, they got this thing called the black market. And that rotation mixes up, I guess, daily of things that you could buy through credits and stuff like that. Here's the thing. I get the progression. I get what's going on. But I still think they're going to be up against it, Maddie, because there's times where there is not a lot of action, right? There's times where, you know, I feel like they're in the middle. There's times where the hardcore community is like, yo, this is not hardcore extraction enough. And then the casual community is like, yo, this is too different. You need to change this. They got to walk this fine line. And me personally, I still don't like the energy of, oh, this map won't be there, and voice proximity will come after, and that just sounds to me you need more time, bro. You muted, by the way. That sounds to me that you need more time. Yeah. And it's just like, why force it? Unless Sony's got a gun in your hand, maybe that is the case. Like, you need to launch so feature rich and fully stacked out because the core is there. But if you launch and you talk about, bro, you're going to be forgotten in a minute after your window.
That's the vibe I'm getting. Yeah, you talked about the proximity chat, and they're like, well, it's not that we don't want to do it. I'm like, they are... I like the transparency because they are telling you at the end of the day. They are telling you there's no real surprises here. But I think the biggest surprise, if anything, is like, I think just how feature light it's sounding. Like, they have great future plans, but everyone's like... Especially in such it's never a good time to be doing this, but a year like this where everyone's launching and they seem ready to go. And if Randy Pitchford's telling the truth, it's like, yeah, we moved up because we are ready to go. It's like,
and bro, now that I see Borderlands, bro, you better be thankful they moved.
Yeah, I mean, they might just steal their thunder completely. Just going ahead of them and just not even treating them as competition.
Well, at least I mean, they're not even treating them, at least not on the same day. Because that now seeing Borderlands, bro.
Not close.
Somebody would have moved the hell out of there. So, look, I think my issues too also is I like the contract system. They do have some end game as far as building skill trees and then doing stuff and permanently upgrading abilities. Like, there's potential. I see it. At its core, the game is fun. I will admit. And I'm not no extraction guy. So I was like, no, I get it. But maps, events, modes, you got to be feature rich, bro. And for me, the last little Achilles heel, the game is too abstract lore-wise. I don't know what the F is going on Tau Ceti. I couldn't tell you. So they're like, yeah, we're going to have lore bits. It's just so spastic to me. To me, that's the weakest part of the game. And they try to me, act like that's some strong part of it. And you'll see, bro.
I worry because I feel like the obvious thing was Destiny 3. I really do. And I'm not even saying a hindsight 2020. The game's not out yet. But I'm just saying, like, just to abandon ship and move on to something from Destiny 2 is fine. But I feel like if you're a business, Destiny 3 makes sense. Marathon just seems so not ready. It just seems like it needs another few months, even a year to get the features online. Like, I feel bad for Bungie in a way because it does feel like they're set up to fail. And it's scary, reminiscent in a lot of ways of Concord, minus the fact that this game does have a cool factor to it.
Right.
Like the art style is better. The characters do look cooler. But it is scary, reminiscent to that. Like, we're asking all the right questions and we're getting the answers. And everyone's like waiting for the rug pulled. Like, this is why, like, it's going to stick around. But it's like, no, 3 maps, no proximity chat. It's like all these signs are here where, I don't know, my gamer gut is kind of telling me, like, watch the hell out.
Yeah. I remember, I was the one from the beginning. I remember even Chris was like, when we were talking earlier, and I was like, look, I am concerned. Remember, I've always been concerned. How does an extraction shooter work in this climate? How does a $40 potential price point, because it's clearly going to be a paid thing, right? How does that work? And the thing that's saving them a little bit right now is the access with the alpha, take the NDA off, getting more people in it, taking the feedback. But we'll see. I will say I did have a lot of fun playing it. I was surprised that I did have that, but I'm just worried about the long tail, and I would personally hope they delay. That's just me. I want them to have the best experience, because I think they do have something
delay.
here.
Do you think they delay? Sorry, I'm interrupting, but do you think they delay later to 2025, or do they delay out of the year?
I think you got to come 2026, bro. You give yourself a 5 to 6 month window, really feature pack this thing in, because I'm seeing, because here's the problem for them. Their biggest community, which is Destiny guys are 90% PvE guys. Maybe the percentage to it, but for the most part, they play Destiny for the PvE. You got to kick and scratch somebody to get Destiny to play PvP. When Destiny tries to force you to do a quest that involves PvP, the community uprays, because that's the ratio, right? And we got a hardcore people, but the hardcore developers that were on PvP were stripped away. That's why PvP doesn't get any love on Destiny 2 anymore, and they sent to Marathon. I don't see Destiny dudes running to Marathon in droves. That's the problem. Their core audience that they cultivated, I can't see them doing that. So now you basically got to be the Rainbow Six Siege of this genre. So you better listen to the feedback for the people who play that and commit to a lane. Either you're the hardcore extraction game, be the Siege, and stay. This is Division. Or you go the other way. But whatever you do, pick the lane, please, and take some time and do it. That's my feedback, because I do like the game.
Yeah. Well, I'm looking forward to playing it whenever Bungie figures out their whole account system and stuff. I tried to get that about that. Yeah. For those who don't know, I got invited to the closed alpha as well to play. Like, they gave me a code, and I was like, okay, I'm going to redeem this on the PlayStation Store, right? But like, no, you got to go through our website. I'm like, okay. Get into your Bungie account. I'm like, okay, this fucking ancient thing that I found out I made when Destiny 1 came out, by the way.
Jesus!
That's when it's like account created. It was like September 2014. I'm like, okay, makes sense. So I finally get in. I'm like, okay, I'm gonna link my PlayStation account and play over there. And they were like, yeah, we sent you a verification code to your email.
Oh no!
And I'm like,
email doesn't exist.
My email was a Yahoo one that I haven't used in ages, because again, that's a 2014 account I made. So I was like, fuck it, I want to play Destiny, whatever. Yeah. So I can't get the verification mail. So naturally, your next step is like, well, I'm going to. First of all, I'm like sitting there like, Jesus Christ, like I just want to play the game, man. Like, just let me download it on the PlayStation Network. But instead, what happens is I have to change my email. So I go to try and change my email. But I sent it to E and I sent it to you. I was like, look at my email page. They're like, these settings are not available. I'm just like, I don't know what's going on here. So I couldn't get in. So I was just like, you know what? He was like, here, I will talk to guys and stuff. And I was straight up with him. I was like, look, bro, I said, I don't give a fuck enough to do this much to get
this work.
Like this work to get into they are already fucking up so much in my eyes. Like, I don't need to do all of this to get in and like contact. But I tried to go to their support page. Bro, their support page is whack too.
It's whack.
It's so whack. There's no live support. There's no.
Yeah.
It's like one of those, there's good support pages and there's the intentionally ambiguous one. Like, we got no one to help you figure it out, pretty much. Like, go down the grapevine somewhere and you'll get your answer. They give me that energy on their support page. I'm like, oh, okay, well, fuck you then. Like, I'm not playing. I'm not covering it until it's out. Like, that's just
it's unfortunate, but it's true. And what it reminded me of, sadly, what happened to you is what happened to me with eBay years ago.
Oh, but I love eBay.
Bro, I had an account, bro, that I brought the original Shinobi from arcade. That was from an old eBay account I had from forever. And I remember they had a thing at the time to either associate it. You know how you click that one button click thing and it's like, we associate it with your Google account or we associate it with your Hotmail. So apparently they had something with Hotmail and then they disabled it. And now I don't have access to that email anymore and that functionality. And I lost all that feedback, all that goodwill over the years. I had to stop. I'm like, wow,
all that
eBay.
nurturing. Yeah.
Bro, I was so hurt by that. So yeah, so I could understand.
eBay feedback was everything as a kid. That's how I made my money early on.
Positive feedback, bro. Yeah. Make sure you leave that positive feedback, bro.
You see neutral feedback, you enter those negotiations. What can I do to get this positive, you know? Yeah.
What we got to do. We got to make it right. Facts. Yeah, I agree. But I did try to look into it for you, and unfortunately, it is kind of a speak to someone energy. And I was like, my man ain't going through all of this shit right now.
No, it's just like that because also they have a creator Discord channel. Their creator Discord channel is like, please don't DM us. Please don't DM us. Like they just kept doing that. Please don't message us individually. I'm like, all right. All right. Then like,
I guess I can't play then.
Yeah, man. I guess I'm not going to play. And that's fine. No, like there's so much shit to play. And I'll be honest, I'm not clearly very hot on the game. Yeah, so it's like there's no real rush for me to when there's so much good shit. It's like I don't need to fight tooth and nail to play something I'm kind of like.
The fact that you can't, when you hit the change email, it doesn't do anything.
Yeah. Yeah, if I tried it right now,
tell me what it is. Let me get a quick IT troubleshoot.
Let's see if IT cog can get me into Marathon. Another thing is, bro, this website registration thing is they're out of their minds. I'm just like, why do I have to register through your website to get a code? I imagine this is all. I only have Destiny to thank for this. You know?
Yes, this is definitely Destiny. But in fairness to them, you haven't been playing no Bungie game for years.
Yeah, it's been since 2014. But now I'm wondering, like, what happened with how did I play Destiny 2? I didn't know any of this was needed. So I
definitely tied everything together. So so when I go to my profile, and then once I go to view profile, let's see if they have anything. Damn, this will take a while to load.
And the other thing, by the way. The other thing is that Bungie makes it where, okay, I link my Xbox account.
Yes.
And I'm like, all right, cool. If this doesn't work, I'll just make a new account. Nope, it's permanently linked.
Yes.
It's permanently linked. So I'm just like, oh, so my PSI and my Xbox and my Steam are all linked to an account. I can't fucking unlink them and I can't change my goddamn password. Does anyone get why I'm freaking out? I'm like, this is the worst system I've ever seen.
Because that was the result of crossplay. With crossplay, they made people cross save. They made the thing. All right, so now email and SMS, right? Mm-hmm. So I have it says verified. You have an email, and then it says allow and verify SMS. So you're in that page. Are you in the email? What the account?
No, they're not even let me sign in right now. Hang on, okay. I'm in settings.
Right, so now you go to
email and SMS. Oh, it's there. I'm not kidding. It's actually there. Hang on.
Let's go. I got you, bro. We're going to do this section.
I sent you the screenshots. You saw what was there.
What you saw, I know. It was just the interface of where you're accessing it. You had to go to this specific location, and then you'd be able to change it. And then from there, you get the change out. Yeah, trust me, this is a Destiny guy. I've been doing this for a long time. So hopefully it'll take your new email there, and then you'll just have to verify it. And then from there, my boy should be good.
All right, let's see. Games on. Oh no, I'm sorry. I've exceeded the validation limit for emails that may be sent. Please try again in 30 minutes.
Really?
Parentheses 229.
What?
See, they don't. I was so ready to be like, all right, my bad.
And they say you've exceeded.
I'm hitting resend verification email. You have exceeded the limit of validation emails that may be sent. Which, by the way,
you've never even done it.
Well, no, I tried to get a validation email,
but
but I couldn't even click resend because I couldn't get into my email settings in the first place.
Right. So is it giving you that error with the old email still attached to it, or the new email on it?
It's my what's it called? Now it's my new email. So we're gonna.
So check your spam. Maybe something was sent.
Let's see.
And it's sitting in spam. Imagine. And they got an old one, and maybe you could just hit that old joint, and you just get it. You good to go.
Please verify your Bungie, your Destiny 2 account. I don't know, bro. This is scaring me a little bit. What do you mean my Destiny 2 account? I'm not trying to verify my Destiny 2 account.
It was Destiny 2 the last time you played.
Okay. I verified. Email address verified. Now, how the fuck do I get my marathon code? This is the weirdest damn thing.
So we got the verification now. They say verify now, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, you're joined September 16, 2014.
There we go.
I was a hunter awoken.
Yes.
With 1900 power. How bad is that?
Shout out to the hunter.
My guardian rank was a new light.
Wow, you ain't play. You ain't play
Yeah.
since launch.
No.
He threw that joint on for 2 hours. Was like, yeah, I'm good. I know
I
what
beat
happened.
whatever the story was for the first one, and I did PvP.
Dominance
and
goal, and you were done.
Yeah. I was playing it like a good old game, you know?
Yep, I feel you.
All right. Well, that's the marathon conversation I'm in. Maybe I'll try it. I don't know.
Give it a shot.
Okay. Next up, it's my turn.
Yeah, what you got?
Oblivion Remaster. I've been trying to throw my hours in where I get a moment and just been having fun, man. Just really love being in this world. I'm also like envious of my wife because like she'll finish her work for the day and then I'll be like working on the game some more and I'll just hear like all the Oblivion sound effects in the other room and I'm just like man, I want to be doing that shit right now so bad. Like, dude, it just kills me. She's been doing like these side quests.
What's her build like? What's she going with?
She's an Argonian warrior. She named her character Olive, and it's like a green and purple kind of Argonian because she loves Wicked, and it's adorable. Yep. And she's been in what was she in? Was she in Bruma? No, she wasn't in Bruma. I think Chaden Hall. And she was doing the side quest Paranoia, and like she was doing it all night where like this dude's like, I know these people are following me. I know they're following me. And you have to like stealth and wait outside people's houses at like 6 a.m. And then you got to check and see if they're following the guy. And so she goes to him. She's like, nah, like, sorry, fam. Like this guy isn't following you. Actually, he's like, it's gotta be this guy then. So you go and you tail them and you tail 3 different people. And each time she's like, I don't think they're following him at all. So I don't remember the quest fully if it was like a bug or not. But I don't think they're following him. And so when you tell him like, bro, none of these characters are following you, he's like, I see. They sent you to me then. And he like pulls his weapon on.
Hey, yo.
It's great, man. I've been remembering through her playthrough and my own, like how wonderful a lot of the side quests in this game are. It's just a game with such a strong personality. And Quattro 4 wrote in with a very pertinent topic right now in the Elder Scrolls community. He says, what's up, Dukes? How are you guys feeling about the conversation around Oblivion in comparison to Skyrim and their games that followed? There's been some talk about how features are continually removed from game to game. Seems to me like there's a bit of a negative revisionism going on with Skyrim now, but that's besides the point. What are some features that you hope to see Elder Scrolls 6 retains from previous BGS games, and some features you'd like to see return? For me, you got to bring back the focus on unique loot. Would love to hear your thoughts. Thanks, Dukes. And like that is my answer right there. The unique loot is like missing in Starfield and Fallout 76 loves their legendaries. It's also missing there. I tried to put in a good word for y'all with the Todd interview, plant that seed that, I was like, bro, what's going on with these legendary items? Like, come on. So let's hope that there is change there. But that would be it for me. Before I get to the rest of the conversation about Skyrim and stuff, what do you think Elder Scrolls 6 should retain?
Man, it's tough for me. I was actually going to defer to you on this one because I was curious about to see what was your top feature.
I'd say a more whimsical soundtrack like Oblivion or Skyrim as well. Einan Zur is an incredible composer, but based off his work on Dragon Age and Fallout and Starfield, he likes a soundtrack that really bleeds together all into one very cohesive piece, especially Starfield. Like Starfield almost bleeds together too much, in my opinion. Like it's hard to find the distinction in it all. And so his is very also brassy. And I hope he gets away from some of that for a fantasy game. Because I think some of that brassiness would work for a place like Hammerfell. But there is Jeremy Soule is an incredible composer. I mean, this guy did my babies. He did KOTOR, Oblivion, Skyrim, like amazing composer. To not have his work around Elder Scrolls 6 is an immediate, like, Einan Zur is like the next best guy you can get to fill in like that relationship with Bethesda. Very talented guy. Right. I hope it's like this guy fits rather than, this guy is just kind of like who, we got available and we have the relationship with. Because he did Dragon Age Origins, I'm like, I think it should be fine. But Dragon Age, again, is very orchestral.
Yes.
It's very war. Like, so, I guess it comes down to the theme of the game. Oblivion is more of a fantasy land. Skyrim is a little more of a wonder land. So I I have faith in it, but that would be the other thing. I just hope they really
that's
dial
fair.
in on.
I had heard a rumor. I was going to know if you confirm for me. I had heard that, I don't know how true it is, that it was some type of conduct controversy with Jeremy from the past.
Yeah, that's true.
And okay, and
I don't know if
maybe
it's true in the sense that he denied the reports to Kotaku, but I don't know if he hasn't come back since.
Right. So I was wondering, I didn't know the status of that, or if a judgment was against his favor, or there was some type of mutual split. Because it is a shame that obviously his work is man. Once you talk, I didn't know his resume was outside of just that. Did all that stuff as well.
Oh my god, so many. He did Harry Potter games that sound amazing.
Wow. Yeah. And that's unfortunate because definitely a talent and stuff like that. But again, I don't know the specifics. I don't know who's charged with what, and if what was guilty, or there was a settlement, or there was a you go your way, I'll go our way kind of energy. But yeah, stuff like that hurts. Sucks because it's like, damn, game loses out on something.
Yeah, absolutely. And I do think not having him part of Elder Scrolls 6 will suck. I think Einon Zur can do an amazing job, but Jeremy Souls, his music is a lot of the spirit of these games.
Yeah.
It is like Western Persona in a way I define it, where like you just get those tracks stuck in your head. They stick with you. So that would be the other thing that comes to mind. Other features though, I'm going to take a hot take and say, I hope that they don't bring the settlement feature in. I really want Bethesda to just fucking let it go. Like put it into a boat building, like take the shipbuilding from Starfield, carry that forward. That is what settlements evolved into. But I will keep an open mind, dude. But like, because I imagine they'll try to make it into a city builder rather than like a little town builder. But dude, I just want Bethesda to just like Fallout 4. It fit really well. 76, I was willing to bend. Starfield, when I did it, I'm like, no, dude, this isn't it. And then I just get this feeling, it's like this is a part of their DNA, and I'm like, no, like you're missing the point. Like you don't need this whole system, because I think the reason they mainly do it is because of monetization. Like it's they sell. 76 was like the big one where they're like, yeah, here's like your milk station. We'll sell you a new milk station. This one's gonna be pristine, and it's so fucking whack, dude. Like I don't know. It's not what we play their games for at all. Yeah. It's a component of it maybe, but it's just there. It's so distracting. But I do think it's the creations, the money, the microtransactions. It's all fodder for that. And it's funny because Fallout 4 did well enough without really any of that for a while. So it's a shame, but
fair.
Have you caught this conversation? Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, I just want to just backtrack real quick before you ask your question, which is I do want to shout out you say Einon, or I always butcher the name, Enon. He did do Fallout, that theme though. Come on now.
Yeah, dude, no, Fallout is his bag.
Yeah, Fallout, he do that, man. You know what I'm saying? So I think your criticism is very valid because on Starfield, because I feel Starfield feels like it's just one overarching soundtrack theme that is, as opposed to so many distinct style tracks. I don't feel like he had enough distinct things he was just going for this one vision of what Starfield I feel is. And I would like to see, like I said, what Elder Scrolls, that's things what James did, is you've got distinctions, you've got different pockets, and that's what makes him, really unique and really cool. So that I want to see Enon. Maybe he's done it before with his other games because I'm not really privy to him. I'm really kind of new to him with just Fallout and obviously Starfield, which
he gets themes really well. Yeah,
themes. That man does that. Now I will say he's better than James on because I like Oblivion joint, but we talking.
Whoa, you think the better in the.
All right. That's fine. You talk about Oblivions, or you talk about Oblivion, or we talk about Skyrim, because that's another one.
I think he did all of the Elder Scrolls themes because he did Morrowind as well. Morrowind was also amazing. So
I ain't go for it.
Einon Zur is right there side by side because you do the Fallout theme, and it's like that's fucking insane too.
That's hard. That war never changes joint.
Yeah.
This is a good fight.
Yeah,
it's a good fight. Yeah. I may give you may give a slight edge because I ain't go front that. What is that? The Skyrim. That's crazy. That the Fusu ride on. That's crazy. This is a hard one. Slight edge. My gut tells me slight edge for James. But it's close.
I think the difference is, if in my experience, because Starfield tries to work with silence and subtlety a lot.
Yeah.
And it almost just feels like it drones out.
Yes.
Jeremy's soul, I think of like Secunda from Skyrim, like that little nighttime.
Oh,
And that is like a very peaceful, like low key track. Just, but it sits in the background. And Jeremy works with vocals a lot.
Yes.
You know,
he's more versatile to me. And I will, when I'm playing Oblivion, I even like just the subtleties. I feel slight tension with his music, just the subtleties in the dungeon. Mm-hmm. And it's certain little things. Like I feel he is a little more diverse, where I feel like Elon is more, he does themes epic, but his in-game stuff is more ambient to me. It's more, you know what I mean?
Fallout is so good for him because Fallout 3, I think, is his best work because it is ambient, but it is distinct. And Fallout 3 is a weird game for me now because I used to be a Radiohead and not really as much now. Like I prefer his music a lot of times, and because it adds to the atmosphere so much over the radio. And I'm always like grinding his soundtrack on Spotify for that game. Nice. Like it's just incredible work. It really is like this sense of hollowness and mood.
Yes, he got mood down.
Yeah. And Elder Scrolls isn't moody, in my opinion, at least. It's moody in its own way, I guess. Maybe people use moody differently, is why I say it that way. But like, I think of mood like Fallout, like it's brooding, it's atmospheric, it's overbearing. And his music, again, is very brassy, like fits that, in my opinion. Whereas like, I think Elder Scrolls requires a little more openness and wonder and like high strings and high piano keys and you know, so but and it's funny because Dragon Age Origins is so incredibly serious. Maybe that's the vibe Elder Scrolls 6 goes for. That would be insane if they were just like not Dragon Age style, but they were like that brooding, ever mature. It's like war. I mean, that is what the lore alludes to in Elder Scrolls, is that there is a war, like a civil, another war is about to break out in Hammerfell. So we'll see.
Yeah, you was going to ask another question before I interrupt you in reference to.
No, you're good. It was actually the top one because Quattro pointed out something I've been hearing about, which is because Locke was texting me and I was like, what the hell are you getting on about, bro? And everyone's like, Oblivion's greater than Skyrim. Oblivion's greater than Skyrim. And it's like this new revisionist history on like, I don't get why. I'll say two things here. Number one, I disagree with the sentiment. What's going on? But number two is I don't get why people can't just enjoy things. Why does it always have to result in mudslinging competitions like this? Like Expedition, for example. Oh man, like it's better than Persona. It shits on Persona. I was like, do you know what inspired this game? Come on. Or now Skyrim sucks. Oblivion's where it's at. Oblivion's a better written game than Skyrim.
What are they saying though?
How? The questing design, it's like the open world, the music, the writing quality, which I agree with the writing quality, especially. The quests in Oblivion are really, I think the quests in both games are excellent. Oblivion does have those crazy ones like Paranoia, or the Dark Brother quest line is just like,
oh, so good. I remember that.
Oh, good, right? So it's just one of those things where like both games have very clear strengths in different areas. Like no game adventures like Skyrim. I'm sorry, you'll put a gun to my head, you can do whatever you want. No game adventures better than Skyrim. Not even Oblivion. You know, no game does dungeons better than Skyrim. Never Oblivion. So when I saw this conversation, I was like, in what planet are we on where we're actually shitting on a generational open world game with another generational open world game from the same developer?
Because I'm telling you, that's what I learned about these numbers, bro. So many people did not play Oblivion. That's what I learned. Bro. And I'm like, so this is their first time. And that's why I'm like, yo, this Elder Scrolls brand is so powerful because people are now like, yo, I like this better. Because Skyrim, we've had so much of it for so many over the years. And it's been a bit. And now you got the glow up on top of it. So now you get to appreciate this different way. Yeah. I did not know that. What did you? I was just curious. Quattro mentioned this talk about how features are constantly removed from game to game. So what's the feature in Oblivion that's not in Skyrim that seems to be a point of we like this better?
I think it's the way the leveling system works, but the leveling system in Oblivion's broken. Like it's actually it's the thing that Bethesda didn't fix, but it's the thing that's the biggest problem with it. And actually, Bruce Smith, who used to work at Bethesda, and said he created the leveling system for Oblivion and said it is wrong, it is bad, and they fixed it in Skyrim. So that is like the major change. And Oblivion had the DNA of that, and then Skyrim evolved it in a really good way, where it maintained the challenge at the same time. I really think it comes down to writing quality, because feature wise, you could see what gets stripped away from like Morrowind to Oblivion better. Like Morrowind is an action game, but when you swing, let's say your sword skill is at like 30, you're catching thin air even if you're right up against the dude. It doesn't matter. But Oblivion's like you swing, you make contact. So that was a feature that was removed. They made it less hardcore RPG, which I think was for the better, not just for accessibility, but dude, it sucks swinging your weapon at someone right in front of you and you're hitting them, but you're not doing damage. It just sucks. I love Morrowind, but it sucks, dude.
That's why I couldn't get into it.
Yeah.
That's why, yeah.
Also, the other thing, like, it's just, I think it's the hardcore heads. And I say that as one myself, but like, okay, Oblivion lets you mark your quests. Guess what Morrowind has you do? You look at your journal and it's like, you go west on the road to Satanine, and then you go east towards the marshes, and then you stop and take a piss in this river. It's just like, dude, like, this is not how I want to navigate the world, where you stop, you read the signpost, you check your planner. I'm just like, no. Like, so that's another thing that got stripped away. And I'm like, anyone in their right mind who's working at Bethesda would have evolved the things the way they did. Like, they're tedious to engage with. They're fine for the hardcore heads, but
yeah, that's the hardcore. That
like,
literally sounds like KCD's hardcore mode that just dropped right now.
Yeah, like we're talking hardest of core
of the hardcore. Yeah,
and I'd say I'm pretty hardcore with BGS, but like Morrowind, it's the only BGS game from that era that I didn't finish for a reason. It's a fucking pain in the ass to play, dude. It's an amazing world, atmosphere, the writing, the voice act. There's no real voice acting, honestly, almost ever. But those are the things that I think of that get stripped away. The things that made Elder Scrolls way better, not just from like accessibility, because Oblivion has choice and consequence. Skyrim has far less so. But each game prioritizes to me a very different thing, where I don't view it as taking away stuff, but it's more like, okay, Skyrim wants to be this open-ended, go anywhere, anytime. So you have to dial certain things in so that the player like me, who has beaten Skyrim one time but has put thousands of hours into it, can just hit the map and just leave behind the main quest the second you step out of the tutorial. That is what Skyrim does really well. And I think Oblivion does as well. But I think Skyrim just fine-tunes it because of the leveling system and stuff. There's no punishment for just going wherever the fuck. And the quest system is built so intelligently that you can skip ahead to certain points if you like hit higher Rockstar later.
Yes.
So that's why I don't get down with this whole like, yeah, Skyrim was never that good. I'm like, what?
Listen, man, I'm telling you, my Oblivion gang, they rising up, they get cocky, they get arrogant. Remember, there's a lot of new members, Maddie.
No,
a lot of new flannels.
New members. I just want people to know that these games are both excellent for their own reasons. I don't know if there's a real dick measuring contest to have here.
But one got the flannel, you know what I'm saying, with the fur on it, and the fur like that UE5 glow up now is making people say that because
don't worry. When Skyrim gets its UE5 glow up, and like once the Skyrim's 20th anniversary in 6 years. And
you ain't got that fur coat right now. Right now, Oblivion got the fur coat with the fur and the tray. They feel it because we got to be honest. We're not used to seeing Bethesda games, Elder Scrolls specifically, with this level of graphical glow up. That's always been the Achilles heel. We love what you could do in your game, but that engine looked dated. Now they got that modern engine. Everybody's like, oh, dude, the champ is here. That's what they said. That's what this is. But to your point, I would agree. You give Skyrim this kind of glow up and this kind of attention.
I want to see the conversation.
The conversation.
Outside of the jokes and the memes, I want to really see the people go, yeah, Oblivion, way fucking better. I'm like, with what? The same fucking 3 dungeons over and over? Thousands of hours in this game, man. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Take your head out of your recency bias and think for a moment before you all mouth off online. As
Prisoners in a moment. You know how it go. They ain't see this kid. They ain't see the kid in a minute. Now he came back to the block. He's got his fur on. And now they're like, oh, he was the champ all along.
Yeah.
Don't worry, Flannel Gang. Maddie got y'all. Skyrim's going to get it. Virtuals, you think last question, I know we go along with this. You think Virtuals will get another shot? Like,
I think here's my prediction on the roadmap. I think their roadmap is actually fucking crazy if I'm accurate.
Mm-hmm.
So I am a believer that they're going to show ES6 this year. That is my prediction because, dude, everything's going according to that FTC document. And I don't think you just do Oblivion Remaster. Why not? I think they are building into something. I think this summer you get like, again, I talked about it, like the Starfield official reveal trailer where they're like, here's the vibe trailer, right? I think you get the vibe trailer this year. So I think that Elder Scrolls 6 is a 27 game. I think Fallout 3 could be as early as next year. I think VGC was saying that, but I could see it being the same year, honestly, if Virtuoso is carrying most of the weight. I think you got to talk about New Vegas. I think New Vegas might be in the lineup to get a glow up, but I think Skyrim is 2031 is the 20th anniversary, so you throw that in there. Bethesda already said after Elder Scrolls 6, Fallout's next. So, dude, like their lineup is fucking sick, and they're doing more releases than ever in between all of that. Like I said earlier in the show, like the idea that Oblivion might get like official DLC.
Wow.
If they actually mess around with that, like they're reviving their games in really interesting ways too, where it's not just like, hey, look how good this looks, but like maybe new content getting added.
I mean, dude, sick. Wow.
Tell me with this player count, right? You're looking at 4 million, right? And we know it's going to easily push past 10 million over time. It seems like it's on a similar pace to Starfield, honestly.
Yes. It's been like that stuff.
If you're pushing that player count, why not do an expansion for Oblivion again? Because you know what game I go back to? Is I always go back to Kingdoms of Amalur Reckoning. Always go back to that game because, bro, Re-Reckoning was the impossible thing that couldn't happen because the Big 38 went under with Kurt Schilling and EA had the rights to it. And here comes THQ Nordic, extracts it, and guess what they do? They made an expansion for it like 10 years after the game had died. Unbelievable. And it was good. It was good. It was a totally different team, but they built a whole new expansion. I still think that is one of the most criminally under-discussed stories in our industry. Just so fascinating how that came back. So I'm like, now Bethesda's doing it on this official level. I feel like, why not? Why not? Like the ability to say Oblivion is relevant in the 2020s while we're working on ES6 is awesome. But to my point, you're looking at a lineup of, we just got Oblivion Remaster, Fallout 3 Remaster, Elder Scrolls 6. I'm going to throw New Vegas or Skyrim in that bunch. It could be either or. I think Skyrim's a more likely candidate. Fallout 5. And they said Starfield's going to keep getting support too. Like 76 is going to keep getting support.
Of course.
So, there's just, it's insane. It's insane. Yeah. They have so much going on.
So much of the tuck, bro.
Yeah. All right. Last game I'm going to talk about for the what we're playing section. And then we will dive into the news briefly again. And then Game Pass pick of the week, where I'll talk about the last thing I'm playing that I actually played the most this week. But I wanted to save it for that selection there. So I just want to give a little update on 100-line Last Defense Academy. Kodaka's comeback performance has not been a dud at all here. Like, this is not one of those, like, early first impressions are looking spiffy. Bro, I've been really having a good time with this game. It has been trending, yes, in that upward direction. I don't want to give away too much narrative stuff, so I want to talk about gameplay. I will say narrative by the end of day 7, right? It's a 100-day game. You're at this academy for 100 days. I'm on like day 17 right now. But by day 7, which is the end of the demo period, by the way, in case anyone's really interested, they kind of give you a little hook where I'm like, what's going on? I was like, this is a little diabolical. What's going on here? And so I'll talk on the gameplay front. This game is just like, this is what I love about Kodaka's games. There's lots of little, it's very Nier coded, where like what a lot of people love about Nier, like I do, is you'll have a moment where like the game turns into a side scroller. It just changes the camera angle. It's the same combat system and everything, but it's like, it's a side scroller now. Then it'll have like a moment you interact with a side quest and it's like a 5-minute black screen visual novel, just very well written. And then it's like Nier Automata, where you have this like delicate dance of animation quality, and it's Platinum Games combat.
Oh yeah.
And you just have all these three things like mixing together. And it just makes for a very interesting game. There's nothing quite like it. And Kodaka's games just hit that same level for me, where you're trying to recruit people to your team. There are these things called like persuasion missions you go on. So you got to like go out to this world. It's not like if anyone's played Danganronpa, you'll remember in V3 they had like a board game mini game. That was where their RPG system lied. So basically they have a surrounding area around the academy, and you explore it like a board game. And you have to get this, each tile has a different action. You're making different choices. Like, do I inspect this? Do I collect this? And, based on choices you make, maybe you get items or you get hurt. This is where like random encounters can happen as well. But you find items to then go to the gift-o-matic in the school, and you put them in there and you build a gift, and then you go to the player character that you want to recruit, and you're like, hey, I got to persuade you. Then it's kind of like Danganronpa, where like now you get like the truth bullets, and you got to like shoot through their lies or whatever. So like you're trying to convince
them, the action thing again.
You want to fight with us? Come on, you want to fight with us? And so they're like, no, I can't. I'm stupid. I did and they just say all these things, and then you like hit them with the comeback statement. You see the meter gradually going up, and I'm like, yes, dude, this kind of character interaction and building is like, I love this. But that whole kind of exploration part too is I thought just really cool. Like again, it understands its budget is how I describe it, and I think games that do that get really creative. Like you probably, if this game was doing it how they wanted to, they have like 2D exploration that's kind of like Danganronpa 2. Maybe they would have wanted to continue that, but instead they take this creative top-down approach, turn the whole surrounding area into a bunch of tiles like a board game. You just kind of like hop around, collect things. There are special tiles that you want to aim for that give you like the best rewards, and then you make materials and you give them people and you build your friendship with them. I'm just like, dude, this on top of like turn-based tactics and on top of like the Danganronpa presentation and the music, I'm really vibing with this game, man. As I watch the Mets just hit a home run.
Bro, our Mets is killing it right now. Vieto, he's getting hot. I like that, man. Oh, this is good to see. And your boy McNeil back. Ooh,
yes, Are you a little nervous about that? Because I love McNeil, to be clear.
Love him too. Love him.
But like, I feel like it's other people's time.
I mean, he's part of the old regime, or I consider like with Nemo, but he's so. The only thing I'm worried about is the position, because they got him at center field. I say,
they like just put him in random ass spots, like second sometimes, center field.
He's the Swiss Army knife right now. He's on the second half of his career, but I think we're gonna need him for the playoffs, bro. You need that veteran leadership, that batting talent, that plate discipline, and I anticipate him moving up in the lineup. And Vientos is I think our next young superstar. Yeah, this thing could be, because right now Soto's not even hitting it crazy just yet. Yeah, he's doing all right.
So's pissing me off a little bit. It's been a month, bro. Like I've been patient with you, but it's been a month now. I can't deal with this for 15 years.
Facts. What it is we're winning so much, it's overshadowing that he hasn't been dominant. He's been okay above average.
He's at like 250 right now.
Yeah, and it's just like, bro, we thought we was getting that, the Yankee jump.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
I want the Yankee one.
I'm not worrying though. It's 1 month. I ain't gonna get too crazy. I got my eyebrow, but I think there's gonna be that period where it's gonna be that stretch. But we have to admit, his effect is making the polar bear. Polar bear seeing pictures he never like. Come on, bro. I'm like, Polar Bear, I love you. You ain't never done this. Like you look like you the best in baseball right now. So I think that's the effect, and it deepens the lineup. I know we have Mets one-on-one Xbox guys. I'm sorry, we had to get talk Mets before.
We've been tamed to open up.
We've been tamed for a minute.
Mets are the best team in baseball. We've been very tamed. I don't want to hear it from anyone.
Exactly. You will have to eat that. You know what I'm saying? So it's us right now.
Well, Last Defense Academy has been a blast. I've been really enjoying it. It has been my main go-to game this week because I've just been enjoying my Switch, dude. Just like hopping up in bed, playing it for an hour or two, knocking out. It's been beautiful. Well, we thought it would be a slow news week, but we got two surprises for you. One's from Xbox, one's from us here at Last Stand Media. First, Xbox is jumping the prices on their consoles and on their games. We're going to talk about that. Second surprise is, hey, where did COG go? Here's Mr. Bradley Ells. Brad, welcome to a segment of Defining Duke. How are you, sir?
Good. Hello. Thanks for having me. Sorry, I'm not COG levels, but I will fill in and do my best.
No, this is awesome. Shout out to Brad, man. We saw the news break. COG's in the Bronx right now. He'll be here for the rest of the episode, but he's in the Bronx right now with his family. And so I was originally going to record a solo, and Brad, the absolute legend, says, Maddie, I got you. Steps up, available immediately. So here we are to talk about now the hottest news this week. It's a pricing update from Xbox announced on May 1st, 2025. I'll read the Xbox support page and the US equivalent price jumps, and then I want to get your thoughts, Brad, because this is a whole conversation that can get political. It's also just like gaming's a luxury hobby at the end of the day.
Right, yeah.
$80 games, $600 Xbox Series X. Pretty crazy. So let's read here. It says, as of May 1st on the Xbox support page, we have adjusted recommended retailer pricing for our consoles and controllers worldwide. We also expect to adjust the pricing of some of our new first-party games starting this holiday season to $79.99. Those titles purchased on the Xbox Store have the benefit of Xbox Play Anywhere, allowing players to buy once and play on console and PC at no additional cost. We understand that these changes are challenging, and they were made with careful consideration given market conditions and the rising cost of development. There it is. Looking ahead, we continue to focus on offering more ways to play games across any screen and ensuring value for Xbox players. So this write-up's from IGN. Here are the price jumps for you on various Xbox consoles and accessories in the United States. The Xbox Series S 512 gigabyte model is up from $300 to $379.99. The Xbox Series S 1 terabyte model goes up from $349.99 to $429.99. The Xbox Series X digital version goes up from $450 to $550. The Series X, its launch price, $500. It is now more expensive to buy one now than it was in 2020. It is now a $600 console. The Xbox Series X 2 terabyte Galaxy Special Edition is making a run for the PS5 Pro. It's up from $600 to $729.99. Now for the controllers. The core controller is at $65. A colored core controller is at $70. Yeah. The wireless controller special edition, $80. Wireless controller limited edition, $90, which is up from $80.
Mm-hmm.
The Elite wireless controller Series 2, the core version, is up $10. It goes from $140 to $150. The Elite wireless controller Series 2 in full is up $20, going from $180 to $200. The Xbox stereo headset is at $65, and the Xbox wireless headset goes up $10 from $110 to $120. Couple of bits of extra information for y'all on the Xbox page. Will the price of existing games change? According to Xbox, no. This will affect some new first-party games starting this holiday season. Again, which games are increasing in price? They said we will adjust the pricing of some of our new first-party games starting this holiday season to $80. This update will apply to physical and digital versions. That said, different games and expansions will continue to be offered at a variety of price points. Brad, we have Xbox, who has their hardware down significantly. They have had a historic decline in hardware pricing, even in what seems to be overall revenue growth for Xbox, really driven by content and services that we just learned yesterday through a report from Tom Warren and Xbox's quarterly earning reports. It's up 5% overall, but hardware sales were even down 6% then. Just to add a little bit more salt to the wound, 9 Meters had a write-up that I covered on my video about this. Xbox sales hit rock bottom after historic 2024 decline. The gaming giant sold an estimated 2.7 million units in the US market during 2024, marking its worst full-year performance in Xbox history. The numbers in Europe are considered worse, with an estimated 290,000 sold over that year. And so when you add up the two, you get just under 3 million units sold in total. Both those numbers were down from 2023, where Xbox sold 3.8 million units in the US and 550,000 in Europe for a combined 4.35 million. This was a 10% drop year over year, and Microsoft reported a 42% drop in hardware revenue in the quarter ending in June 2024. So with all of that in mind, Brad, pretty bold to, make the hardware jump. Obviously, tariffs are a factor here. This is the reason why. For me, my eyes are really firmly set on the $80 games. That's where I have more thoughts. But you see this, what's the sticker shock looking like for you? How are we feeling?
It's weird because from a games perspective, I'm in the Nintendo trenches for punching up and all that kind of stuff. So $80 games, I'm more used to it, I would say now. We only have Mario Kart still. That's $80,
Yeah.
Of course, it's Mario Kart. I'm like, $80 for Xbox when you're struggling so hard from a hardware standpoint already. It's just like obviously Call of Duty is going to be $80 this holiday season. That's going to be the big game. And I think it won't affect them too much. People are just going to buy Call of Duty because people already spent a ton of money on Call of Duty, so they'll be all right.
Yeah.
But I'm thinking about the future, Fable,
Borderlands 2.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know. They haven't shown me anything yet where I'm like, all right, $80. I'm down so far. Nothing yet. And the thing is about this is Game Pass is going to get bumped inevitably also. Don't know when it's going to happen. If they're talking about like, hey man, things are going up, they're getting more expensive. So I'm waiting to see when they'll do that.
Yeah.
But now it's definitely like, all right, Game Pass is the move right now, especially because you can cancel your subscription and get all your money back. I've done this multiple times.
Yeah.
I just did it with South of Midnight.
Just lock it in, bro. I was like, I don't know how like Dustin playing Hellblade 2 in full and returning it is still like rent free in my head. I'm just like, that's insane,
dude.
Like,
I did it with Hellblade, and I just did it with South of Midnight, and I took like 2 weeks to beat South of Midnight.
That's crazy.
And they're like, oh, here's your money back, dude. No problem. And I was like, oh, okay, thanks,
Microsoft.
Phil.
I mean, they got the money, but still,
they
it's
got
like
the
just
money.
Bad business,
and I'm not complaining, but it seems like bad business.
Yeah.
And Maddie, these console prices, dude, woof. I don't know about this. Xbox Series X, $600 just by itself. And I'm just looking at their competition. PlayStation 5, $400 with Astrobot for the digital version. Yeah. $450 with the disc.
Yeah.
It's just like,
it's not a good look. And because you talked about Nintendo, so that's covered. PlayStation increased their PS5 price, according to the PlayStation blog, in Europe, Australia, and New Zealand. PS Plus increased in Canada. And that was a pretty decent jump. Like the Essential went from 95 to 110. Extra went from 155 to 190, and Premium went from 190 to 225 for the 12-month subscription, to be clear. So lots of jumps happening everywhere. And there's, I guess, two ways of looking at it. The first is like, well, I guess it's not like, oh, poor Xbox, and I don't want to frame it like that, but it's like, well, what are they going to do, right? If they produce their consoles in China, it's 145% tariff over there, something insane like that. It's like, yeah, these were going to go up, and they were always going to get passed on to us. At the same time, that's why like my concern is really with the $80 games. If I had to pick one game this generation, I would have paid 80 for. It was probably Indiana Jones. Everything else, including Starfield, no. And that's the thing I worry about is I know it's a little bit unfair to like cherry pick, but this is what's going to happen. Is like, I look at Avowed. I'm like, we were like this close to Avowed being an $80 game. I don't know, man. Like they're putting out all right games in a lot of cases. Like South of Midnight was all right. And that took forever, by the way, to make. Where Xbox's game making business is not at a point in a lot of areas where I feel like it should be to be considering charging 80. And that's even saying with like Nintendo in mind, where I'm like, I don't even know if they're good enough to be charging 80. I don't know who really is. It's like such rare moments where I'll pony up for 80 and be like, yeah, sure. Like that, I'll spend that much on that game. But Xbox kind of making it, well, it's the standard for basically their first party going forward. It's like they really got to make it count now. I think they already had to, but I thought Avowed was okay. It's like, I'm not spending $80 on okay. South of Midnight was kind of, you beat it. So it's like kind of incomplete. Like you finish the story and you're like, there's so many questions that are unanswered, not in like a sequel bait kind of way. It was like you had like so much time that you wasted that you could have filled up the story with, but you didn't. And that took forever to make. Hellblade was announced at the Series X, took forever to come out. People thought it'd be way bigger than it was. Most of us beat it in a day. Like it is like, that is the stuff Xbox is putting out. If I were to do like a broad stroke, and I know those are not necessarily the $70 games always. Hellblade was priced cheaper than your standard box prices. So was South of Midnight, to be fair. But that's why I put my sights on like Avowed. Redfall was a full price game. Starfield even. I'm just like, no, man, $80 is absurd no matter who you are. And trying to force it as the standard, it's like, well, now the standards go up again. It's like Xbox, if you're going to start charging 80, you cannot be doing like the 80 Metacritic thing and be like, oh, it's just like this little niche kind of thing. It's like, you got to put out fucking bangers now, dude. Like Outer Worlds 2, probably be an $80 game. That shit better be amazing. It better not just be like, well, it's more Outer Worlds, but a little bit bigger and stuff. It's like, now the expectation is going to, as they did with Mario Kart World, it's like, oh, I better be able to GTA, get out of my car, 3D platform around and stuff, which by the way, sounds awesome. I'd pay $80 for that. But that's where we're at. It's like, we're now entering dreamland, and it keeps getting underpinned by like, well, it's the game development budgets and stuff. But when we're hot on the heels of Expedition 33, right? We see this 33 person team, ironically enough, makes a game that is selling really well and was priced at $50. It's like, well, is there some secret everyone doesn't know, but they just figured out, you know? I get Xbox runs a bigger business than that, but yeah, my argument's more against the software prices. The hardware prices were inevitable. Everyone's going to be hit by them eventually, not poo-pooing it because it sucks. And it's hilarious that Xbox is like, yeah, it's cheaper to buy an Xbox at launch than it was 5 years later at this point in time.
Yeah,
People
it's
are
wild.
brand new off the store shelf. That's insane to me. Did I think it would get that high? I did not. But, you know, again, with the tariffs and where they manufacture their consoles, it was inevitable. But Jesus, dude. You got to imagine, right? This is like the shove. This is a little bit of a shove. Not like it's a plan, but like hopefully people sign up for Game Pass if you're Xbox. Hopefully people embrace cloud streaming. Like, what do you think about that? Do you think that this is going to drive more people to that and be like, well, I'm not playing on Xbox, but I'll subscribe to Game Pass or I'll go build the PC?
Yeah, I guess. Because it's just going to, I guess, just make Game Pass on PC bigger. But anything else I can't really see. If you're trying to get more people in the Xbox ecosystem, or like the console ecosystem, I should say, I don't think that's the right move. It feels like to me they've been pushing everyone to PC Game Pass for a long time anyways.
Yeah.
With console, you need Ultimate, I believe, right, to get all the games early.
Yeah.
Or I'm sorry, day one.
Yeah.
So it is strange, and I know a lot of Xbox dudes are feeling this, and I would feel this too if I played on the consoles only. Feels like, I think I've talked to you about this before, feeling like kind of like a second-class citizen with them. It's like, man, your most loyal kind of dudes are having to pay the most. Yeah. And that's totally cool if you're into all that stuff, but I would feel very weird if I was in that same circumstance, and I don't blame people for going to PC now. I mean, PC's got its own problems. We all know that. And me and Maddie, we both play on PC a lot, so there are our own headaches we have to deal with. But it definitely feels like they're pushing us towards PC even more, which is strange. I have questions about, like, what does this mean for the future handheld that they're going to be doing and all that kind of stuff?
Yeah, I was going to bring that up. Yeah, that was, I think I got to get the exact price point, but that was like rumored to be I had a prediction and I was pretty much on the money with where Jez Corden had been reporting, but they're like, well, yeah, due to tariffs and stuff, like that price point may change. And it's like, oh, that's definitely happening now.
Yeah, I think that's a tough sell already on its own.
Yeah.
Because those things are going to be expensive. You know, how much was like the Asus things at like 600 or something like that?
Yeah, I think the Rock Ally went up to like 700.
Yeah, that's a lot. It's a lot of money, and I totally get it's an enthusiast market, that kind of thing, and it might be all right in the end, but I don't know. It's already a hard sell. But I want to also say this doesn't mean, like, just to be clear, Sony's going to follow suit with this as well. Nintendo gave the go ahead. They shot the first shot with Mario Kart. Now with Mario Kart, maybe you can get away with it the most because it's Mario Kart and it's like Switch's #1 selling game. Like, has like a 50% attach rate with that game or something crazy like that. So people are willing to spend it on Mario Kart. But yeah, like you were saying, the 80s, the all right games, I don't really know about that, dude. Like you're saying, the Outer Worlds, like I'm sure it's gonna be fun. I'm gonna have a great time. But if it's just like, hey, yeah, it's good. It's gonna be a hard $80 pill to swallow.
And I love the Outer Worlds, man.
Yeah,
that's like where we're at now. It's like we're talking almost $100 for video games, and you know that's like not like I'm thinking like with tax and everything included. It's just like it changes the dynamic completely. I mean, you and I have both reviewed a ton of shit. It's just like it's so hard to tell people in an enthusiast hobby to be like, hey, spend almost $100 on this, even if you love it. Like something like Claire Obscura, like I can go in and I can go hard because I'm like it's 50, man. Like this is such an easy recommendation, but like. Even when I love something and it's 80, it's like that is like a totally different price proposition for like every individual on this planet. Like that might be making things really tight for them. Like they might commit on something. And I think it encourages everyone to tighten up and take things more seriously. Like consumers have to really pick and choose where they go and take their business. And not everything can be purchased. You know, it's sad because it's like, we went from 60 to 80 so fast. It feels like 70 was such a long conversation. Then it happened. It was like a little reluctant, like, okay, all right, fine. Like these games are getting bigger. They are getting prettier. Like there was a little bit of give, but the jump from 70 to 80 has been so accelerated. It's like kind of a
5 years. Yeah.
Bull rush, man. It just, here we are. Boom. Just like that. I looked it up, by the way. The report for the handheld that Xbox will be doing this year with Asus was rumored to be priced between $499 and $599 potentially.
Okay.
Given the ongoing trade war, this is from I think Jez Corden, but it's on Windows Central. It says, do take that with a huge grain of salt, given the state of the trade war going on right now. There'll be 2 SKUs offered. So this thing's easily going to be like $700. Like, almost no doubt about it.
Yeah.
And that sucks because I remember colleagues saying, no, it's going to be more. And I was like, well, if the tariffs don't play a factor, I said, I think they're going to put in that range because like you want to make it that like competitive device. Like Xbox is trying to submerge themselves in handheld gaming. Like now they're definitely not going to do that.
Yeah.
Their hardware was already on such a steep decline. Everyone was asking after the multi-platform push, like, why buy an Xbox? And now it's even more the case. It's like, why? You know, I think the only answer they've got, they put it in their support page, is Play Anywhere. Play Anywhere is great.
Yeah, it's cool.
It really is awesome. Like, just continue my save file, like PC, Xbox. I've been using the backbone on my phone. Like, it's been huge in that regard. Like, I've been really enjoying it. But like, is that enough to keep me in the ecosystem when it's such an expensive place to play? $80, $600 console. Tough ask.
Yeah,
really tough ask.
It's a scary thing. I mean, because like everyone's going to do it at a point, but I imagine Call of Duty is going to be. It's like they would be wise to maybe not make like Outer Worlds to $7 or $80.
Yeah,
I don't think you have like that premium kind of tag tied to it. Like Call of Duty, yeah, extremely premium game, very expensive. I understand that. You could get away with it on Call of Duty, but I don't know what else they have coming up, Maddie, that I could feel like $80.
Yeah.
Like assume like all their Blizzard stuff, I assume is going to be 80 now, whatever, or they're going to have a $10 price hike, whatever the next Diablo expansion will be, all that kind of stuff. So I don't know. It's a really hard sell right now. We are still in the early phases of $80. You know, I remember when PlayStation did $70 games and everyone was freaking out, like Returnal, like trying to justify $70, all that kind of stuff. By the way, awesome game. So yes, to me, that was worth $70. But it's just going to be another hard sell for a couple of years of trying to convince people to spend $80. Eventually, we all get used to it again, but you got to be careful with those first few entries. And I just feel like at the same time, the console going up more, or all the hardware going up more, pretty much, big ask for a lot of fans.
Yeah.
Because if let's say, Matt, if someone, it's like, hey, I'm going to get my kid a game system now, their first game system. Are you going to recommend an Xbox?
No.
For the most part, it's like,
no.
If they want to play Minecraft and that's it or whatever, sure, maybe.
I honestly think that's part of like the plan in the sense that they're like, no one's buying this shit anyway. Like that, that's the blunt way of putting it. Like I just laid out all the stats. Like no one's fucking buying an Xbox console. Like the amount of people who are impacted by this, I think, is very small compared to the size of the industry.
Yeah.
Because either people committed or they've sold it to get a PlayStation, because with the multi-platform pivot, it just completely plummeted their hardware sales. So Xbox, like when you look at their software sales, like their content and revenue, everything like that is up right now this last quarter. The top selling games, 4 of them on PlayStation or Xbox games. It's Oblivion. It was Call of Duty, Minecraft, and Forza Horizon 5. So Xbox is, I think, more so. My thought process is like the hardware bump was always going to happen, but I think they're using it as a camouflage to slide in the 80 standard. I agree with you on Outer Worlds 2, more so because of Obsidian's admission. They've said many times, like, we would rather have like a lot of small teams making AA experiences than just doing one big AAA thing. I will pay $80 for a really great AAA experience. Like that is the creme de la creme, the premium. You know, you've put hundreds of people into this, like everyone's a specialist. Like that is the business you've built. So I expect the best of the best. Obsidian has made it clear that's not their business model. They want to keep doing AA style experiences. AA style experiences like Expedition 33 should not be $80.
Right.
But I do wonder if Xbox uses their own brand, like we're Xbox. This is an Xbox first party game, to make a title like that, which I don't think from the outside looking in,
no,
it's an $80 game, and they
don't have that cachet right now.
It doesn't feel that way.
Like Doom is going to be an awesome game,
but
that's going to be $70. You know, it's too early for that kind of thing. So, I'm just concerned about it. I should say. I mean, like I said, everything is going to go up in price. Everyone's going to be increasing their prices. Sony will do it as well. I wouldn't be surprised if Intergalactic's $80 or something like that.
Oh yeah,
could easily happen.
Yeah.
But for right now, it's not looking good for them. It's just kind of like you guys like to say, stepping on the rakes constantly.
It literally is that. They just had a baller week, and then it's just like, damn, bro. Like
you just can't ride a W for a little bit.
They are very much like Band-Aid rippers. Like that's what they do. Like this is like we're changing multi-platform. This is what we're doing. Ripped it off. Like did the podcast and everything, right? Like Phil on stage when like people were like, oh, well, it's only gonna be 4 games, right? And he's like, no, like he just randomly just says it in front of, I think it was like Brian McCaffrey was interviewing him. He's like, no, like we're gonna keep doing that. Like, yeah, that's like
right.
Like there's no red line. Like we're gonna do that more and more. Like and then this, it's just like, yeah, like everything's jumping, and I think it is in the mix of all this interesting that they are holding Game Pass prices down. Because they cite the reasoning as like game budgets and global challenges and whatnot, but I think the reality is they know that this can help Game Pass grow. Mm-hmm. Like that is their silver lining in all of this, is that they don't other manufacturers don't have a great answer right now. PlayStation doesn't have a great answer when they jump their prices to 80.
Right.
Like that's it. You have PS Plus, which I think is actually a pretty good service nowadays. Nintendo's like Switch Online is just catching up, and they have literally a button on the system that
that's so stupid.
So I'm just like, who designed that and thought of that? He's like, all you have to do is add the home menu option, and there's a chat app. That's all it is. But instead, they put a whole button that's pretty much a premium button now.
Mm-hmm.
But Nintendo doesn't, I think, have a really great answer either. So the best thing Xbox does have going for them in this case, when they rip off this Band-Aid, is that price proposition of like, well, is it really $80 for me? I've been subscribed to Game Pass since it was first announced. So to me, I'm like, is it really $8 to me? No. But since Xbox is a multi-platform publisher, I think it just kind of, the scales balance out immediately. It's like, well, it's $80 for where a lot of people are buying your games, PlayStation and Steam right now.
Yeah.
So
frankly, the audience you really need as well to buy those games. You need that.
That's a very good point. Yes. So while Play Anywhere is nice and Game Pass is nice, if your base is small and you've now raised the walls to get into that, I don't know how much of a buoy it's actually going to be for them.
Yeah. I think Matty, Game Pass is going to go up when Call of Duty comes out. I don't know how much, maybe a couple dollars, maybe like $2, maybe $3, maybe $5. I don't know.
But I feel like we're in the era of aggressive hikes where it's like, like the tariffs are like this cloud where people are expecting astronomical everything. And so like, I think just like companies are really opportunistic with COVID, they're, this is like one of those moments again where they're just like, well, we'll just fucking jump this. Like they're going to somehow think that digital subscriptions are affected by tariffs, and that's perfect for us. Like,
I mean, we're already at a point where they're charging you more to play on Xbox, where I feel like is like a weird power play move.
Yeah.
Why not keep going from them? And Call of Duty is the game to do it and get away with it. People will show up for Call of Duty no matter what. So maybe that's the time.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know. They got to be careful. I mean, of course, everyone's got to be careful, but it's just a really interesting time. As someone who's not like knee deep in the Xbox ecosystem like you and Cog are, from like the sidelines watching it. Like I used to play on Xbox a lot more, but they've kind of given me reasons not to, I would say. They don't. It seems they don't give a fuck if I play on there anyway, so it doesn't matter. I think when
it's
everything
with
PC,
right?
I was like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
But I'm just curious, Maddie, from like people like you and Cog are knee deep in this kind of thing. You're kind of seeing this rapid change in this company over these couple of years. What do you think, man? Like, how do you think the fans are feeling? You know about the fans.
There's a mixture of like it is what it is kind of response, like this is Trump's policy and this is how it's supposed to. I'm not trying to get political with it, but it's like there's a lot of like all your electronics are going up, bro, and it's like there's a difference between like the political stance of like whether it's right or wrong or how it'll pan out, which I don't think any of us really know. I don't think America has an idea of how it's going to pan out.
Right.
So there's that, and just the reality of like the thing I love is jumping in price astronomically, and that sucks. It really is that simple. And it is getting more and more broad. And I look down the pipe at like next gen consoles. When I saw like PS5 Pro pre-tariffs, I'm like, that was a sticker shock. I was like, hold on,
yeah, 700.
So we're talking probably like $1,000 next gen consoles.
Oh, yeah,
easily.
We're getting there. $800 at least, probably.
I feel like this is the era of the mid-tier PC. Like that is what you go and build yourself nowadays. I know like, look, the way I view it is this, to answer your question, is like, last year I got a lot of grief jokingly from the Duke audience because I had 74 hours on my Xbox. That's because I played on my PC the whole fucking time.
Yeah.
All of my hours logged were on Steam. I played all of my Xbox shit on Steam. I reviewed, I think, Hellblade and Shattered Space on my Xbox. And those are like my main hours played on Xbox last year. Everything else, Xbox related or Game Pass related, was happening on my PC.
Yeah.
That's kind of the environment Xbox pushed me into. Now, I'm lucky that when they shoved me that way, I had the PC there ready to go, where I was like, okay, I'm just going to let go of the couch life and embrace the office chair life and just game here most of the time. That is where I ended up in it all. I've just found that the headaches console is starting to provide on even like performance issues has become less and less worth it. The main thing that I liked about my console was streaming the game from my console to like my Logitech G Cloud. Now that I can just straight up stream games to my phone, even that's becoming, so the Xbox ecosystem's upgrading in a way where it's like, well, I just have that option now. I just play the game on my phone, good to go. I don't even need to use the console, or I can use the app on the G Cloud and just play that way. Like, there's no ifs, ands, or buts to that. So I've found ways around it, but the reality is that it has changed the way I play. I was always a console player. I prefer the couch experience, the kick my feet up, big screen. I don't like being parked in front of my work environment to play video games. But a lot of those changes in the ecosystem I'm most invested in has pushed me here, where it's just like, yeah, this just feels like the right place to be. Because number one, I don't think they value that base. It's kind of like the business reality is very much shown like, okay, we've grown as much as we can here, as much as we think we can here. Obviously, there's choices they could have made along the way that could have made it bigger. You look at PlayStation, how big they are. It's not like Xbox couldn't get there,
right?
But they're looking at it as like, okay, well, where do we grow more explosively, exponentially? PC's on the uptick now, and I think the fact that I'm gaming mostly on PC says it all. You know, there used to be times when I got like review code offers, and it's like, what they for those who don't know, like Brad will know, but like you'll get like the form, and they're like, what console do you prefer and stuff. And I used to like pick based on like, do I want achievements? Do I want trophies? I'm just a fucking Steam default now. I'm just like, yeah, just give me the PC version every single time now. That was not how I used to do things at all. The only time I actually regretted that was Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. They did something to like lock down that game where you straight up just couldn't stream it. Like, yeah, it was weird. You can do it now, but it was just something they did with their games where like I could not cloud stream it to my Steam Deck or anything like that. I couldn't even play it on my Steam Deck. It was really weird.
Yeah.
That was like the one time I felt regret about that, because that kind of handheld play where I want to go does help me a ton in my reviews. Like, it just lets me pick it up and keep going wherever. Yeah, the flexibility is huge. So that's a long-winded answer, but like, as someone who's like really into the ecosystem, it's like I look at my Xbox console, I'm just like, it's like a fucking dying thing before me. I'm like, I barely use it, all things considered now, because it's just like the PC has been such a go-to, and I'm happy Xbox has supported PC so actively that like that is an option. So again, the benefit Xbox has with this whole economic situation is they have good answers. They really do. It just is like they have done what they do best, which is like just tore that Band-Aid off, got a bunch of hair stuck to it. That damn, I really that hurt. I felt that. Yeah, they're really good at that, and they did it again.
Yeah, I guess I'd rather them just do it like you said, like the Band-Aid, tear it off and just get it over with and get everything else out there instead of just having questions. Like for instance, when Switch 2 stuff, there's a lot of questions, a lot of rumors going on for a while. No clear answers from Nintendo.
True.
So I'm happy they're just kind of like, you don't want to hear this, but here it is all at one time, kind of thing like that. I'm curious, somebody, like, what would you tell Xbox to do now? Like, what advice would you give the company?
Oh, man, I think for me, it would definitely be like, well, it's a lot of the obvious shit. I feel like you can't be releasing like your 7, 8 out of 10 experiences anymore. Like those, if you're going to charge 80, you have to be either more oversight, more quality assurance, whatever it may be. Like, you have to tighten it up. Like, that is just what it is. There has been an expectation where like it's always been whatever the price on the box is should match the experience I get in quality. And games are very unique and to some extent length. There are games that are they're usually like Mouthwashing was like I think $13 game when I bought it. And that was like it was like the length of a movie. It's like, okay, I went to the movies tonight. And that's what it was. It was priced according to its length. Like, you're only going to get so much out of it. It's a one-time playthrough. That's really it. I think What Remains of Edith Finch was like closer to 20, I want to say.
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah, again, like 3-ish, 4-ish hour experience. So I think about that a lot, like where Xbox needs to make sure, just like it should have always been, it's like whatever you're offering, like I think Hellblade was the most egregious of it. It's like, I don't think the quality was really there. It was a beautiful video game, but like in the terms of gameplay, even storytelling, I love the first game, but gameplay, storytelling, I don't mean to pick on it, but I'm just like, this is not nearly as good in really any other facet other than the visuals. It took you a while to make it. You announced it super early. Apparently they only worked on it for 3 years actually, but it did, as the consumer, it didn't feel that way. You put it in my hands and it's the same exact, it's shorter in my case than the first game. That did not feel like a good price proposition. And that was a game on the cheaper end. So Xbox, I think, just needs to be very aware of this stuff. Lucky for them, they have a ton of RPG developers under their branch where it's like, they should not have an issue with like the game length equaling the value of the product. But now it's about like that maintained quality, sustained quality. And
because
like,
you're saying
Indiana Jones shouldn't just be this one-off. Like that was fucking amazing. Like
that was a great game.
Easily the best, I think, next to Hi-Fi Rush, best published game from Xbox this year. It's like, well, you can't just have it be that only. Like it has to happen more than twice a generation, dude. And like those are games that are like over a year apart from each other. Starfield was great in my opinion, but yeah, dude, there was a lot of issues with Starfield. It was very divisive, and that was the one that Xbox was riding really hard, and it did super well in the market. Top 10 selling game in 2023, was saying a lot. I think it was in like the top 8 or 7, something like that. So did really well. But like, you know, as a fan, I think it was really like, I think of these games for this generation. I think of Psychonauts 2. I think
love Psychonauts 2.
Yeah, so good. Amazing game. I think of Starfield to some extent, because I think it could have been amazing, but I think there was a lot of bad design decisions there, just bring it to kind of like a great area. Indiana Jones, I think Doom will definitely be there. It's really Bethesda, bro. Like, and I know I'm biased, but like if I look at it as just Xbox, that's like where if you start to compartmentalize the conversation, I'm like, you guys really need to be careful with your games then, because you've been hard carried by Obsidian. Everyone else has taken their time, and that kind of class of 2018, like your Ninja Theory, your Compulsion Games, have showed up and just not really fully delivered for fan expectations. Whereas Playground Games has with Forza Horizon 5. We will see what happens with Fable. Yeah, Fable's got all the pressure in the world now.
Yeah, it does.
And it already did, but oh my god, like now that's going to be like that should be the $80 game for Xbox, but the problem is, again, it's like that's the individualized one. It should be just the expectation across their entire library. But I feel like that's setting up this unfair expectation because I don't think they can really reach that. Is where I'm at, you know?
Yeah.
So
I don't know. Yeah.
Hand toss.
Yeah, it's an interesting time right now in video games. That's for sure.
Yeah. Do you have any extra thoughts? I don't know if we wrap this up here. Or
no, I mean,
I don't want to dominate the whole conversation.
No. I was really curious.
Outside.
Sorry, like I'm so used to hosting shows. I was asking you questions about it because I was curious.
Who's hosting here?
No, man. I think we've kind of like touched on everything. It's just, it is like, you know, because we don't know what the future is going to bring exactly. And we're kind of like in a weird state right now. And we're all kind of just agreeing like Call of Duty will be the first one. They'll be okay with Call of Duty. But after that, I don't really know. Like Elder Scrolls 6, whenever that comes out, yeah, you could totally charge $8 for that game. Absolutely, you could.
It's a safe one. Premium.
Hopefully it's good when it comes out. Like really good.
God willing, man.
God willing, I want that game to be great because I've been playing Oblivion for the first time, and it's really fun.
Let's have a little impromptu. How is that going? I was so surprised to see when you replied that. I was like, Brad hasn't played Oblivion.
No, dude. So I missed it on Xbox. I didn't get into PC gaming till like 2000, or start playing on my own PC till like 2004, 2005, kind of like that. But I just missed Elder Scrolls. I remember some of my friends playing it, but I was playing other stuff at the time. Skyrim was the first one I played, and I was like, this is cool. I really like this. So with Oblivion coming out, it's been really fun. And so it is extremely janky in a lot of ways. Yeah. Very, like, I've had to reset quests because they're just not triggering and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Just kind of some weird oddities, but at the same time, I'm kind of like putting myself in the shoes of a game that came out in 2006, and I kind of like the charm of it just being janky in a lot of ways.
Sure.
But I can't, it is very fun just walking around, summoning a skeleton to fight with me and just killing some weird demon things. I'm like, this is cool. I'm having fun doing this. The quests have made me question, like, made me sit there and think already. I'm like, what do I want to do right here? I don't know what the correct choice for me would be. And
Oblivion's got really underrated writing, I feel.
Yeah, like, I think the writing is pretty good.
Yeah,
and I'm happy they've kept in like stuff like the second take. Have you seen that clip?
Oh,
of, like,
yeah,
the lady
yeah. Wait, let me do that again.
Yeah, that is so great. I'm very happy that's still in the game. I love all that kind of stuff. So for me, it's been great, just kind of giving it a new couple tweaks or a fresh coat of paint for an old classic. A lot of people like, maybe to make it a little easier for modern audiences to get into. At the same time, I kind of understand where the fans are coming from with the old game, like the way it looks, you know. Oblivion had like that very green, in my opinion, a little overbloomed effects. They go a little too hard on the bloom effects, but I know that's like the identity of the game, and that's kind of not here as much like that. But it's not a big deal for me because I haven't spent a lot of time in that world.
Sure. But,
yeah,
it's like more biome diverse now, or at least it feels that way. Kind of like Skyrim does. Like Skyrim has like the swamps, it has the snow peak mountains, like the grassy plains and all that stuff. So yeah, Oblivion kind of matches that a lot. It already had that, but it's a little more detailed and defined. Now there are some areas that are more desaturated. Have you done any of the faction quest lines?
I'm doing just some of the mage quests, the mage guild right now, because I made my guy I made him look like Dracula, and I made him a necromancer pretty much. So I'm trying to get all these magic spells and stuff like that.
So you haven't done Thieves Guild or Dark Brotherhood yet?
No, I haven't done them yet in this game. I know Gene and Dustin were hyping them up to me because they love them in this game.
Fucking awesome. Dark Brotherhood is like considered Bethesda's best work in Oblivion. Like it is, maybe ever for a lot of people. It's really good. I don't want to set the expectations impossibly high, but I'd love to get your thoughts on that, because is an awesome
I definitely want to play it. The focus is Clair Obscur right now, but I definitely with Oblivion, I'm like, this is a really easy game for me to hop into, take breaks and just hop into like a week or two later. It's really easy for me to do that in that game. So
easy. Yeah.
I definitely want to finish it though.
Did you buy both these games or did you do Game Pass?
I bought both. Thanks. So I bought Clair on PlayStation. I bought Oblivion on Steam.
Nice.
Because like games like this, like Bethesda proper studios, I'm like, these are PC games to me. So like I want to play it on PC.
Especially if they do some sort of like real mod support for it.
Yeah, that's all really cool. I love all that kind of stuff. Like Doom, I'm gonna play on PC, like no doubt.
Easily.
I have to play it on PC.
Yeah.
But yeah, man, for like terms of games, like Xbox has given me good stuff. Like I just finished Indiana Jones like a week ago. Like I played it when it came out on Xbox for like 3 hours. Just came out at a bad time for me. I hadn't enough time to it. Came out to PlayStation. I was like, all right, I'm gonna commit. Bought on PlayStation. Had a really good time with it, man.
Hell
like you're saying, I had a really good time. I was like, this was just a fun romp. I was happy to be indie again. They nailed the tone.
Different, right? Like
it was much different than I thought it was going to be.
Awesome game.
So they've been doing great on a lot of the games for like their premium games, I should say. Even though like Oblivion's a $50 game, which is great. I think that's an appropriate price point for that game. Frankly, they could have charged more, honestly, probably for most people, because everyone loves Oblivion. So it would have been easy.
I just hope the industry understands that, like, and by industry, I mean like the people setting these prices and making these types of executive decisions, that like price changes the whole dynamic. Like this game, if it was, I think if it was $70, I think it would actually be getting a little more aggressively torn up for its like jank and bugs and stuff.
Yeah.
There are some new ones that are there, and like visually there's some moments I'm like, I don't know, but because it's 50, people are cool with it.
Yeah,
like,
$50, no big deal. Yeah,
nice and breezy, man. Like that's what people are used to. So I feel like, especially when you see 4 million players, it's selling really well. Clair Obscur selling really well. I feel like there's got to be something from this past week that opens some companies' eyes of like, well, like we could just set our budget right, make a $50 game, and just make the consumer feel like they're robbing us, and it'll sell like hotcakes. And, I wonder if that's a lesson, because again, with these $80 games, I think indies and AA are gonna fucking boom these next like 2 years.
I agree with you.
They're just gonna be in this pocket of like, hey, we're gonna offer you like a same type of experience you can get elsewhere, really high quality, lots of content, but it's gonna be like $40.
Yeah.
And I just think, word of mouth marketing is everything nowadays. It's not even about like, can you get on TV, bro? So it's like, I just think if you're an indie dev, you should be feeling at least somewhat decent right now.
Yeah. Now's your time to shine for sure right now.
Yes. Rubbing my hands a little menacingly.
Yeah.
Brad, this was awesome, dude. I appreciate you joining me in this impromptu Duke segment. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being here. We're looking forward to getting your thoughts on this topic. I guess our hashtag about Towerborne will be a little bit out of date, but that's okay. We still want to get your thoughts nonetheless down below, but it'll be back now to the Titanfall and Respawn segment with Cog and the rest of the show from there. So, ladies and gentlemen, we'll see you then. But Brad, thank you once more.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. Those are all the games we are playing. It's time to get into the news. One item this week, pretty sad stuff though. Respawn Entertainment has suffered more cancellations, has suffered more layoffs. This is the statement from Respawn in an image they posted on their social media accounts. At Respawn, bold ideas, creative risks, and passionate storytelling have always defined who we are. That spirit has carried us through incredible highs and sometimes difficult changes too. As we sharpen our focus for the future, we've made the decision to step away from 2 early-stage incubation projects and make some targeted team adjustments across Apex Legends, and Star Wars Jedi. These decisions aren't easy, and we are deeply grateful to every teammate affected. Their creativity and contributions have helped build Respawn to what it is today. We're offering meaningful support to those impacted, including exploring new opportunities within EA. Looking ahead, our commitment to player-first experiences remains unchanged. Innovation has always been at the core of Respawn's identity, and it continues to drive how we build the future, from evolving live experiences to crafting new worlds and stories. For Apex Legends, that means not just delivering competitive, innovative seasons, but expanding what Apex can be. While the team will continue to refine gameplay and bring new ideas to upcoming seasons, we're also investing in what's next for the franchise, exploring bold experiences that push the boundaries of competitive play while staying true to the spirit of competition, creativity, and integrity that our community expects. Within the Star Wars universe, we're excited to keep building new stories, with the next chapter of the Star Wars Jedi series aiming to raise the bar again for storytelling and gameplay. To everyone who has been part of our journey, past, present, and future, thank you for making Respawn what it is. We carry your legacy with us into everything we create next. And have you heard that it was like a extraction shooter? It was in like the Titanfall universe or something like that. So it went from immediate like, oh man, that sucks to, it wasn't really what we wanted anyway. So how are we feeling? Yeah, I worry about Respawn a little bit, right? Because you combine this with like Vince Zampella kind of having his eyes everywhere, but it seems at his home base, right? Like he's over working on Battlefield. Like EA's kind of turned him into the Swiss Army knife. He's the Jeff McNeil of EA at this point. But they've had a number of canceled projects. They had the Star Wars first-person shooter project canceled. They just canceled 2 incubation projects here. I'm pretty sure there was another one that got canceled recently. That was, I want to say Titanfall or Apex Legends related. We don't know really what these are, but 100 layoffs, canceled projects everywhere, and streamlining your focus into just Apex Legends and Star Wars. How are we feeling about a less risky Respawn? Because at least they're helping out with something like Zero Company, which you and I are both really excited about. Super pumped about that. But at the same time, it kind of reminds me a little bit about where Insomniac is treading water, where they're like, they went from just a Ratchet and Clank franchise and they did, Sunset Overdrive and all these creative ideas to like, you're the Marvel studio now. And that's all you're doing based on what we saw with that release schedule. Now I'm getting this vibe here. Like you talked about how you lost your precious Titanfall because Apex Legends just had to be so popular. And we love Star Wars Jedi, but do we only want Star Wars from Respawn? I don't think so. Again, I thought the first person shooter was like a surefire bet to be an incredible game from this team. They make amazing feeling FPS games, amazing movement, amazing shooting mechanics. So for that to get canceled was a huge bummer, but now we have all these on top of the layoffs. So just my meandering aside here, what do you feel right now when you're seeing this news that these continue to happen?
Brutal. I was checking in on a couple of people just to make sure that I got over there, and I was just like, hey, are you okay? And a few of them got let go, and one of them was like, hey, I'm still here, but I lost a majority of my team, and it's brutal. I think what I worry about is kind of what you said, in the sense of when teams go through, when companies go through this in the video games industry, my concern now is, okay, we're just going to streamline, stick to only what's working, right? And a lot of that is to the bigger franchise. Like when you look at Ubisoft, it's like, okay, now we're going to be nothing more Assassin's Creed. Here's our portfolio, the big franchise. And I'm worried now that, Jedi Survivor now is going to be in that pocket. You know what I'm saying? Other things that are the big ones, we're just going to get the regurgitation of not say the annualization, but you know what I mean? That staying in that lane because the other side projects are not really viable to work. So what surprised me the most is the moneymaker failed for them. And that was actually EA Football Club. Remember, they got rid of the FIFA label. I don't know, the license thing was over. And this is kind of like year 1, year 2 of EA Football Club. Complete miss is what I'm hearing. And that is the breadwinner. That and Madden are the breadwinners. Make no mistake about it. That's what gets everything else. So if you got one of your major tent poles, and again, I would have to defer to LSM. I'm not the football/soccer guy. You know what I'm saying? So I'm very curious how that was received with the licensing thing and people who play the sport, who know the sport. What's the consent? What's the energy in the street? Like, why did it miss? Like, you know what I mean? Because that's supposed to be a slam dunk. That's soccer, football is the global game. Yeah. Right? Yep. That's everywhere around. So people didn't gravitate to it. And then obviously Veilguard, and apparently, obviously looking at Bloomberg's report, it missed its sales expectation by 50% is what it's saying, when it's being reported. So you throw a flop with the EA, the soccer game, throw Veilguard, which they had a super high expectation, right? And then we remember we saw, it's in PSN. It's this, is that. We start to see the signs like, yo, we got to recoup. We got to get something, right? It reminds me of, even though my beloved Midnight Suns didn't get a Game Pass pay, but remember when they could give away Midnight Suns. It was $5 because they had such expectations for that life. So that's the scary part of this. And as far as Respawn, the sadness, everybody's hitting me up. Of course, no Titanfall breaks my like destroys me. And the fact that it was going to come back at Extraction, there's a part of me that's like, well, I don't mind at that. Like Titanfall in an extraction shooter, it could have worked because stand by for Titanfall.
It's not what you guys want though, right? Like it's not. You guys want the campaign, the multiplayer suite. Like you want Titanfall 3. That's what you want.
And what this shows me is this climate of free to play has them scared to death to bring another shooter or live service game in this climate with a $60 price point, in a world where Call of Duty exists, in a world where, now they're going to clearly put their attention to Battlefield, right? And they're looking at...
It's looking good under Vince's watch, but I don't think it should be a trade-off for Titanfall. So they talk about this as next iteration of Apex Legends, right? This is the money-making label. What if it is Titanfall 3? And I don't mean in story continuation from 2, but if it's Titanfall 3, like it is a Titanfall game, clearly. But it is Apex Legends 2. How do we feel about that? Like you could stand by for Titanfall. You got the PvPvE stuff. Like you got what made Titanfall with that Xbox One reveal, that moment of like, yo, but it's Apex Legends 2 instead.
It's just disrespectful. It's just like now you just throw in another label. It's like how you feel with AEW. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I get it.
Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's like, bro, just go back to the essence and do it. And it's just so frustrating. And
so
now,
if you could get into Titans in Apex Legends 2, would that be like you're just a pretender? Yeah, it's not the same.
Get that Apex Legends out. First of all, they're in trouble. They are on a slow. There's a game called Marvel Rivals, bro. Yeah, it was funny is I'm playing,
bro.
Oh, Marvel Rivals is cleaning the clock right. And you know what's funny? I'm not that this will clean their clock, but Marathon's got Apex guys are saying Marathon's doing a lot of Apex stuff. I was like, really? So again, because I'm not an Apex guy, I don't really rock with it like that, but I know people who really play it. So listen, I'm not gonna say they're Overwatch in trouble because I feel Overwatch is I'm sorry.
Overwatch is some type of life support right now.
It's over, Prime. It's over, bro. Like it's over. Like, I'm sorry I don't see any scenario. Like what NetEase would have to literally fumble the bag, get into a scandal, company deleted, something they gotta have the epic fall. Yeah, they lose the license. That you're not coming back. Sorry, Jez Corden. I know you love Overwatch. Sorry, and Seven Goes. I know a lot of y'all. It's over. The fact they could just put out, here's Ultron today. Mm-hmm. Here's this one. You're not.
Their output's crazy.
You got to make. It will take you 6 months to a year to make 1 or 2 original characters or whatever it takes. In an Overwatch, right? Mm-hmm. And a story. Bro, you got a Rolodex of Marvel heroes you can put and then coincide with any film. Hey, Fantastic Four. Hey, let's put out this now.
Yeah, bro. It's intense.
It's over. And then you notice the other thing, the elephant in the room, I got to say it, because I know we in a very sensitive, social culture. Mm-hmm. But one thing that Marvel Rivals has going for it is they're very revealing with their costumes. Yeah. And the young men and women like the way things flow and bounce and move around in the environment. Let's just say that.
Yeah, Invisible Woman's cooking, bro. What can I say?
Bro, these thirst trap suits.
Yeah, bro. It's
over. Like
it's like day one, they have like the microtransactions ready with the scantily clad costumes.
Bro, I used to play Naraka Blade Point for a reason, man. I'm trying to tell y'all. They was on to something early. I was there early. Yeah, I was like, yeah,
you were on
guys.
the testing grounds, making sure the horniness meter was getting surpassed over there.
Romance Cox spent many microtransaction helping the developers. I just wanted to get feedback. I just want to.
Now, what if Apex Legends 2 had that plus Titanfall? Like, you call in for Titanfall, you get the scantily clad shooter. How are we feeling?
We need Titanfall, bro. We just need it by itself and give us the complete suite. Solid PvE. You sell it as a PvE game. Sell it as a PvE game that happen to have a PvP mode, and you still got your Frontier, which is Frontier is an amazing PvE horde style mode. They got that. It could be done. My thing is, I'll be honest. No disrespect to Battlefield has had a bunch of flops now. Like, come on. Yeah. Like, I know they bring Vince in to save the day, but they're so like Battlefield must be the one. I'm like, bro, the champ is right here.
Honestly, that's a really fair point. Yeah, Battlefield has had like Hardline, 2042. I know 2042 managed to kind of crawl its way back into people's good graces, but I think 4's Levolution was something that people thought was cool at the time, but it was like the trade-off of like true destruction.
Yeah.
You're so right that, I never really thought about that, but like there is a level of like, I think Battlefield 1 was the last one. 5 was super controversial, if I remember correctly, but 1 felt like the last one that came out and really hung around for a while. And was that not the one that they launched with Titanfall 2? Which one did they launch with Titanfall 2?
The Titanfall 2 was the one with the chick. I think it was Battlefield 5.
Was it Battlefield 5?
I think Battlefield 5 was 1. Was it called 1?
Maybe it was the World War I game.
I felt it was the one with the chick.
Right. What game killed Titanfall 2?
Yeah, it was the game that they launched the damn same window, cannibalized its own self.
This is the AI overview. While no single game killed Titanfall 2, its underperformance was significantly impacted by its release date, which was sandwiched between Battlefield 1 and Call of Duty Infinite Warfare. Yeah, Infinite Warfare is fucking terrible, right? All they had to do was delay Titanfall 2 to the next year. Yeah. All they had to do.
Because my thing is this, they want Battlefield to be their champion so bad. Like it's like, bro, you already got the champ here. Give him the proper rollout and watch what happens. Because I'm gonna be honest, let's see what Vince does. And Vince, yes, he will do some cool stuff, and it does look dope. I ain't gonna front. But the problem is, you're still going up against the juggernaut that is Call of Duty. Let's just be honest.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Second place is firmly secured.
Firmly secured. Like, so it is what it is. But that's what it is. It's just that's the part about this. I find, last what I'll say, I find it interesting that they were flirting with this extraction. And in my opinion, they go, yo, y'all see what's going on in Marathon right now, fam? Like,
yeah, honestly, there might be a little something there. You're pretty right on that. There might be a little something there.
In this climate, it's tough, bro. It's tough.
Agreed. Well, that's the news. Best wishes to anyone at Respawn Entertainment who has been laid off.
Love you guys.
Hopefully they land on their feet. Just tough times these days, dude. And for both sides, right? You see the layoffs, you see the cancellations, you just wonder what could have been. Very frustrating.
Yeah, and that's one of my favorite studios because I honestly, all jokes aside, I don't feel Respawn has missed. They've made every and in different genres, dominant in different genres.
Yeah.
And salute to everyone. I hope everybody gets back on their feet. And it's really sad because this industry is just showing the volatility, sometimes how unstable it is, and it's not stopping, even with the successful, studio, so to speak. So it just goes to show at the top with EA what's going on. Like I said, with the big games missing, now other games and other companies got to suffer.
Absolutely. All right. It's time to wrap up this show with our Game Pass pick of the week. This is the game that came out yesterday, or really today as we're recording this. Xbox graciously provided a founder's code. I got a buddy of mine to download it on Game Pass with me and fired up some Towerborne. It's enjoying its Xbox console release now. It has been out on Steam in early access for a while now. It's been out since December. I don't really know the story leading up into it. It seems like this was the synchronization of a big update, though, like new classes, new skills, like just a lot was packed into this where it seems like it is pretty feature complete. So what I'll say is this, man. I really am impressed. Stoic is a team that gave us Banner Saga 1 through 3. Phenomenal RPG series. I know I've said it a lot this episode of things that are under discussed, but this is another one. Like, I feel like a lot of people look at Mass Effect as like the only game that ever had you migrate like save files into the next game and have your choices carry over. Banner Saga did do that very well, might I add. And I just think that is something that is so needed more often in our industry. And they did that. So for them to go away from turn-based RPG, choice and consequence, this storytelling, but keep a beautiful art style, I was like, what is going on here, right? We played it last August, and even though we had Avowed there before I knew what Avowed would fully be, you were surprised when I told you like that was my game of the show. I was like, this game rules. Just the flow, the feel, the rhythm. It's incredible combat. It reminded me of like TMNT. It reminded me of Dragon's Crown. It reminded me of just like my favorite beat 'em ups. So this is now finally we get to see not just that quick slice of it, but like, okay, what does Towerborne look like in the moment to moment? Like when I'm, I know this is a live service game. So what does it look like when I'm going back to what is literally like Destiny, the tower? Like there is the Belfry Tower. And you're there and it's your hub where like, here's your upgrade station, here's your map station, your mission station, your dailies. Like it's got it all, man. So I was like, okay, I'm not a live service guy. I gotta say again, I'm pretty happy with it. So here's why. There is that like Tribe 9 live service ick on it. So like where you like pieces of the game, but then you get to the tower and you see like the dialogue presentation. Now, I'm going to be honest for the team. I hope that they upgrade this because the sound effect when you press like the next text button, it's kind of Genshin Impact coded. It gives mobile game energy. That's what it gives. And the story isn't a big focus here at all. I could barely tell you what's going on other than like, numbers happened and you died and you're coming back to life and some other people are coming back to life and they're all going to this Belfry Tower and trying to fight to reclaim their land from these monsters.
The aces and umbras.
Yeah, you're playing as an ace. That's it. I'm okay with them taking a game off for a story because they kind of did that 3 times in a row.
Yeah, telling
these like very narrative heavy stories. So I just like, all right, like you guys want to do gameplay, let's do gameplay. See what you do here. So I'll just get to that, the core of the experience. I really like the world map system. So when you play this game, you go to the world map and it's like a tile-based, it's almost like a board game. Like it's a tile-based system. And I didn't know about this game. I was like, what? This is really interesting. And each tile is a mission. There's different types of missions. There's like your discovery missions. There's your like chance encounters. There's these big story missions as well that have like more narrative impact and big bosses and whatnot. But I really like this because you can feel like you're not just running repeat missions, even though you kind of are, because as you see the grid and as you're expanding that map, like you'll have quest markers that say like, get to this, it's ventures. That's what they're called. They're like, get to this venture over here. And it's on like the northwest side of the map. So my friends and I are like picking different tiles as we're like going along the world map to get to that venture. And so it's kind of a journey unto itself. And you're always dipping back into the Belfry Tower, upgrading your gear, putting on new skills, that sort of thing. Where the game really took off for me is two areas.
Talk to me.
One is combat, but I'll start with the skill system. So as you're leveling up, your level is your skill point allocation. You're going to unlock skills that you might not be able to equip right away because like your points are spent elsewhere. So then you start to get into the choices of like, do I want the uppercut or do I want to have the recovery on knockdown? Like, what do I want to have as a part of like my core of the gameplay?
What class you went with?
The Shadow Striker.
That class is so cool.
So cool.
Bro, it flows. The combos are sick.
There's right now 4 classes. The Shadow Striker, there's the Sentinel, I believe, which is like your standard sword and board. There's, I think, Pyroclast.
That's my guy. I'm a Pyroclast guy.
Okay, yeah. My friend tried it and didn't seem to like it very much. But I want to give him a shot at some point. But there was a Pyroclast and there's another one I am forgetting. But there's 4 in total right now.
With the hands, he got like the
brawler. That's what it was.
The big
yeah, that's what it was. Yeah, the brawlers who I used at the Gamescom LA event.
Yes,
and so that one I thought was fun, but when I saw Shadow Striker, I was like, that is such a Matty class, and I'm so glad I picked it, bro. You can like throw bombs, teleport, cut someone from behind. The aerial juggles are crazy.
Sick.
You're throwing down like a row of bombs, popping people. He's a knock-up character. He is floating constantly. And so that skill system, I started there because those are things I've unlocked so far. I have like a power attack as well, which is like a 9-hit combo. You knock them back afterwards. I'm level 15 right now for reference. But yeah, so the combat is it's got fighting game sensibilities. I know you and I talked about when we were at Gamescom LA. Like it's got that strings of combos. Like how long can you stretch out your attack for? So it's like, you hit them with the 1, 2, 3, and you hold X, and I like knock them up, and then I jump, and you could do. I didn't know this. You can hit them for an air combo, and then knock them up again in midair, and go with them, and combo them again, and then the heavy attack finisher for your Shadow Striker character is like this downward slashing slam attack. So then when you do that, you're kind of resetting and then you get to your basic attack again. And that is the fun of the game because you're never pressing a wrong button is how I describe it. You're always doing something that like it understands the button mashing nature of a side-scrolling beat 'em up. But it has the tech and the depth to be like, oh, if you want to max DPS, if you really want to like chain abilities in and do juggles and combos, you can do that. So it's pick 'em and play where I can be like, hey kid, here you go. Like here's the controller, and they'll just hit buttons and they'll be fine. And they can be totally good at the game. But then for people like me, it's like, hey dude, here you go. Here's the look controller. And it's like, there's levels to this now. It's like, there's insane strings. And that's just with one character. My special ability again is to throw down this bomb, teleport, and like do a critical hit to an enemy. But then you get into the gear. Now I'm applying bleed and poison. I'm watching the damage over time be crazy. I'm throwing on equipment that enhances the damage over time.
Yes.
These little things are all adding up where I think on the surface, you're like, oh, it's a basic beat 'em up action RPG. But man, dude, it's just fun to play. And when you got that sense of progression, I haven't touched any of like the passes the game has, any of the microtransactions it has. It seems very, so far, early 3-ish, 4-ish hour impressions, pretty safe, pretty tame. They showed me this writ system, like, hey, you get these writs from your dailies and whatnot. Here's the pass you spend them on. There is an in-game shop separate from that. So it looks like that writ system isn't even monetary. I could be wrong. By the way, I have not dove full, because what I try to do is I try to ignore all of that without stepping into that door because I want to see if the game ever brings it to me. Like, hey, by the way, shop, like that sort of thing. Like, how avoidable is it?
Right.
So far, no prompts, which I didn't expect, by the way. I know Stoke's a great team. I didn't think this would happen. They're a really good independent team, but I didn't know like how far they were going to press it. Like, hey, it's month 4. Hey, new fans, what's up? So you're here for a nice time. How about a little cosmetic for you? None of that energy. But yeah, like I said, I played it for a few hours. It's a play anywhere title. So Backbone's about to get a workout. That's crazy pause sentence, but the Backbone's about to get a workout in bed.
Oh man, in bed, the Backbone go get a workout. Oh man.
But yeah, like I was talking to Rubes, and I was just like, dude, I said right away, he's like, he had like his little press release is like, it's a play anywhere title. I said, bro, that's my signal flare. When I see that shot up in the air, when I see play anywhere, I'm like, all right, I'm in, because I know I can play it anywhere. It is a differentiator right now from other games coming out. It's like the main thing that's keeping me engaging with Xbox frequently is like, oh, I can play that anywhere. Nice. Like I love that shit. So huge for me. But yeah, man, I've been having a lot of fun with Towerborne. It is my Game Pass pick of the week. I really think, I know it's a busy time, man. I know, but this is right now. I'm not getting the FOMO vibes, like just not competing with other people. It's a co-op game, right? So like, go in, give it a shot. Like, I think you'll be really pleased with the combat system. Stoic deserves their support again. They've made a fantastic trio of RPGs, and I'd love to see this one succeed. It seemed like the player count was kind of popping just based on like, hey, that Belfry Tower was pretty lively. So I'm hoping they're doing well. But yeah, it was a really good time. And my friends and I already made plans, and we're going to be diving back in whenever I get a free moment, probably sometime this weekend. But yeah, man, I'm excited to play more Towerborne. It was a really good time.
Yeah, it's really good. I echo your sentiment. I mean, they've come such a long way, and now they've refined the class system, and you nailed it best. What I even like is that there's gear that also open up other move sets and other stuff too as well. And I saw that, and I was just like, wow, it is an evolution of the classic beat 'em up genre, because you could play it simply like beat 'em up style, but when you nailed it, there's an end game, there's an advanced level, the things that you could keep on adding on, and then now you got the abilities and the passives and all, and it gets so much fun. And the art style is
so, I think you were saying that. Oh my God. Dude. Again, Banner Saga is beautiful. So this was no real surprise to me, but oh my gosh.
It's stoic, bro. That's what made me fall in love with Banner Saga when I first saw. I was just like, the art is just so unique and very cool looking. This is a world that you just want to play in. But when, now Towerborne takes it to the next level in terms of the environments, and even when you're scrolling in the grass and the way you like, even the characters look, it's just so vibrant,
it's so painterly. As someone who plays a lot of beat 'em ups, man, it really is like a deconstruction of what made all these separate games beautiful. Like, this visual style is very Dragon's Crown. Dragon's Crown was so good to play because it was just a cohesive, brilliant, beautiful art style. I love Dragon's Crown. It was very loot driven. Like, I feel that sensibility here, and like that makes me happy because I remember when I was interviewing them on site, I was like, you guys Dragon Crown's fan? They're like, yes, like absolutely. I was like, fuck yeah, like I love to hear that. So you could really feel that, like kind of what people are saying about Expedition. It's like that for the beat 'em up genre here, like quietly happening. Like, oh, you feel Turtles in Time here? Like, yeah, absolutely. Like, pick up and play, mash away, hit your enemies. But at the same time, like the combo potential, I'm like, Turtles in Time, even Shredder's Revenge, not really doing this, bro. Like,
and let's take it a step further. They took my advice: local 4-player couch co-op. How long have we not seen that in gaming, especially on the Xbox gaming? You know what I'm saying? That's usually, bro, that now I could take 4 of the homies and we could be online if we want. Like, bro, because I think even Streets of Rage, when they did it, it wasn't even online, the 4-player mode. It was local, but you couldn't play without, like, that's what I'm talking about, man. So you got the couch co-op, you got the online aspect. They really went above and beyond. And then I believe there was the crossplay, the Xbox Anywhere.
Yep.
Bro.
Yeah.
I'm loving Towerborne right now.
I remember, I think when we were talking to their team, it was their team. They didn't say it this way, by the way, to be very clear. Yeah. But I asked them because they were doing like Steam first. And I was like, why are you doing Steam first? Why not? And they pretty much were like alluding to the idea of like, this is the test bed. Yeah, and they're like, this is the test bed. And, when we hit Xbox where we know it's going to be the bigger player count, like we want to be very ready for that. Yes. And so I got the vibe that was a good call because it feels for a game that's in game preview right now. I mean, it's very much feeling feature complete. And I'm already thinking, like I said, I'm thinking about my next session, and it's in a time where it's raining good games and I'm playing Oblivion Remaster and I'm playing Last Defense Academy. Like, why not just add one more to the list, guys? Come on,
bro.
Come on.
like I said, it's cool because again, it's not like a game where it's like a palate cleanse in a way for me too. Like get in with the homies, just have some fun, bang out a couple missions, that kind of stuff. And yeah, man, cross-platform play. I'm looking at progression, co-op on Xbox consoles, class systems, and obviously that huge quality of life update was been crazy, man. So yeah, salute to them, man. I think everybody owes themselves to at least fire this up just to see. And I'm telling you, I think you have a good time. I love it.
Absolutely, bro. So yeah, just fun time. Please check out Towerborne, Game Pass pick of the week. And hey, you know what? One other thing I gotta throw out there. I've been playing this on PC Game Pass.
Ooh.
This is a first for me in a while.
A first for you. Wow.
In a while, man.
Why the decision? I thought you would go Steam Deck because it was Steam Deck verified too.
I went with PC Game Pass because I didn't know because it's still in game preview, like how it would do if like I'm on Xbox and like, you know, my friends on PC or Steam or whatever.
Yeah.
So I was like, let me just do PC Game Pass. He's like, yeah, I got that too. I was like, all right, let's just do that. So that's why I went there. Install times were nice.
Okay.
I'm not gonna hype it up yet, man. This shit's still kind of. I'm looking at it now. These ugly thing. Man.
That interface is horrible. Put it in compact mode. It's a little better.
Can I do that on the desktop?
Yes.
Oh,
I believe so. There should be a compact mode on desktop. I think if you highlight in the upper
notifications, extensions.
Yeah. So if you highlight your name, you see where your gamer tag name is when you open the Xbox app.
By the way, everyone who's listening right now, Cog is doing this off of memory. Let's see if he can get me there. All right, go for it.
It should be when you click
it's a switch.
Then it's a toggle, right? Yeah.
This bro is this is better. This is better. Yeah, this is better.
It's just a little cleaner, just a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah, there's just too many fat tiles. This is now rows. This is better. Yeah. Oh, awesome, dude. Cog, the IT wizard, twice in one episode.
Still got a little IT sensibilities in me.
All right. Well, that's Game Pass pick of the week. This has been a really long episode, probably because we had so many times to refresh with my camera fucking up, but it's been a good one, Cog. It's time to wrap up. Any closing thoughts as we get on out of here?
Yeah, another one, man. There's a lot of stuff going on. Longer. Shout out to the House of Wealth segment was really
awesome,
really powerful, and really dope stuff. What we going, man? We had the Oblivion thing made me laugh for a minute, but I know we had Oblivion last time. We had E last time, and then we had. It was the cover story, but I don't know if I want to go with anything.
Come on, give it the Towerborne.
All right.
Like Tower DD, something like that.
Yes. You know? Let's do Tower DD. I like that.
Yeah.
Give Towerborne some love. Give the boys of Stoic some love.
Yeah, absolutely. So, ladies and gentlemen, we got this deep into the episode. Hashtag Tower DD. I am at G27status on Twitter. Cog is at Lord Cognito. You can tag us over there. Otherwise, if you don't use Twitter, no problem. Use the comments down below. Hashtag Tower DD. We appreciate you listening to a chunky episode. We'll be back next week for episode 227 of Defining Duke, an Xbox podcast. Until then, take great care of yourselves and peace out.
Defining Duke, an Xbox podcast, is a product and trademark of Last Stand Media and Collins Last Stand LLC and is recorded from the United States of America. The show is conceived by Matthew Mr. Matty Plays Schroeder and me, Colin Moriarty, and is written and produced by Matthew Schroeder. Maddie's co-host is Barry Lord Cognito Eversley. Defining Duke's executive producer is Dustin Furman. All of Last Stand's theme music is by Ramon Narvaez. As you know, all of Last Stand Media's shows, including Defining Duke, are fan-funded on Patreon at patreon.com/laststandmedia. The following names are at the producer support level on Patreon, and we're thankful for your kindness and generosity.